And we are back, week 10 of the college football season, and we are predicting every single game. We've been doing it all year long. Of course, we are continuing today. We have got 52 games this week for college football, so I don't know how long this is going to take, but again, we do it every single week. We're going to predict every single week 10, college football game. Folks, before we get into the video, make sure to hit that subscribe button down below for more. All I ask of you that watch these videos, hit that subscribe button down below and leave a like. It helps out the channel big time, so if you enjoy every single college football game predicted every single week, all I ask, again, hit that subscribe button down below and leave a like. Also on the channel here on Greedo Plays MMA, daily NBA best bets every single morning, daily MLB best bets for, the rest of the season, obviously, with the World Series with the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. Our NFL predictions, go up on Tuesday tomorrow, and also our college football best bets go up on noon Pacific on Friday. My 10 best bets are going to be predict every single game here, but on Friday I specifically just go over my 5 favorite bets, or my 10 favorite bets of the week. Also on Greedo Plays MMA this week, our UFC Fight Night Garcia versus Onama full card predictions. Go make sure to check that out again on Greedo Plays MMA. Okay, on to the first of our 52 games. Let's kick things off with the Tuesday night games. Of course, we have, Maction's not going yet. It's, we start things off with Cuction. Yep, CUSA action. I would just cancel out the A. Cuction, not with the K. You know what I mean. Cuction. UTEP taking on Kennesaw State to start off the week from Kennesaw, Georgia on ESPNU. What else are you going to be watching, right? Kennesaw State's actually playing really good football. Somehow, some way, Kennesaw might be the favorites to win the CUSA. No, they can't be. It's got to be Jack State still. I think Jack State's by far the favorites to win the CUSA, and I don't think Kennesaw controls their own destiny if they lose the Jacksonville State game, because I believe Western Kentucky can get in. That's a whole thing. We'll get into WKU's game later in the video against New Mexico State. But, Kennesaw, what they've done is incredible. They went from consistently being one of the worst teams in college football. Obviously, right, there was that transition period where they go from being an FCS team and a team that was in the postseason every single year in the FCS to, now a very credible CUSA team. I mean, if you remember last year when the college football video game came out for the first time in, 11 years, Kennesaw State was the team that everyone would go to in Road to Glory if you were a one-star, because they were the worst team in the game. Look at them now. Start the year 0-2, losing at Wake and losing to Indiana. 5 straight victories: Merrimack, Arkansas State, Middle Tennessee, La Tech, and the best of them all, we picked against them last week. I'm sold. You go to FIU and win. Now, FIU played a dumb football game, okay? And I give my reactions to all midweek college football games for the most part on Greedo Plays Clips on TikTok, so go check that out. We post daily on Greedo Plays Clips over there. But Kennesaw State beats FIU. FIU tried to lose the football game, I felt, and now I feel like that a lot sometimes on midweek football games because they're just stupid. They're fun to watch, don't get me wrong. They are infuriating if you bet them, though, because I'm telling you, the stupidest stuff happens during midweek football in the CUSA and in the Sun Belt. Anyways, though, Kennesaw State wins the game 45-26. They finally win their first road game of the season, and now they return home to take on UTEP. If nothing describes midweek football more than this, I don't know. I don't know what does describe midweek football more than Kennesaw State versus UTEP. Kennesaw should easily handle them, right? They are 9.5-point favorites. I easily think Kennesaw State gets that done because UTEP sucks. Now, they did beat Sam Houston on the road, and, it was the lesser of two evils, I guess. They're both not good, but Skylar Locklear and the UTEP Miners got it done on the road against the 0-7 now Sam Houston Bearcats. I don't think they're going to win a game in the entire season. And yes, they go to Oregon State. They'll still lose that game. So that, UTEP beats a team that's probably going to go 0-12. Don't really care. They lose to UL Monroe. They lost to La Tech. They lost to Liberty. It's loss after loss every single week for this team because they don't really score. Their offense isn't good. Malachi Nelson was a starter to start the year. Is Skylar Locklear that much better? No, but he's better. Locklear actually wins games, so it's crazy. Again, Malachi Nelson, I say it every week, goes from 5-star commit to USC to Boise to now UTEP starter to, he can't even start on one of the worst teams in the CUSA. I think Sacramento State's calling next season. And that, I don't mean that to be rude. Sac State, Portland State, those are schools for Malachi Nelson next season if he wants to start. Because obviously Locklear's their guy now. Now, it's not like Locklear's much better. UTEP still sucks. They don't move the ball. Kenny Odom's their lead receiver. Okay. Kennesaw's got a guy named Amari Odom, who's their starting quarterback, who's very good. Dexter Williams, the other quarterback, is capable too. But I got to give so much credit to Kennesaw, man. They have changed this program. They have. And now, don't get me wrong, they were an excellent FCS school, right? I think the year that they went up, the last years before they went to the FBS, they weren't very good. But I remember pre-pandemic, Kennesaw State was good every single year. They'd run through teams down there. I think 2021, that year, I think they declared to go up to the FBS, and they were great too. Like, I'd always remember seeing Kennesaw State in the FCS playoffs, or at least close to the FCS playoffs. They always have a great record every single season. They've finally, shifted that now to winning football in the FBS, and credit to them, man. They fired their coach last year, which didn't make a lot of sense. They won a big game against Liberty. They're winning football games now in 2025, and I think they're one of the favorites to win this USA. It just depends on that tiebreaker is going to work, because I believe you're going to see a situation with them at Jack State and potentially Western Kentucky, but I don't know. WKU struggles sometimes, and WKU has to go to Jack State. So actually, no, we're looking at probably a CUSA championship game between the Kennesaw State Owls and the Jacksonville State Gamecocks. That's crazy. Anyways, give me Kennesaw minus 9.5. They're so much better than UTEP. Next up, we go to a fun one in the Fun Belt, or the Sun Belt. Texas State plays host in San Marcos, Texas, to the James Madison Dukes. JMU should be ranked. Now, the rankings hate the group of 5 teams. Right now, they're in the AP poll. There's only one group of 5 team that is ranked, and that would be number 25. That's the Memphis Tigers. Now, in the coaches poll, Navy is ranked 23rd because they deserve to be ranked. They're an undefeated team, and I get it. They haven't played anybody yet, and this week they have a very tough game for them against Mr. 600 yards, 608 yards, Drew Mestamaker. More on that later. But the truth is that Navy should be ranked, Memphis should be ranked, and Tulane should probably be ranked too. And I get it, like, what teams do you drop from the Power 4 that are ranked? Because, it's Utah 24, USC 23, Houston 22, had a great game last week at ASU, and 21 is Michigan, and 20 is Texas. Yeah, you are hard-pressed to bump any of those teams out, but others receiving votes right now, it's Navy, Tulane, Washington, Iowa, USF, San Diego State, LSU, JMU. Like, JMU's right there. North Texas is in there as well. Makes sense. James Madison, guys, is a really good football team. Last we saw of them, they play Old Dominion at home. That game in the first half is nobody can get a stop. Second half, JMU's defense buckles down, and their offense just scores every single time they touch the ball. Alonzo Barnett's good. He can run, he can throw. Again, a lot was made early in the season when Matthew Sluka transferred in from UNLV. Well, Sluka's going to be the running quarterback. Alonzo Barnett's going to be the throwing guy. Yeah, Sluka's just gotten out-dueled essentially by Alonzo Barnett, who is by far the number 1 quarterback. Barnett's been great. Wayne Knight's been really good out the backfield. But Alonzo Barnett's last game against Old Dominion, my goodness, 295 yards passing, 153 rushing yards. Huge performance and a huge victory for the James Madison Dukes. They now take on Texas State, a team that has lost back-to-back games, but a team that scores. Actually, they've lost 3 straight games, but a team that scores. They've got a potent offense. Defensively, though, they're really bad. And here's the thing. Brad Jackson's phenomenal. I cannot lie. Like I said at the beginning of the season, I really liked Brad Jackson and the fact that Texas State can score every single time they touch the ball. Brad Jackson's a freshman. He's going to be very good in this conference for a very long time, up until the point he decides to transfer, because trust me, Brad Jackson will get looks around college football. They've got a receiver, by the way, and Bo Sparks is good, but Chris Don has had back-to-back 100-plus yard days receiving. He had 180 in their loss to Marshall. But here's the thing about Texas State. They score, and they score a lot. They put up 37 points against Marshall. They put up 41 points against the Troy Trojans. They just get out-dueled in those games because opposing quarterbacks terrorize them. Hell, they put up 30 points in the Arkansas State game. They lost 31-30. So, again, Carlos Del Rio Wilson had a big game for Marshall. Tucker Kilcrease had a big day for Troy. Jalen Rayner had a big day for Ark State. Again, opposing quarterbacks will dominate. Sam Levitt had a really good game against Texas State, too. Like, every single quarterback you can think of. Owen McCown played all right against them. Noah Kim, not really. But every single quarterback that plays Texas State dominates. You give Alonzo Barnett this defense, here we go, right? I know Texas State can score, but you have to score pretty much every single possession against an offense like James Madison, who is one of the best in the group of 5. And I get it. They went through their struggling games against Georgia State, against Louisiana. They knew they needed to show up against Old Dominion, and they did absolutely that. They did fumble on the first play of the game on a kick return, and actually ODU took it back for a touchdown. It's like a 4-yard return. But they locked in after that, and that offense, again, scores pretty much every single time they touch the ball. They have a big game on November 8th at Marshall. That's going to be a very good one. The Thundering Herd are good. Carlos Del Rio Wilson is good. So we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But for now, yeah, I like the James Madison Dukes to get it done on the road. The line is 6.5 points, and I know I just went over all of Texas State's games, and yeah, they're competitive against Marshall. They're competitive against Troy. They're competitive against Arkansas State. James Madison, though, is the best team in this conference, I believe. Troy's up there, too, don't get me wrong, and they went to overtime with Troy, but Troy in overtime did beat them by 7 points. The other really good team in the Sun Belt, obviously, is Southern Miss, who just keeps on winning football games. I got to go James Madison here, though, man. James Madison's going to put it on this team. Again, the defense at Texas State's really where I'm concerned. I think Brad Jackson's going to have a huge day. I mean, you're hard-pressed to find games where Brad Jackson does not have big days, but it's everything around that. It's the defense. I got to go JMU to win this game on the road and cover the 6.5 points over in San Marcos, Texas. Next up, we go to our third game of the week, and we go to Wednesday, as we are back with the CUSA from Johnny Red Floyd Stadium in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. We have got the Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders hosting the Jacksonville State Gamecocks. I said it earlier how good Jacksonville State was. I mean it. This team is good. They are the best team, in my opinion, in the CUSA. This is a team that started Gavin Wimsatt to start the season. Former Rutgers quarterback, former Kentucky quarterback. They figured out we have a freshman who's actually just better than Gavin Wimsatt and does everything better than Gavin Wimsatt, really. I mean, throwing wise, is he better than Wimsatt? Probably. They just don't expect much out of Caden Creel throwing the ball. But Creel's been really good for this team. I mean, he has games easily where he runs for over 100 yards, and that's a really good addition to an already good run game. If you don't know, again, that's all Jack State does, really. Cam Cook's their lead back, and in 7 games, Cam Cook is at 950 yards. This is a team last year that had Trey Stewart at running back, who ran for 1,700 yards. He had a shot. I think he's on the Vikings practice squad still. And they had Tyler Huff, who was their quarterback, who threw for 2,500 yards and ran for 1,400 yards. They're a run-first offense, and Caden Creel fits that exactly. Now, that's why at the beginning of the season, I thought it was going to be a great match with Gavin Wimsatt, because Wimsatt can't really throw the ball. But again, Tyler Huff was a better thrower of the football than Gavin Wimsatt. And I don't know if Caden Creel's a better thrower of the ball than Wimsatt. I believe he is. Again, more of a limited sample size, but Creel's still throwing at a 67% completion rate. Gavin Wimsatt struggled to get that thing over 50%. And that's really what has always halted Wimsatt. Like, when Rutgers had games where they were beating up on teams and where they were heading games and you just let Wimsatt run on 1st and 10 and really just dominate teams downfield. I mean, as I saw firsthand once in Bloomington, Indiana, he can be really successful. But in games where you need to, when you're in back and forth games, like you are a lot in the CUSA, and you can't just dominate teams, and when you can't just accept defeat every single week like Rutgers would sometimes with Gavin Wimsatt, you need a more viable threat at quarterback, and that's Caden Creel. Creel's been able to get it done on the ground. He's been getting it done somewhat through the air. Again, he's more of a runner, sure, but the freshman's done a really good job so far this season. For the Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders, it's a 1-6 football team. They're competitive in games, don't get me wrong. Their last 3 games were all losses, but they were all one-score games, losing by 8 points to Kennesaw State, losing by 2 points to Missouri State, and losing by 3 points at Delaware last week. Nicholas Viato is the starting quarterback. He's all right for the CUSA, I'll say. Jaquil Middlebrook's been having a pretty good stretch as of late, running for a couple 80-plus yard days back-to-back. He had a 100-yard day in there against Kennesaw State as well. But Middle Tennessee ultimately has won 1 game all year long. It was in Reno against Nevada, and we know how bad the Nevada Wolfpack are. It's a Middle Tennessee team that is a 5.5-point underdog here, and I just feel like that line should be way more. I don't know why it's only 5.5. The only thing I can think of is, well, it's a Wednesday in the CUSA, so things have to be weird. I mean, I just don't know why it's this close. I get it, Middle Tennessee's played really competitive games, but guys, Jack State is better than Kennesaw. They're better than Missouri State. They're better than Delaware. I don't know if they're as explosive of an offense as Marshall, because Marshall played Middle Tennessee at Middle Tennessee in Murfreesboro, and Marshall beat them 42-28. I don't know if Jack State really has the potential to do all of that and put up 42 points. But I know they can score enough, and I know they can definitely get ahead enough on Middle Tennessee. And this Blue Raiders offense, it's Viato at quarterback. He does the same thing pretty much every single game. He's going to throw from anywhere from 260 to 290 yards. Jaquil Middlebrook is going to run for about 70 yards, and they're still only going to put up like 22 points. I mean, I expect Jack State to score at least 28 in this game. I think they get into the 30s, and that should result in a Jacksonville State Gamecocks victory. I'm going with Caden Creel and Jack State on the road to beat Middle Tennessee State. Again, give me the Gamecocks in this one. I'm going to take them at -5.5. I feel like the line should be a lot bigger. I feel like it should be like 7, potentially 7.5. So I think something's up, and I get it. It's in Middle Tennessee. There's not going to be an absolute soul in that building. I get it. But I got to go with the Gamecocks here. I'm going to take Jack State to get it done here on the road. Next up, we move on to our 4th game of the week. We go to the Conference USA. And we have got here a matchup between Missouri State and Florida International. So, boy, do I want to say, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say about Florida International. That team last week, guys, again, I'm not trying to, plug my TikTok that often, but Keyshawn Owens and FIU. Keyshawn Owens is one hell of a talent, guys, but I watched a sequence in that game where Keyshawn Owens tried his hardest to not get a first down. I don't know how to describe it. I mean, they had a 3rd and 1. They were there on like the 20-yard line of Kennesaw State, and Keyshawn Owens has a wide open hole. He even said he could take it to the outside. He's got at least 15 yards, maybe even a touchdown. Instead, Keyshawn Owens plants and cuts back inside and runs right into a bunch of linemen. I'm just like, I don't know. I don't understand that team sometimes, man. Because here's the thing. They looked so good beating Western Kentucky. They shut down the Hilltoppers. And then they go and play Kennesaw. Maybe Kennesaw is just that good. Maybe that's honestly what I need to put that to. Because Keyshawn Owens still ran for 166 yards. They just fell behind. Really in this. Fell behind early and they just couldn't catch back up. Kennesaw outscored them in every single quarter that was played. And FIU still yet to win with the cool-ass Miami Vice uniforms. They still haven't won with those on. Anyways, Florida International goes on the road to take on Missouri State. I got to go with the Missouri State Bears here, right? Games in Missouri. Missouri State, just like Delaware, first year in the FBS, still in that transition period, but 2 straight victories and 2 straight wins on the road. They go to Middle Tennessee and they win a close game. They go to New Mexico to Las Cruces and they win a game as well. Now, don't get me started on New Mexico State because, I put a lot of attention on the midweek games because it's the only thing on, right? I don't need to navigate, a CUSA game at the same time as I'm locked in watching Indiana, right? I can watch everything on the weekdays. There's only 2 games at a time. New Mexico State against Missouri State. Oh my goodness. We'll get to New Mexico State later. Missouri State did not deserve to win that football game. It's just New Mexico State tried to lose it more, and that's what happened. So, Missouri State with Jacob Clark, man. Clark throws a lot of bad balls in that game, but Missouri State finds a way to win. And now they're a 4-3 football team. Victories over Marshall, which they weren't playing the Carlos Del Rio Wilson Marshall Thundering Herd, so it's a big asterisk on that, I guess, on that. I don't know. UT Martin victory, and then obviously the back-to-back against Middle Tennessee and New Mexico State. They played WKU at home, and they played them very competitively. And WKU's look good all year long, except for one random game against Florida International. And that's why I thought FIU was actually legit. I thought that. They went to Bowling Green, Kentucky, and they beat down Western Kentucky. Western Kentucky hasn't lost at home yet this year. And FIU was the first one to do it. And they went there and they beat them 25-6. Keyshawn Owens ran for 195 yards. Keon Jenkins had a big game. Their quarterback, I don't know. I watched that entire game, though, against Kennesaw State, and I was so unimpressed. Again, I was impressed in the WKU game, but then they get a shot to capitalize on that momentum, and they get killed in that game. I got to go Missouri State here. I have to go Missouri State. They're at home. I think FIU coming off of, that loss of momentum. All of a sudden now you've lost 3 of 4 games with that random WKU victory. And to me now, after we've seen them get blown out at UConn, we saw them lose at home against Kennesaw State. I'm just going to say that's an outlier. Your one victory against Western Kentucky was just a fluke. Western Kentucky, we'll see what they do this week against New Mexico State. That's really all I'm gonna point that to now. That was just, Keyshawn Owens is very good. Again, ball carrier vision sometimes might not be the best, as we saw in the Kennesaw State game on a Tuesday night. But I don't know. I'm not sold on that team. Their defense looked horrible against Kennesaw. I think Missouri State. I think Jack Clark should be able to get going. Jacob Clark, excuse me, not Jack Clark. Jacob Clark should be able to get going. They got Shamari Lawrence too as their running back. I think Missouri State should be able to get it done. I'm gonna go with the Bears at home -3.5 against the FIU Panthers. Next up, we go on to the other game here the first game on Thursday, my apologies. Coastal Carolina at home against the Marshall Thundering Herd. Absolutely love Marshall in this spot. Marshall -3.5. The Chants are not going to be able to keep up with this, I don't think. Here's the thing, though. The Chants last week go to Appalachian State, and they win. They straight up just beat Appalachian State, which really surprised me. J.J. Cole's been playing really good football. App State could not run the ball at all. They ran the ball with their 2 main running backs 25 times, and that got them like 70 yards at that. So, you can't win the game running the ball like that, but man, the Chants go on the road. Samari Collier and the guys go on the road and win a football game. And it was the damage they were able to do in the run game. The Chanticleers breaking off, just big chunks of yardage every single time they ran the football. Great positional battle, I guess, for the Chanticleers. They scored 45 points and won the football game. They had 410 total yards of offense, just like App State. That's weird. They both had 410 total yards. But Coastal Carolina found a way to get the victory. They had a big 13-play drive at the end of the game to take a lead, and then they added on to that at the end of the game, scored another touchdown and make it an 8-point lead. They won the game, obviously took advantage of a turnover at the end of the game, a turnover on downs, I believe, by Appalachian State, and the Chanticleers ended up getting it done. So good on the Chants. I don't think they're able to put up 45 points on back-to-back weeks, and I'm serious, they need 45 points to beat Marshall. The way that team's operating right now, they've scored at least 40 points in their last 4 games. If you want to go there, you want to go to this too, they've scored at least 38 points in each of their last 5 games. You need to score against this team. Is their defense the best? No, but honestly, I think it's getting a little better. I know they just gave up 37 points to Texas State, but we've gone over that team with Brad Jackson. They've got a good offense. They've got players. ODU's solid. Old Dominion is solid. Like we saw in the James Madison game, Old Dominion scored every single time they touched the ball in the first half. And Marshall held ODU to 24 points. And that quarterback change from Zion Turner to Carlos Del Rio Wilson was the best thing this team could have done. Carlos Del Rio Wilson gets to start week 3 and onwards. Marshall, I believe, has only lost 1 game since Carlos Del Rio Wilson has gotten the start. Yeah, they've lost 1 game, and it was a double overtime loss to the Louisiana Raging Cajuns where they put up 51 points and their team still lost. Carlos Del Rio Wilson is this team's leading passer, leading rusher. He's got 1,200 yards through the air, 12 touchdowns and 1 interception, and he's already got 350 rushing yards, more than starting running back for Marshall and Michael Allen. Yeah. How about the Thundering Herd, a team that got destroyed and stripped of everything last year because of, all their players following their head coach to Southern Miss? Look at the Thundering Herd now. They're 2 wins away from becoming bowl eligible, and they're going to get there because they're going to go to that beautiful field in Conway, South Carolina, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and they're going to beat the Chanticleers. Because again, my biggest point with this is the Chants will not be able to keep up. They're just not going to be able to outscore Marshall. Marshall's going to keep putting up points every single time they touch the football. If App State's able to score 37 on you, and JJ Cole's good, I get that, but if App State's scoring all those points on you, Marshall right now, I have to say, is the hottest offense, not just in the Sun Belt, maybe the hottest offense in all of college football right now. That is probably still definitely, don't get me wrong, the Heisman, the Men Dynasty, and the Indiana Hoosiers, obviously, Fernando Mendoza, but Marshall's right there. 4 straight weeks of scoring 40-plus points. And last week, or the last game against Texas State, 2 weeks ago, I guess, technically, they scored the least amount of points they have in a while. They scored 40. Yeah, that team's a problem. They don't really turn the ball over. Carlos Del Rio Wilson is very good. I like Marshall to really put it on Coastal. And, I'm not too concerned about them doing it on the road. I know they lost their last road game to the Raging Cajuns. I look at the Chants, I think it's such an oddity they scored 45 points. Because if you really watch that game and how they scored 45, it's big run after big run after big run. Not even that. It's just 8-yard run, 8-yard carry, 10-yard carry, right? It's just work the ball downfield, occasional pass over the top. I'm not too impressed with Samari Collier as a passer yet. This is a team that's tried 5 different quarterbacks this season. They're now on Collier, who I think he played D2 ball. I think that's where he came from. Not completely sure. Unproven quarterback making a second career start this week against Marshall, a team that's going to score and force you to score every single time you have the ball too. I got to go with the Thundering Herd here. Give me Marshall. They will win this football game. They will cover 3.5 here on the road at Myrtle Beach. Next up, we go to the other Thursday game, the Tulane Green Wave. This team is good. They are very good. Tulane is 6-1 with their only loss being Ole Miss. And now they got blown out in that loss against Ole Miss, but Lane Kiffin keeps winning. Lane Kiffin and the Ole Miss Rebels keep on winning football games. They're the 7th-ranked team in the country. You should not put that against Tulane at this point. Hell, Boise made the playoffs last year, and their only loss was Oregon. Now, again, is Ole Miss going to be number 1 going into the playoffs like the Oregon Ducks? No, but Tulane should be alive. And we talk about it all the time, the gauntlet that is the American Conference, and who will get out and who will be the American champs. I don't know. After South Florida last week went to Memphis and lost, but Memphis 2 weeks ago lost to UAB. Oh, man, And hey, Navy's still undefeated. Drew Bestmaker for North Texas threw for 600-plus yards. North Texas, South Florida, Memphis, Tulane, Navy, they are all alive, but there's a team over in the Mountain West that might get in over all these teams, and that's obviously Boise State. There's also James Madison, who needs to get a serious look out of the Sun Belt. I'm very serious about that. At the same time, if Southern Miss beats that team, should Southern Miss get the look at the playoffs? They probably won't. But I don't know. Hey, San Diego State, they keep on winning. So they're very alive too. If they can beat Boise, I think SDSU will definitely get in the playoffs. Again, there's a lot to unpack with the Group of 5, and watching Group of 5 football is so fun because, one of these teams are going to get a chance in a big-time bowl game or in a big-time prime-time spot against a big school. Right now, the CUSA champions, guys, they're going to go to Athens, Georgia in December. Yep. Oh, congrats. Let's just say it's Southern Miss. Congrats, Southern Miss. Nobody thought you'd be here. Go to Athens. Have fun with that. Anyways, UTSA takes on Tulane. Again, Tulane very alive in the playoff race. They're 6-1, huge win against Army a couple weeks ago. They beat East Carolina prior to that. They're a 6-1 team. Now, they have not faced the very tough part of the American Conference just yet, and that's coming up. But really, they avoid a lot of the top teams in the American. The toughest is still, I believe, Memphis. At least going on the road and playing Memphis is really difficult, and that's what Tulane has to do next week. So that's still obviously on the schedule for them. But other than that, UTSA, FAU, Temple, Charlotte, if they get Temple's getting better. Temple's a good team. In Philly, that's going to be tough. But if you can beat Memphis, we're talking about playoffs for Jake Retzlaff and Tulane. I've always liked Tulane, man. I think, again, Retzlaff coming over here has been a great move. He is the heart and soul of this offense. He's Tulane's Diego Pavia. Like, his stat sheet might not be crazy every single game, even though he's going to put up more yards than Pavia will. Like, Retzlaff had 350 yards a couple weeks ago. But, like, he is the heart and soul of this team. He's going to put up, some nights he's not going to put up the best numbers, even though his numbers are so much better than Pavia's are, in all fairness. But Tulane's a good squad, man. They play good defense. They have a win over Northwestern, which is aging all right. Northwestern, shout out to them, covered one of our best bets last week in Nebraska. They tried to not cover that game, but they found a way. But Tulane takes on UTSA. What can I say about UTSA other than the fact that they have a really good run game? That's about it. No, actually, no. Owen McCown's good. I'll say this. They have a good offense. Sometimes that offense gets completely shut down. Last game against North Texas, they found it with Robert Henry. Robert Henry, first 4 weeks of the season, looked like the best running back in college football. I was talking, hey, maybe Heisman votes for Robert Henry. Slowed down mightily in the weeks after that. Last week, though, against North Texas, or 2 weeks ago in North Texas, completely bounced back. Robert Henry with 140 yards. He had more rushing yards than Owen McCown had passing yards, and that's a problem. Again, the run game's really good. Owen McCown actually hasn't been that great this season. He's been okay, hasn't been great. You know how good the run game is for UTSA, but Tulane, their run D's actually not that bad, and their defense as a whole is not that bad. I mean, look at the games that they've had so far in the American Conference, and sure, they're playing the bottom feeders of the conference, but East Carolina's not that bad. But 14 points against Tulane they gave up. They only gave up 19 to ECU, gave up 17 to Army. It's a pretty solid defense. And really, if you're able to stuff that run game out of UTSA, you'll be fine. Because if you force Owen McCown to beat you, I'm sorry, Owen McCown's not going to beat you. Robert Henry can, but you need, again, if you're UTSA, you need something else around Robert Henry. Don't get me wrong. I think UTSA next year, Owen McCown's senior season can be really good. Robert Henry, though, is a senior, so there's that. I mean, Will Henderson's not bad. I think Will Henderson's a sophomore. Is Will Henderson a sophomore or is he a junior? He's a freshman. They got another running back coming up who's very good, too. UTSA's trending in the right direction, don't get me wrong, but I got to go Tulane here. Tulane's a much better squad with Jake Retzlaff and those guys over there. I'm going to go Tulane to win the football game, and I'm taking Tulane to go on the road to the Alamo Dome and cover 3.5 points. If they're able to shut down that run game, Tulane's going to run away with it, so I'm going to take the Green Wave to get it done. They're one of the rare teams in the American that plays really good defense, so I'm going to take Tulane to get it done. They should be able to stop that run game, and then, again, Owen McCown's not going to beat this team over the top. So give me Tulane. Next up, we go to the Friday games, and here they are, the Memphis Tigers. Huge win. Huge win. I don't know if they're as good as their ranking indicates. And I know I was just saying how the group of 5 should be ranked. I believe that team that should be ranked should be the Navy Midshipmen. I believe it should. I know they haven't beaten anybody yet, and I know Memphis, they just beat USF. You just lost 2 weeks ago to UAB. Navy hasn't lost yet this season. I mean, in no world should you be unranked at 7-0. I don't care who you've played. And they're going to go play North Texas. They're going to play Notre Dame. They're going to play South Florida. They're going to play Memphis. And then they're going to play Army. And I don't really know how many of those games that they win. I mean, it would be a miracle, I think, if they win 3 of those games. But we'll get to Navy later in the video. But right now, I mean, if you're 7-0, you should be a ranked football team. I don't care who you've beaten. They should be ranked. Anyways, Navy's later on. Memphis is the one group of 5 team that's ranked. And it's well-deserved, too, I think. I just don't know if they're really as good as the number 25 team in the country. Because, with all due respect, Washington's outside of the rankings. Could this team really beat Washington? Could this team beat Iowa? I don't know. Could this team even beat Tulane? I don't know if they could. Navy? They do get Navy at home. They'll probably beat Navy. I don't know. Memphis, it's just that loss to UAB for me. If they didn't lose to UAB, I'd be all over Memphis, man. I would seriously, I'd be talking about wanting to crown Memphis right now. It's that one UAB loss, though. I always go back to it, and I'm just, I don't care Brendan Lewis, gets hurt in that game. A.J. Hill, their backup quarterback, should be good enough to win that game. UAB fired Trent Dilfer, you bench Jalen Kitna, and Memphis goes in there and loses the game? Oh, man. I don't know. Memphis gets Rice here. I think Rice covers 14.5 points. I don't think Rice is actually that bad. They did get blown out at UTSA, but I'm telling you, that's what happens if you let Robert Henry get going. Rice, a couple weeks ago, I guess actually it's like 3 weeks ago now, went to UTSA and lost 61-13. Yeah, pretty brutal. But last Saturday, they get a home game against UConn, and to the surprise of a lot of people, myself included, they went out and beat UConn. They got it done. They won the game by 3 points. They won in double overtime. Very surprising result because UConn is very solid. UConn, I know Boston College is not very good, but UConn just 2 weeks ago went to BC and won, and yet they go to Rice and lose the football game. Rice is capable. They are. Rice is very capable. They've played close games all year long with the exception of UTSA. That is the single outlier in all of this. And the game's at Rice. It's Halloween. I don't know, I don't know how many people are going to be showing up to the game on Halloween, but Halloween night, Rice home game. It's the biggest game Rice is going to get all year long at home. You get a ranked team. I mean, it is rare for Group of 5 teams to get night games against ranked teams, and Rice gets it on Halloween. Crowd should be pumping. Crowd should be rocking. I don't know how big of a crowd they're going to get at Rice. According to ESPN, 21,000 people were at the game between Rice and UConn. It didn't seem like there were 21,000 people, at least, looking at that game, but it's okay. Shout out to Quentin Jackson. Quentin, not Rampage Jackson, lead running back, star running back for Rice against UConn. 21 carries for 168 yards and 3 touchdowns. Through the air, 3 catches, 80 yards and a touchdown. Again, Quentin, not Rampage Jackson, is the guy at Rice, and he's someone to look out for in this game against the Memphis Tigers. Memphis is good, obviously, with Brandon Lewis, the former UNR quarterback, Sutton Smith. They've got guys, Cortez Branham, Braham, their best receiver. There's players on this Memphis team, don't get me wrong. I just think it's going to be a close game. I think Memphis wins, but I think they win again 7 points, 10 points. I do think Rice is going to be a lot more competitive than people are going to give them credit for being in this game. It's at Rice, and again, Quentin, not Rampage Jackson, is very solid. So I'm going to take Rice plus 14.5, but I'm going to go with Memphis to get the victory. Next up, we go on to the second game on Halloween, and it is the Syracuse Orange at home against North Carolina. Oh, UNC almost got Virginia. They almost did it. Is Virginia kind of fraudulent? Yeah, they are. I hate to say it, that's a lot of the ACC. A lot of the ACC is a little fraudulent. Cannot lie. Like Georgia Tech ranked 7th. Ooh, really? I mean, they should be. They haven't lost, but I don't know. Like, who's below Georgia? Like, who's number 8 right now? Who's directly behind Georgia Tech? Georgia Tech's 8. Vandy's 9. Okay, Vandy does beat them. BYU would destroy Georgia Tech. Miami beats up on Georgia Tech. Notre Dame just kills Georgia Tech, right? But I'll give Georgia Tech. We'll talk about them later. I'll give credit to where credit is due. They're gonna make the playoffs. They're going to. I mean, they're gonna lose to Georgia. Maybe they might beat Georgia. It's in Atlanta. No, it doesn't really matter. I mean, yeah, you're gonna get a lot of Bulldogs fans there anyway. I don't know. I think they're making the playoffs though, and I'll get into that I guess when we talk about Georgia Tech. But Syracuse here taking on UNC. Taking Syracuse, right? UNC almost got Virginia. They don't. Game at home for North Carolina. They score with Gio Lopez in overtime to tie up Virginia, and they go for 2 and don't get it. Kind of understand the move by Belichick, honestly. I did not think they were going to continue to play that well if that game went on, so you got to take your chance where you get it. They couldn't score through a full half, and they just lose the game by 1 point. It's okay, right? Was not a bad game at all for North Carolina, but the struggles remain offensively. Defensively, they did a great job against Chandler Morris and the Virginia Cavaliers. They did a great job holding that team. Offensively, they're still a mess, though. They're just a mess. And it's that whole Belichick thing for me. Like, again, Bill has not won without Tom. It's the truth. He has not won without Tom Brady. Can he now? I don't think they're going to go to Syracuse and win. I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, we might be a little excited for North Carolina. Oh, look what they've done the last couple weeks, right? They played a competitive game at Cal. They almost beat Virginia in Chapel Hill. You got to go to Syracuse, to this damn dome in upstate New York. I think Syracuse can get it done. I know they've lost a lot recently, and they're on a backup quarterback. The Steve Angeli injury really destroyed them, man, because when Angeli was playing, this was a 3-1 team. They had a big victory. They went to Clemson and won. Angeli gets hurt, and it all falls down. They have not won a game yet without Steve Angeli. With Richie Collins, they are 0-4. Lost at home to Duke, lost at SMU, lost to Pitt, and lost to Georgia Tech. Ricky Collins, not Richie Collins, excuse me. Because Ricky Collins does not hold on to the football. He's thrown 6 touchdowns to 8 picks. And I get it, he's had some tough games like SMU, Duke, Pitt, Georgia Tech's a very hard stretch to the point where this game should feel automatic. It should. This should feel like a very easy game for Syracuse. Yes, the North Carolina defense is good. They should be able to get every stop, though, defensively. North Carolina should not be able to score on this team. I don't care. Syracuse's defense is not very good. North Carolina's offense sucks. Games at Syracuse, Halloween, nobody's going to be there. I understand that. That dome's going to be empty, but it's fine. I'm going to take the Syracuse Orange. I just need Ricky Collins to hold on to the ball. I need him to not throw interceptions. Syracuse, again, I know everything came crashing down when Angeli got hurt. You're still a somewhat competent team. You still have somewhat competent players. North Carolina doesn't know what the hell they're doing sometimes. I think we're going to be okay. Okay? I think Ricky Collins should be able to get it done. It's even money. I believe these teams are relatively close. I think Syracuse is the better squad. I know, again, if they still had Steve Angeli, guys, this spread is like 6.5 points, maybe more. It's just the quarterback situation, which is absolutely killing the Syracuse Orange. But again, Ricky Collins goes from playing some really good teams, had his best game against SMU, whose defense kind of sucks, goes from playing some really good teams to now North Carolina. And sure, if I can count on Belichick to do anything, it's to scheme up a great defensive plan against an inexperienced quarterback. We saw that throughout his years in the NFL. I get that. I think Syracuse should be able to do enough. I'm going to take the Orange at home to go out and beat the North Carolina Tar Heels. Again, UNC's, they've been competitive. Well, they're good enough just to lose. So give me Syracuse to get it done at home. Give me the Orange in this one, -1.5. Or let's take the money line, -125. On to our final weeknight game before, again, we get to Saturday. Let's go to the CUSA. The La Tech Bulldogs on CBS Sports Network host the Sam Houston Bearcats. Sam Houston's god-awful. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't think there's another team without a win yet in college football. I know there's teams who haven't won an FBS game so far. Oh, no, UAss haven't won yet. Anyways, it's UAss and it's Sam Houston, two worst teams in college football. I know there's been teams who have not beaten FBS opponents, oh goodness, it's blanking my mind right now. Like Oregon State, they've just beat Lafayette, but they still technically have a win. I believe it's just Sam Houston, and it is just UMass that haven't won a game yet, just in general. But here they are. Sam Houston gives it another shot. I mean, got to give them credit for trying. Oh, wait, they have to try. Sam Houston goes on the road to La Tech. Don't think that goes well for him. Nope, I don't think it does. Sam Houston's 0-7 this year. Last game against UTEP, a game that I actually thought Sam Houston was going to win. UTEP's horrible. They're so bad. Sam Houston's just so much worse, which is crazy because, guys, like last year was not that bad for Sam Houston. They went 9-3 in the regular season. They just missed the CUSA championship game. They went to the New Orleans Bowl and won and beat Georgia Southern. Last year, they beat Hawaii. They went to Rice and won. They beat Texas State. They won some big games last year. And now look at them. They're horrible. Defense sucks. Hunter Watson has somehow taken a step back, which is crazy because Watson was actually pretty solid last year. They're just such an uneventful football team. And what I mean by that is like you can watch the Sam Houston game and nothing happens. They literally their offense will score in garbage time. Maybe they'll put up a little bit of points early, but you know what the final result's going to be when you watch. They may not score on Louisiana Tech. They may not score. Louisiana Tech's got a really good defense. I know they've lost back-to-back games, and WKU just went to La Tech and won, which was a very surprising outcome, especially, again, what just happened to Western Kentucky prior to that against Florida International. But I'm okay at Louisiana Tech here. They get their starting quarterback back, or Blake Baker is officially back. They were having to start Evan Bullock one week because of an injury to Baker. But Baker's back and he's healthy. He threw for 340 yards in the WKU loss. Their defense couldn't get stops. They couldn't execute when they needed to all the time offensively, and La Tech loses the game by 1 point. It is what it is. First ever career start for Rodney Tisdale. Western Kentucky gets the victory. They, unlike North Carolina, they go for 2 at the end of the first overtime period, and they win it and win the game by 1 point. La Tech's defense, though, is still pretty solid, in my opinion. Again, their offense is getting there. Like, when Blake Baker's firing the ball, they're not horrible. This offense should be able to get going. It's been an offense that hasn't gotten going in the last 2 weeks, one of which, they were playing Evan Bullock, backup quarterback, with the Baker injury. Last week, again, come up short by 1 point to Western Kentucky. And at the beginning of the season, if you were to tell me, La Tech and, WKU on a Tuesday night at La Tech, the Bulldogs lose it by 1 point, I'd be like, okay, that's fine. I would expect actually the Hilltoppers to win that game. It's just what La Tech did early in the season. Their huge victory against Southern Miss, which keeps on aging better and better. Guys, if Southern Miss didn't lose that football game, Southern Miss would be right there in the rankings. Like, they would be others receiving votes right now if they did not lose to La Tech on the road. That's just like how good of a victory that is. La Tech went to Death Valley, lost by 16 points. I get it. LSU sucks. They fired Brian Kelly. I understand. But that's why the Western Kentucky loss is kind of concerning. It's just, this is the perfect bounce back spot. You got to go to Delaware next week, which will be difficult, and then you go to to Wazoo after, which will be very difficult the way Wazoo's playing right now. But a game like this is a get-right spot. St. Houston's offense sucks. The La Tech offense, I actually think fairly highly of right now. Defensively, they've been very solid this year. So I got to go with the Louisiana Tech Bulldogs, get it done here at home. They are 16.5-point favorites. Would I bet it? You'll probably just have to come back on Friday at noon for our best bets, and I'll tell you which games exactly I like the most. But yes, we pick every single game, so I will take Louisiana Tech to cover. Give me La Tech minus 16.5 at home against the lowly Sam Houston Bearcats. On to the Saturday games. We kick things off at the Shoot. The number 1 ranked team in the country, so they say, the Ohio State Buckeyes take on the Penn State Nittany Lions. They say Ohio State's number 1. Do I believe that? No. Does anybody believe that? Maybe. I don't know. I believe that's the Hoosiers, okay? You know it. I know it. The American people know it. The Indiana Hoosiers are the best team in college football. Fernando Mendoza is the best player in college football. He's the most pro-ready player in college football. But it's okay. Ohio State. They'll get it. They'll get it in the Big Ten title game. But I want to say this now, though. There's a chance the Big Ten title game really doesn't mean much. Yeah, it's going to mean number 1 seed. There's a very good chance the loser of that game just is number 2. I mean, unless there's an undefeated A&M team, unless A&M's undefeated, which they may be, A&M might go undefeated. I don't know. We'll see about A&M. Unless A&M's still undefeated and wins the SEC title game, there's a very good chance the loser of Ohio State Indiana is just number 2. Which, now, last year would have meant everything, right? Because winner gets a bye. This year, though, there's no automatic buys anymore. It's just automatic bids for conference winners. So there's a chance that Ohio State Indiana game, yeah, it's big. It'll probably mean a lot more in Indiana than it will to Ohio State. There's a very good chance that game really doesn't mean anything. And okay, they both get buys. They're both going to the second round automatically, and it's just for that Big Ten title, which again, I'm sure Indiana's going to really care for. I really question how much Ohio State's going to care. I know they didn't win it last year because they lost to Michigan, and that's the thing too. They still have a Michigan game coming up. You got to remember that with Ohio State. Like Indiana's schedule, you look at it. I'm so serious. Indiana's biggest test was last week. Maybe it's this week at Maryland. Maybe it is. But I think their biggest test was UCLA, and they beat UCLA by 50 points. They're not losing the regular season. They've already clinched a bye, essentially, in my mind. Ohio State's the one. Well, they got to play Michigan still. So we'll get to that again. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. They got to go to Ann Arbor in about a month. Regardless, though, Ohio State will play Penn State this week. They will beat Penn State's ass. They will. They will beat the living hell out of the Penn State Nittany Lions. Penn State now goes on a run where they have to play the number 1 team in the country and the number 2 team in the country in back-to-back weeks. And it's, 2 teams that everyone says right now, 1A and 1B in college football. Yeah, A&M's there too, but A&M does feel like a distant 1C compared to what Indiana and Ohio State are right now. Not to say that A&M's not good, and Bama's pretty solid too, even though they just struggled against South Carolina. But the 2 top teams in college football right now are the Ohio State Buckeyes and the Indiana Hoosiers. Ohio State, I got to give a lot of credit to them. They're playing good football every single week. They beat Wisconsin by 34 points 2 weeks ago, and Julian Sand put up 400 yards. Sand's really good. Obviously, it's easy. Now, I can't say it's easy to be good, but it's a good environment to play in when you have these receivers. When you have a Jeremiah Smith. When you have a Carnell Tate. It's hard not to be very good. And I'll give credit again. It takes execution to be that good, and Julian Sand has been that guy this season for the Ohio State Buckeyes. In a season where I didn't know if he really was going to be all of that. So credit to him, credit to Ohio State. Penn State, you've lost 4 straight games. You're probably going to lose 6 straight games. You're going to have an opportunity to win at Michigan State, maybe. The way Jonathan Smith has got that team playing right now, I don't know. You know what? No, credit to Michigan State. They covered. They found a way to cover with 8 seconds left. You're not going to hear any complaints on my end. No, Michigan State's fine by me. Yeah, you're not winning, but you're covering, so makes me happy. Anyways, Penn State on a backup quarterback. Ethan Grunkmeyer, he would be perfect for Iowa. He would. I think he should transfer to Iowa. He'd be a great Iowa Hawkeyes quarterback. He's only a freshman. Now, again, I'm being harsh because he's only a freshman, but the way he's playing right now, you would think he's the Iowa Hawkeyes quarterback. Can't really throw, hands the ball off a million times a game. Against really good teams, that's going to get stuffed out and you're going to get blown out. against bad teams or other mid-level teams in the Big Ten, you're going to lose. Now, I was surprised they were that competitive with Iowa. I thought Iowa was going to blow that team out. They were competitive, lost by 1 point, but these next 2 games, oh man, these are going to be brutal. I mean, these are going to be 2 brutal back-to-back weeks against Ohio State and against Indiana. I expect Penn State to get blown out this week. I mean, Ohio State's going to beat them by 40 points. I believe that. Line is set at 20.5. Yeah, I think Ohio State's going to beat them by 40. I know Ohio State really hasn't beaten anybody by 40 yet this year, but if you can sniff out that run game, oh my God, they're so bad. They are. Katron Allen, Singleton, it's been a lot of Katron Allen this year. That's fine. Again, that's the same two-headed monster you had last year at running back, but you've got so many changes. You fire James Franklin, Drew Aller's injury, to me was the nail in the coffin. Because, yeah, you were losing games and you were going to lose to Northwestern, but as long as you had Drew Aller on the field, and I know, again, Aller wasn't having a phenomenal season, but Aller still gives you a good chance to win. You go to a backup quarterback who's barely played, making his second career start this week against Ohio State at the shoe, and he's looking down the barrel at Indiana next week as well. I mean, it's hard to get pumped up for this football team, and it's hard to expect this team to win anything. So I'm taking Ohio State to blow them out. If you stop that run game and force Grunkmeyer to throw, ooh, they are horrible. So I'm going Ohio State to win via blowout. Give me the Buckeyes. Minus 20.5. They should win by around 40 in my opinion. Give me Ohio State. Next up, we move on to our second game of Saturday, and it's a big one. We have got the Vanderbilt Commodores going on the road to Texas, to Austin to take on the Texas Longhorns. I'm so split on this. I am. Hesitantly, I'm taking Texas. Am I confident in Texas? No. Would I bet on Texas? No. Very hesitantly, I'm going to take the Texas Longhorns. I know they're playing horribly. They've been very bad. They did not deserve to win in Mississippi against Mississippi State. Again, credit to where credit is due. They found a way to get it done. But, Mississippi State tried to lose that game, man. I mean, at one point in time, ESPN's probability had them at a 95% chance to win the game. Hell, they were up by 10 points with 5 minutes left, and they had the ball. Like, oh, God, it's just, I don't know. Good on Texas, man. Great on Texas, right? They were down 17 points with 10 minutes to go. And they found a way to win. Good for them. Arch, I think, in the clutch was very good. Not really. I mean, Arch was all right. It was a lot of Caldwell. It was Caldwell at the end. Arch was good in that final, those final couple drives of the half. And then obviously in overtime, Caldwell threw the touchdown. I don't know. No, Arch was all right. He's not living up to the hype. He's not. But Texas gets Vandy this week, and here's my dilemma. Like, Vanderbilt, yeah, they're winning. Yeah, Diego Pavia claims he's the Heisman. Somehow his propaganda has got him to 5th highest on the Heisman odds. He has way better odds of winning the Heisman than Brendan Sorbsby, who's putting together a phenomenal year at Cincinnati, and I get it. Nobody really knows who Sorsby is. Everybody knows who Diego Pavia is, for better or for worse. He's the guy that got everyone the JUCO years back. He's letting Theo Vaughn bang his mom. He's trying to get a Tate McRae date in exchange, but I guess it just didn't turn out for him. He's inviting everyone to Nashville, Tennessee. Good on him. Great on him. Pavia is not doing anything exceptionally well, though. I know what Pavia is. He's a leader. He's the heart and soul of the team. His stats are so pedestrian, man. They are. 10 for 19 passing for 130 yards. And you can say, we'll just watch the games. If you're not box score watching, he does a lot more. And he does, right? Pavia, you can, he is everything for this team. And I think he's just a random backup quarterback doesn't do what Pavia does. But man, his numbers are so just, And they beat Mizzou last week. Bo Prabula gets hurt. He has to get carted off the field. And backup quarterback Matt Zollers almost wins the game on that Hail Mary attempt. I mean, the ball is caught at the end of the game. Ball is caught by, it was Kevin Coleman who caught it, I believe, right? Kevin Coleman catches the Hail Mary. He's just a yard short. And Mizzou loses the game. Mizzou outgained Vandy by over 100 yards, and Vandy had all the hype of getting game day and whatnot. And they scraped by. The reason I'm going Texas is because the last time Vanderbilt went on the road, they lost. Big hyped up game, they went to Bama and they lost. Texas, by hook or by crook, they keep winning. They're a 6-2 team. No one feels they're that good, but they keep on winning, so you got to give them credit. They find ways to win, whether it be, huge come-from-behind victory at Mississippi State. They beat Kentucky. I will say this, though. Texas hasn't lost at home yet. And here's the thing. You're looking at all of Vandy's best moments, that's in Nashville, and you're looking at all of Texas's worst moments, that's away from Austin, or at least away from the state of Texas. I will not forget what they did to Oklahoma and what that defense did to Oklahoma. And here's the thing. I don't think Arch Manning's going to have a big day. I don't think the Texas offense is going to have a big day. Again, despite the fact they scored 45 points against the Bulldogs in Mississippi State, and the fact that Arch Manning threw for 350 yards, I don't think the offense is a major factor of this game. It's the Texas defense. I know Blake Shapen carved them up early in that game. It's going to be the defense, and it's going to be an effort like they had against the Oklahoma Sooners and sure injured John Matier. It's going to be an effort like that wins Texas this game. They will beat Vanderbilt because I believe the Vandy offense is going to get shut down. Final score of this game for me, legitimately 13-10. 13-10, 14-10, 17-10. It's going to be very low scoring, and that's just how Texas, that's not sustainable how Texas beat Mississippi State. If Texas is going to have a chance at anything this season, they're going to have to continue to win games like how I think they're going to beat Vanderbilt. Now, they won't because, they got to go to Georgia, and they got to play A&M at the end of the season. I don't think they win either of those games, and yes, I don't think they beat A&M in Austin, but we'll keep it going for another week. They're going to go, they're going to have 2 weeks to prepare for Georgia. They'll be 7-2, and they're going to get a win over a top 10 team, something that they've already done this season. I think, Pavia, again, he's good. He's a playmaker, sure. I don't think he's a top 5 quarterback in college football like the Heisman odds indicate. Again, I'll give you these odds real quick. Number one's Fernando Mendoza. Mendoza's the favorite to win the Heisman, like he should, right? Mendoza's the best quarterback in college football, and that's not even a question in my opinion. I think Mendoza's by far number one. Ty Simpson's number 2 in the Heisman race. I believe it's Marcel Reed is number 3. I'm checking right now. I believe Marcel Reed's 3. No, Julian Sayan's 3, and Marcel Reed's 4, and Pavia's 5. I'm not sold on the Georgia Tech run right now, but why is Hayden's King number 9 and Pavia 5? Why is Dante Moore at 13? Why is Trinidad Chambliss at 12? Miller Moss, I know he's not having a great year, but Miller Moss. Why is Joey Aguilar in the 30s? Hell, at this point, where's Blake Horvath? Where's Drew Mestamaker? Oh yeah, they're in the 40s. Come on. I'm going to take Texas to win the football game. Defense will win them this one. I'm still not sold on the Vandy offense. Texas is at home. Don't think Vandy's ready for it. Give me the Longhorns. Next up, we go on to the ACC as we go to Dallas, Texas, as the SMU Mustangs host the Miami Hurricanes. I have a lot to say about both these teams. Now, remember how last week we had our game where, I was looking, and I mentioned this was actually a very good reason why, this is one of the reasons why I picked Northwestern to cover against Nebraska, because I immediately saw a bunch of Nebraska fans saying, why the hell is this line 7.5? A lot of Nebraska fans were like, oh, we might win. We're not winning by more than a touchdown, though. And that's just how Nebraska plays. I'm seeing the same exact thing this week. Miami fans are dumbfounded why they're 10.5 point favorites here. I'm seeing it. SMU lost at Wake. They looked like a group of 5 team against Wake Forest. They're going to come back and they're going to look like, they're going to look like the Dallas Cowboys against the Miami Hurricanes. They're going to score every single time they're on the field. That's kind of how I feel like this game is going to go. Miami's defense is really good. Don't get me wrong. SMU's offense at their best can be incredible. I know last week they laid a major egg against Wake Forest, but I'm telling you, I'm very confident they cover 10.5 points against Miami. I'm so confident they do. Will they win? Probably not. I think the Hurricanes will pull it off. I think Miami is still pretty set on going to the postseason. I know they struggled in the first half against Stanford, but they found a way to win and scored 35 points. How conveniently, by the way, they call it timeout with 13 seconds left and say, oh, you know what? We're going to throw the ball with Emory Williams. We're not just going to run it out, take knees. No, we're going to throw for a touchdown and start throwing the ball on your final drive in the pouring rain. Let's get out of here. Let's just take the victory. We're up by 28 points. No, we want the spread. Mario Cristobal just couldn't take the fact that Stanford would always beat him when they were in the Pac-12. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. Obviously, when Cristobal is at Oregon, it's okay. Carson Beck's struggling still. He is. Here's the thing, too. Miami's got no faith in Carson Beck now. I'm watching that Stanford game. Even when they're up big, they do not put the ball in Beck's hands anymore. And Beck made some questionable decisions early against Stanford. By the way, the Stanford offense looked great on that first drive. I was like, oh my goodness, Ben Gulbranson. Oh, maybe he's back. Maybe they shouldn't start Elijah Brown. They marched down the field in their first drive against the Miami Hurricanes. And they had 13 yards of offense in the second half. You suck, Stanford. You suck. Still should have covered, because why is Miami running hurry-up offense with 3 minutes to go to march down the field to cover the spread? Why? I don't know. But it's fine. Just someone check Mario Cristobal's FanDuel account. That's all I'm saying. FBI. Hey, Kash Patel. Chauncey Billups. Mario Cristobal. Anyways, I'm joking. Am I? I am. SMU's going to stay in this game. They will. This is SMU's Super Bowl. They lost to Wake Forest. I think that's kind of a result of their looking ahead, too. I think they thought they were going to run through Wake Forest, myself included, and that they were still had a chance to make the postseason. If they beat Miami, we're in a great spot. Guys, their two toughest games this season, they get them exactly where they want them. Miami at home, Louisville at home. Two top 15 teams, and they're both coming to Dallas. They can win both these games. I don't think they're going to beat Miami, but I think they're going to be really competitive. It's going to be a close game, guys. Kevin Jennings is a good quarterback. I know they struggled a lot against Wake. I'm throwing everything I saw in that Wake Forest game out the window. You're at home and you're playing Miami. If you can't get pumped up for this game, you shouldn't be playing football. They will get up for this game, and the way Miami's playing right now, yeah, you can look at the final score against Stanford and say, oh, they beat them by 35 points. That game was tied going into halftime. And if Stanford doesn't just completely forget how to throw the football, doesn't forget how to play offense, cover punts, that game's a lot closer. SMU covers 10.5 points. Miami probably wins. Mark Fletcher's been big in the run game, but I think SMU quite easily, in my opinion, covers the spread. 10.5. This is a one-score game that goes down to the wire. I believe there's going to be a game-winning drive at the end of the game for Carson Beck in Miami to put a statement victory in Dallas. But yes, the Mustangs are going to be competitive all game long, believe you me. SMU plus 10.5. Absolutely love that spot for the Mustangs. Next up, we go on to the Big 12. How about the Houston Cougars? How about that team? On the road last week in Tempe. Houston, by the way, guys, is flying under the radar. I'll get to that in a second. But they go to Tempe and they beat ASU by 8 points. Wow. And I get it. Backup quarterback. It's Jeff Sims. It's not Sam Levitt. I don't care well, at the end of the game, it's Jeff Sims. I don't care who's playing quarterback. Levitt played for most of that game, and Houston went in there and beat them down. I could not believe my eyes. And it was crazy, too, because a lot of the scoring for Arizona State happened with, well, not only one of the touchdowns happened with Jeff Sims. Regardless, though, I was impressed. I was impressed by Houston, man. This team's been good all year long. They are undefeated in games that Connor Wagman has played in. Or Connor Wagman has played the entire game, and he got hurt in the Texas Tech game at Houston, and every single game that Wagman has started and completed, they've won. They're 7-0 in games where Connor Wagman's played the entire game. And now you got to look at the Big 12 too. And this is what I really want to talk about the Big 12 right now, because Houston's going to beat down West Virginia. Okay, I don't have much to say about West Virginia. West Virginia, Oklahoma State are just by far the two worst teams in the conference. And Colorado. No, Colorado's much better than those two teams. Okay, I don't care they got blown out of Utah. We'll talk about them later. West Virginia on a backup quarterback. They don't know who their quarterback is. Obviously with Marshall getting hurt, it's probably I think they're going to they have to stick with Scotty Fox, right? They got to. Yeah, Scotty Fox is still going to be this team's quarterback, but they're a mess. WVU's offense is not very good. I know they were competitive against TCU last week. TCU's just a big letdown, and that game was in Morgantown. WVU's got to go on the road to Houston. Houston's going to score every single time they touch the ball, and the Houston defense is actually very good, too, against shutting down ASU for 3 quarters. Trust me, West Virginia's going to get blown out this week. So the pick is Houston minus 15.5. I love what Wagman's been doing this year. Again, the move for him to go to Houston was excellent. In this conference, he is very good, and he will continue to be very good again for the rest of this year. And he's got a chance next year to move back into the SEC if he wants. I personally believe he should stay at Houston and continue to win with Houston, especially what they're building right now. Anyways, though, the Big 12, though, so many teams are good. It's a better conference, by the way, than the ACC. Right? We're talking about Miami, we're talking about SMU, we're talking about Georgia Tech, all those teams. The Big 12 is better than the ACC, right? And that's really how we can tier the conferences, right? We can tier the conferences like this. Top of the ladder, top of the mountain. Big 10 SEC, all right? Second level, obviously the other Power 4 schools. It's Houston and it's the ACC, but it's not Houston and ACC. It's the Big 12 and the ACC, but it's Big 12 ACC. And then from there, you get into the group of fives. I'd say it's American, Mountain West, Sunbelt, CUSA. MAC CUSA, I think. Yeah, I think that's how that works. It's just the max, all those teams' record, like, they're not even considered for the playoffs because all those teams lose their non-con games because they go to Ohio State, they go to Michigan and whatnot. Anyways, the Big 12, man, this should be a multi-bid league. It should be. I mean, BYU doesn't play this week, so we can talk about BYU a little bit right now because they play Texas Tech next week. I think they got to get in the playoffs, right? They have 2 tough road games coming up, but I just saw them walk into Iowa State and easily take care of business in the second half. First half was a struggle, do not get me wrong. I'm done hating on Bear Bachmeier. My goodness, was I impressed. And that's what I said last week. I was like, I'm jumping on the BYU train. I'm jumping on the Bear Bachmeier train. You're not going to hear me say another negative thing about Brigham Young. I'm all in. I'm all in on BYU now. I think they can go to Texas Tech and win. I don't know. Texas Tech's so good, though. That team's so talented. With Morton back, too. I don't know. But here's the thing. About the Big 12, you have 4 teams that are right there in the playoff race. And Utah can kind of be around, too. I don't think they can't get in, really, because of their losses. But their losses are BYU and Tech. That's just the unfortunate scheduling of all this. But I'm looking at the Big 12. I'm like, all right, BYU should be in the playoffs. Should be is the thing. But how do they deal with the Texas Tech and Cincinnati games? Since he's 5-0 in the Big 12, BYU's 5-0. Tech is probably the best all-around team, I believe. Maybe it's BYU. And then Houston keeps on winning. I mean, it's a really good top of the conference. Not to mention Utah's winning games. Arizona State's still very dangerous. Iowa State, I don't care. They're 2-3 in the conference. They're dangerous as well. I don't know, man. The Big 12 is so much fun. It is. But in this spot, yeah, Houston should beat West Virginia. They should blow them out. It's just when we look at what Houston has for the rest of the year and can they be competitive and, make a bid for the postseason, they can. Because you look at their schedule, I mean, who do they lose to for the rest of the year? And here's the thing we need to talk about, too, in the Big 12. Again, I'll move on to the next game in a second. I'm taking a lot of time right now to talk about the whole Big 12 outlook right now. But you look at BYU, you look at Cincy, you look at Texas Tech. They all play tough games. There's a very good chance that Houston gets in the Big 12 title game because they just don't play any of those teams other than Tech. They have WVU, UCF, Texas Christian, Baylor. Houston will be 11-1, and they will have a legitimate case to make for the postseason. I'm just saying, watch out for Connor Wagman and these guys. The Cougars are playing great football in 2025. Give me Houston to beat up on West Virginia against Scotty Fox at quarterback. He's trying. He played a good game against Texas Christian. Houston should beat them down this week, though. Give me the Cougs. Next up, we go on to the Big Ten. Rutgers versus Iowa. Oh, marquee Big Ten football, isn't it? I mean, this is what gets you up in the morning. Illinois and Rutgers. Now, Illinois is still very solid, in my opinion. I know, again, they're coming off a loss and a blowout loss at Washington. That's what the Huskies can do to you sometimes. They now add Washington to their losses of Indiana and Ohio State. Again, though, Illinois, to me, they're good enough just to lose to the elite squads. Now, I thought they were going to be part of that kind of elite group where they could beat a team like UW, but they can't. I look at what Illinois has got for the rest of the season. They should be a 9-3 football team. And 9-3 and a potential bid in the Citrus Bowl or the Outback Bowl or wherever. No, Outback's no Big Ten. Wherever they end up for a bowl game, they're going to get a good one. They're going to get a pretty good bowl game at the end of the year, and Illinois should be ranked to end the season. 9-3, with a win against USC and a win against Duke on the road, and probably a 6-3 Big Ten schedule should probably get them in the rankings at the end of the year. And honestly, that's a successful year for the Illinois Fighting Illini. I know they had playoff aspirations at the beginning of the season. Their big game against Indiana felt like, okay, winner of this game is going to be a great position to go to the playoffs, and obviously that was the Hoosiers. And obviously Illinois lost by 50, but they can join UCLA in the club of Big Ten teams that have lost by 50 plus points to the Hoosiers. But anyways, though, the Fighting Illini, they've just lost to good teams. Against everybody else, they win. And at home, they're a very good team, too. I mean, they've lost one game at home all year long, and that's to Ohio State. They've beaten USC. They beat West Michigan, and that's it. They don't get home games. They get 3 now to end the season against Rutgers, Maryland. They go to Madison, and then they take on Northwestern at home. It's a big opportunity for them to win a game against Rutgers. Rutgers pulled off a gutsy win in West Lafayette last week against Purdue. Shout out to Ethan Kalamankis. He threw for 360 yards. Big running day out of Antoine Raymond, too. He had 30 carries for 116 yards. Rutgers found a way to win. They scored 13 points in the fourth quarter to pick up the victory. Purdue took a lead late in that game. Rutgers tied it with the field goal. They got the football back because Purdue is not smart. They fumbled on their first play with a minute left, and Rutgers kicked a game-winning field goal with Jai Patel, and Rutgers won the football game. So good on them. Again, the Scarlet Knights are finding ways. Their hope for the rest of the year is that they can be bowl eligible, and it's possible. Maryland, Penn State, those are your 2 games. We'll see if they can get those. Again, Maryland is still a very decent team. We'll see what's left of them after this week, though, when the Hoosiers get a hold of them. Anyways, though, the Rutgers Scarlet Knights, I believe, will get decimated at Illinois. You look at what they've done on the road this season, and it has not been the greatest. Kalamankis loses at Minnesota. Okay, they only lost by 3 points, but still, you lose to Minnesota, a team that they're very off and on. They went to Washington and got destroyed, and that's all. They went to Purdue and won, but Purdue doesn't count as a really viable Big Ten team. It's the Purdue Boilermakers, okay? Illinois is much better than Rutgers as a whole. Again, Kalamankas will throw for big yards, but as a whole, this Rutgers team just does not match up to what the Fighting Illini have. KJ Duff's had a really big year, by the way, at receiver for Rutgers. He's got 760 yards this year, but I like the Fighting Illini and Luke Altmaier. Again, it's a team that now I have to add Washington to their list of losses, but I mean, it's a team that legitimately has lost to Indiana, Ohio State, and now Washington. And the loss to Washington was on the road. It is hard to go up all that travel to the most Pacific Northwest point, the most northwest point in America, and play that team in that stadium where it gets super loud. That's a difficult task, okay? So I'm not going to put that really on Illinois. I think Altmaier is still very capable, and I think they're easily going to smash Rutgers here. It's a letdown spot, a cool down spot for Rutgers after such a big victory at Purdue. And again, credit to them, right? Getting wins in football is not easy at any level. I understand that. So good victory, especially on the road. So good on Rutgers for getting that done. But I'm going to be going again with the Illinois Fighting Illini to win and cover the 13.5 points here against the Scarlet Knights. We move on now to our next game. Got ways to go in this one. Our next game in Death Valley, Clemson's Death Valley, as we've got the Clemson Tigers taking on the Duke Blue Devils. Clemson's a 3.5 point favorite, which is a little surprising to me, in all fairness. It is. I don't know why they're this big of a favorite. I think this game should be more of a pick'em. We're not forgetting what Duke did in the last game. I know they lost. It's a game they should have won. And that's why Georgia Tech gets such fraud accusations. Because Duke outgains them, they outplay them, and Duke just makes stupid mistakes throughout that game that ultimately lead to a Georgia Tech victory. Georgia Tech easily should have been down 14-0 at the end of the first half, but Duke fumbled on their own 5-yard line. Georgia Tech picked it up and ran all the way back for a touchdown. I mean, literally just Omar Daniels, who returned the fumble for a touchdown, realized the ball was out, and he ran it all the way back 95 yards to the house. So again, good on Georgia Tech. They find ways to win. They do it every single week. More on them later. But Duke should have won that football game, in my opinion. And I know they lose by 9 points, and at one point they were down 27-10. Again, that everything's flipped in the second half when they had no more momentum. But Duke, and they kept stalling out in the red zone. But if Duke puts it all together, this is a very decent team. It is. Darian Mensah at quarterback. He throws for big yards every single week. Again, it's the little things Duke struggles with at times in terms of putting things together, obviously, in the red zone. Turnovers at times. Mensah doesn't throw the most interceptions. He's actually only thrown 2 this season. But obviously the turnovers and the big fumble was a major part of that loss. Really the biggest part of that loss they just had. Darian Mensah, though, has played good football this season, right? Transfer from Tulane. Mensah's has 2,200 yards, 17 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. The guy's played good ball this year. Nate Shepard, their running back's been very good. Cooper Barkate has been pretty good at receiver as well. He's got 650 yards. Guys, why should I pick Clemson? I have faded Clemson so much this season, so why should I stop now? We took SMU to cover. We took Syracuse to beat them. We took Georgia Tech to beat them. Why should I believe that Duke loses to this team? Why? In fact, SMU is less of an underdog than those 3 teams that we picked against Clemson with. Clemson's they've been so disappointing, man. This is what happens when you don't utilize the transfer portal. I mean, I know, again, Dabo's, old school, I recruit guys and we build a program here. Well, it's not college football anymore. It's not. It's just not how it works. I think on paper, Duke's the better football team. And I know it's not all about on paper, but I think Duke's better. I've seen Duke win big road games before. Hell, their only ACC victories, they beat NC State at home, but 2 of their 3 ACC victories are on the road. They went to Syracuse, dominated that team. Again, that's post-Angeli era or post-Angeli injury. And they went to Cal and dominated California. Again, I don't think California is the best, but going on the road cross-country and beating Berkeley up in Berkeley, that's difficult to do. On a late-night spot, hell, ask North Carolina how easy it is to hold on to the football at the 1-yard line. But no, ask UNC how easy it is to go to Cal and win, especially on a Friday night, or they played Saturday night. But still on a late-night spot in California in front of nobody, that's difficult. It really is. And I know Duke did not execute and, really, they didn't win when it mattered and execute when it mattered against Georgia Tech. I understand that. That's super disappointing. They will beat Clemson, man. They will easily I don't know about easily, but they will get Clemson. I have not been impressed with anything Clemson's done all year with Cade Klubnik and whatnot. The They lost to SMU. Klubnik didn't play. They don't run the ball well. They're so pass heavy. If your secondary is any bit worth a damn, you will beat this football team. I think Klubnik's back, or is it Christopher Vizina again, the sophomore out of Birmingham, Alabama? It doesn't matter who plays quarterback because it's not like Klubnik's even played well this year. He hasn't. So I'm going to go with Duke here. I'm going to take Darian Menson, the Duke Blue Devils, to go on the road, and I think they're going to dominate this game, man. I've seen it too many times. Oh, Clemson's the favorite at home. Okay, they lose to Georgia Tech. That game was at Georgia Tech, but they lost to Syracuse at home. Come on. Duke should be able to get it done as well. Give me the Duke Blue Devils to win this game on the road. I think it doesn't get stated how good Duke actually is. And their losses are like, what? They lost to Tulane, who, again, top 25 team, essentially. They should have gotten Georgia Tech. This is a good team. I'm going to take Duke to win the game on the road. Plus 3.5, though, is the spread. I probably prefer that definitely over plus 125. So give me the Blue Devils. Next up, we go to the Big 12. The Baylor Bears host the UCF Knights. Two teams I don't want to say I'm disappointed in. It's just like two teams I don't really care about anymore. And that's harsh. Because we're going to see one of these two teams in probably the Games Above Sports Bowl or whatever the hell that bowl game was. We'll see one of these two teams in the Cheez-It Bowl. Actually, the Cheez-It Bowl is actually kind of a big-time bowl now. But you know what I mean, right? We're going to see these two teams in bowl games at 6-6 at the end of the season probably. But I know what to expect out of both teams now. They're good enough to lose, especially Baylor. Baylor I had a lot more hope on because they beat SMU in a shootout early in the season. They should have got Arizona State. UCF, though, I just don't care about UCF football anymore. At least this season, I don't. Taven Jackson played the WVU game, and they won. So, again, Jackson out one game. They go to Cam Fancher off of the Jackson injury at Cincy, so we did not get the Taven Jackson, Brendan Sorbsy IU showdown I've been waiting for. And instead, right, UCF goes and beats West Virginia in Orlando. Expected because of how bad the West Virginia Mountaineers truly are, but I still don't care about the UCF Knights. I don't care. You went 3-0 to start the year. You put a lot of hype around your team, right? Because you beat Big Bad North Carolina. Ooh, right? I mean, Scott Frost comes out, demands respect. We're not Central Florida. We are UCF. We put some damn respect on our name. And then the next week you go out there and you lose to what at the time was the biggest joke imaginable in Kansas State. Now they're not a joke anymore. They just beat Kansas, and K-State's playing good ball. They turned their season around. Good on them. There's a reason they were, ranked in the top 25 at the beginning of the year. But I mean, you then go on to lose 3 straight games. You lose UCF, you score 20 points. You score 20 points against Kansas. You lose K-State, you score 20 points and lose. You score 20 points and lose to Kansas. You score 11 points, lose at Cincinnati. And then, okay, you put up 45 points against West Virginia, but I don't care. Anybody in this conference puts belt to ass to West Virginia, except for, probably Oklahoma State. Definitely Oklahoma State. West Virginia would beat Oklahoma State by 30-plus points, I believe. Unfortunately, they don't play this year. That would have been entertaining, to say the least. Anyways, UCF's not going to Baylor and winning. No way, no how. Baylor, again, has been disappointing to the point where, I had hope for them. They've just lost key games. They lost big games. Week 1, they lose to Auburn, to Jackson Arnold. You then play Arizona State at home. You should get Arizona State at home. You lose. You go to Texas Christian. You lose by 6 points. And you go to Cincinnati, and Cincinnati puts belt to ass on you. But again, that's just what Brendan Sorbsy and the Cincinnati Bearcats are doing to teams right now. Not even like Sorbsy had a big game either. No offensive player really had a big game for either team. But again, Cincinnati's the way better squad. They beat down on Baylor as that game went on. They won it 41-20. So good on the Bearcats. But again, my point with all this being is I just think Baylor's got more left to offer than UCF. With Sawyer Robertson, who I know, again, is just he's a big play waiting to happen or big night waiting to happen for the Baylor Bears. And again, they didn't get the better of Cincinnati. A lot of teams are going to struggle against Cincinnati. There's a reason I talked about the teams that have potential to still win the Big 12 and go to the postseason. There's a reason the Bearcats are right in that group. Because they are just that good. Sorbsy is just playing that good of football. He's the definition of a dual threat guy who might be back in Indiana next year, but I don't know. There's a guy named Drew Mestmaker who might be the quarterback for the Hoosiers next season as a sophomore. I know Alberto Mendoza's around too, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to be going here with the Baylor Bears, though, to cover this football game and beat down UCF quite a bit. Nothing against Taven Jackson, again, former Hoosier who got beat out by Sorbsy once upon a time. I just believe Baylor's way better. Games at Waco. Baylor, I know, can consistently score. UCF, with the exception of that WVU game, they have struggled to put up big points all year long. You're going to need to put up big points to beat Baylor, like since he just did last week and putting up 40. I don't think UCF's ready for that. So I'm going to go with the Baylor Bears at home in Waco to win and cover the 4.5 points as well. Give me the Bears at home. Next up, we go to a non-con game. Again, these randomly show up because of the two Pac-12 teams, even though the Pac-2 teams, even though they play each other this week. Prime time matchup, by the way. We'll get to that at the end of the video. Prime time matchup on CBS. Yep, you heard me right. Wazoo and Oregon State are playing on CBS this weekend. Unbelievable, on prime time at 4:30. It is crazy. Anyways, though, here's a non-con game as the UAB Blazers go on the road to East Hartford, Connecticut to take on the UConn Huskies. Give me UAB. Give me UAB plus 11.5. Now, I don't know if they put everything in their season, on their season, like their entire year came down to just beating Memphis and beating the team to upset Memphis. And if it did, if that was just their thought process, that's all they needed, you know what? Good for them, right? Because they went to Memphis and they got it done. If Memphis finishes the year, continuing to win, if they go out and win out and go to the playoffs, UAB is going to get talked about on primetime television in late December in the college football playoffs. They're going to be saying, oh, and here come the Memphis Tigers. They're here. We're here in Athens taking on the Georgia Bulldogs, and Memphis perfect this season, except for one loss on the road against the University of Alabama Birmingham Blazers. So good on UAB. If that's what they were looking to accomplish, they got it, and that's a huge victory for them. But I think they can build upon that. I think they can. First game with Jalen Kitna, not as the starting quarterback. They go to Ryder Burton instead, and Ryder Burton is now 1-0 as the starting quarterback for the UAB Blazers. I believe he's a WVU. I believe he's a West Virginia transfer. I could be wrong here, but I think he is. WVU transfer, redshirt sophomore. Played really well against Memphis. 20 for 27 passing, 251 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. Again, new head coach or new interim coach. They go new quarterback, and UAB goes out and gets the victory. That was at home in Birmingham. Now you got to go on the road to Connecticut, up northeast to play the UConn Huskies. It's a winnable game. I don't think they're going to win it outright, but I think UAB definitely covers. UConn's coming off a game last week where they lost at Rice, and all of a sudden, I got to be down on UAB. I mean, why wouldn't I? Joe Fagano still throws for 344 yards and 3 touchdowns. Again, he is everything for that football team. Fagano has been excellent for years now for the Huskies. It's just they don't have much of a run game and their defense struggles. Well, if I can say anything about UAB all year long, even when Jalen Kitna was playing and even when Trent Dilfer was the head coach of this football team, the only thing I could possibly say every single week about UAB was my main talking point all the time with the squad was, well, they're not good defensively, but I can count on this offense to score. And that was with Kitna. I think Ryder Burton picks it up fine, too. They've got a very good, skill player group of guys. You got Javon Jackson, Iverson Hooks is the leading receiver. You got players, right? And truth be told, Jalen Kitna actually was not playing that poorly before they went to Ryder Burton. But Burton looked good in the Memphis game, so let's keep riding with it. First victory all year long for UAB in the American Conference. Obviously, this is a non-con game this week over in East Hartford, but I think UAB is going to be fine. Don't forget, too, guys, Hooks had 172 of the 251 Burton passing yards, which is a little insane, but you know what? Who cares? UAB, hey, Ryder Burton's treating Hooks like Joe Flacco treats Jamar Chase. Get him the ball like it's nobody's business. I'm going to take UAB to cover the 11.5 points. I watched the way UConn played last week and the way that Rice broke them down. I know the run game isn't a strong suit of UAB, but they can get it done on the ground. I mean, last week or 2 weeks ago against Memphis, against a good Memphis team, Solomon Beebe runs for 106 yards, given he's not the lead back. He just had an 81-yard touchdown. Javon Jackson, 17 carries for 54 yards. If you want to beat UConn, though, you should be able to run the ball quite well, and that should set up your pass game at the same exact time. Obviously, again, Iverson Hooks, a major factor through the air. Again, against Memphis, 11 catches for 172 yards and 3 touchdowns is absolutely absurd. I think UAB is going to be able to cover here. I think they will. I think they're good enough to cover this spot. Again, UConn's a good team, but coming off that loss last week to Rice, a game that they were expected to easily handle, I'm going to take UAB to cover. We don't need them to win. We just need them to cover 11.5 points. So let's get it done here with UAB. New era in Birmingham, post-Trent Dilfer here, and now with Ryder Burton, the sophomore starting quarterback. I'm going to go with the University of Alabama Birmingham Blazers on the road over in East Hartford to cover against UConn. Should UConn win? Yeah, they should. I think UConn probably takes the cake in this one, but I'm going to go with UAB to cover. Next up, we go to a military matchup over in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Damn, this is early. Wow, you're going to play 10 o'clock in the morning? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the earliest the team's played all year long. 10 a.m. in Colorado. They're mountain time, right? So yeah, it's 10 a.m. I guess this is wait, it's not spring forward. You get set back, so you get an extra hour of sleep going into this game, right? Or no, is that Saturday night? Or is that Friday night? No, it's Saturday night. It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. Yeah, no, so time change not in effect yet. Time change is the day after. It's on late Saturday night going into Sunday morning. So, nope, that does not affect this Army Air Force game. These two teams, I mean, hey, they're military teams. They're on military time. They're going to show up at 10 o'clock in the morning over in Colorado and play a football game. Cool. I mean, sure. It's an odd spot, but here it is on CBS. You've got the Air Force Falcons taking on the Army Black Knights. Give me Air Force. Give me Air Force quite easily, too. You know, the Army Black Knights are a 3-4 team. They very heavily missed Bryson Daly. That was evident in their first game where they lost in double overtime to Tarleton State. They're a 3-4 team, though. They've gotten some wins. They beat K-State back when, again, K-State was an absolute joke, and everyone was able to beat Kansas State. They beat UAB on the road, and they beat Charlotte at home, again, like expected. Obviously, Drew Messmaker, again, just threw for 600 yards against the Charlotte 49ers. But look at the rest of what Army's done this season. 2 losses in overtime, one to Tarleton State in double overtime, the other one to North Texas in just one overtime, losing 45-38 in a game where they had a chance to win at the end of regulation, do not forget. Losses to East Carolina on the road where they got blown out on Thursday night, short week in all fairness, and the last week going to Tulane and losing. They aren't a great road team. I mean, they went to K-State and won, they went to UAB and won, but the East Carolina game, they looked horrible. They lost at Tulane, and Army's taken on a team in Air Force here who will score every single time they touch the ball, in my opinion. They took on a good defense in Wyoming. And Wyoming last week or 2 weeks ago had Air Force figured out, yet the Falcons still won. It is a 3-point final score, but Air Force had that game kind of in the bag. They kicked a dagger field goal, essentially, with 3 minutes to go in the fourth quarter to go up by 10 points. And Wyoming went out and scored a touchdown at the end of the game to cut the lead to 3, but Air Force obviously wins the football game. Now, Wyoming with that touchdown did cover the spread because it was 3.5, but luckily that was not part of our best bets, because why would we put a best bet for a team that's 1-5? Well, let's make a best bet. I'm not saying it's going to be in the best bet video, but let's take the team that's 2-5 now. Give me the Air Force Falcons. Okay, here, military versus military. I think Air Force is the second best military team this year. I think they are. I think they're better than Army, and this is obviously the game that's going to dictate that. Air Force, we already saw it play. Navy, this is the Commanders-in-Chief Cup, I believe they call it. Could be wrong with that, but I think that's how that works. Air Force already played Navy. Army, yet to play Navy. Obviously, they played the final game of the season in December, in a classic, obviously, every single year. But I saw Air Force play Navy, and they were very competitive. I mean, Air Force was on their ass the entire game, and that's what Liam Zarka does. Now, last week or 2 weeks ago for Air Force, Zarka wasn't as involved in the pass game, or at least, well, he's the quarterback. They couldn't throw the ball as much as they would have liked to, because Zarka has been out here throwing for 250 yards a game. They didn't really throw the ball against Wyoming. It was, chunk play after chunk play after chunk play on the ground. And it's like, oh, okay, Zarka, they weren't involved in the pass game. Zarka had 33 yards passing. He had 150 yards on the ground. Owen Allen, 10 carries, 105 yards. Cade Frew, one of their other backs, 13 carries, 49 yards. I mean, it's a military game. Keep up with Air Force is the question, though. Well, can Army keep up with Air Force? The answer is no. They're not going to be able to keep up with this team. Wyoming played them well. Again, Wyoming's got a good defense. We saw that, obviously we've already seen that throughout the course of Mountain West play this year, but I was a little more surprised that Air Force actually shut down Wyoming's offense, even though I know it's not a great offense. It's still a Wyoming team that needed to come back from behind and put up points late against the San Jose State Spartans a couple weeks ago in Laramie. Which actually it gives me a lot of optimism about how Air Force is going to be able to stop the Army Black Knights. Now, I know, again, it's a completely different style of play, getting ready and preparing for Army than it is the Wyoming Cowboys. They don't play the same at all. Wyoming's just a grind them out team on the ground. Actually, I know they don't run the option Wyoming like Army, but there's more. This is closer. I mean, they're more comparable than Army than I thought. Army, again, they're missing Bryson Daly quite a bit. I mean, Daly, really carried them last season. Cale Helms is the new guy. He doesn't throw the ball like Daly does. He's a big runner, obviously, 600 yards so far this season. He is their leading rusher. You got Noah Short and Hayden Reed and Dwayne Coleman, the other quarterback, who are their leading rushers. But it's just not the same spark and not the same energy Army had last year. Army last year, I'm telling you, they were a unit, and they were difficult. This year, I don't know if... I don't know if they can keep up, at least in this game, with Air Force. And I look at the North Texas game. I know North Texas is a great offense, but North Texas is much better now. And obviously, again, of Mestemaker throwing for the 600 yards. They're much better now than they were in September. So the team that you saw that Army almost beat, way better now. And that game was at West Point. You got to go all the way to Colorado Springs to play this football game against Air Force, who's been putting up points. They're both these teams coming off a bye. But I mean, an Air Force team that's playing with a lot of confidence right now. I got to go with Air Force to win the football game. I'm going to go with the Falcons, plus 1.5 and plus 100. Again, just take the money line. I don't think Air Force is a stop for Liam Zarka, and at the same time, I don't think they're going to be able to keep up with Liam Zarka either. Like, again, once Army gets going, they score, they keep scoring. I got to go with Air Force plus 100. There will be a bunch of points scored in this game. Trust me, the more up-tempo team is going to be Air Force, but if you're Army, you kind of almost have to be up-tempo against this team. So I'm going to take the Air Force Falcons to win at home as dogs. Next up, we go to the other military school not involved in that game, obviously. You'll see them later in the year to conclude the Commander-in-Chief Cup. I think that's what they call it. But anyways, we've got the North Texas Mean Green taking on the Navy Midshipmen. I'm going to take Navy here, guys. I'm going to take Navy, and here's why, okay? I know, again, North Texas is the talk of the town right now, right? Everyone is super high on North Texas. Now, before you hear anything, like, who told you so about Drew Mestemaker? I said at the beginning of the season, he's done a great job replacing Chandler Morris. Dare I say he might be better. And last week, Mestemaker throws for 608 yards at Charlotte. What the hell? Unbelievable stuff. North Texas is officially on the map. Like, they were on the map kind of when they canceled classes for the USF game and they proceeded to lose at home, and USF, waved them off the field, said, y'all should have gone to class. Y'all should have gone to class. Anyways, though, people know about North Texas now, and they know about Drew Mestemaker. So how about the Mean Green going to Charlotte and dominating the football game? Actually, no, it wasn't domination because they were down early. They were down 17-7 early. They ended up winning the game 54-20. So a lot of credit to the Mean Green for getting it done. Huge victory for those guys. I think Navy gets them here. And I know a lot's being made of, Navy hasn't beaten anybody. The weak schedule they're playing, they're competitive in these games. They're close against UAB. They're close against Rice. They're close against Air Force, Temple, FAU. Sure, they are. You haven't given them the opportunity to play a good team yet. Now, don't get me wrong. Is this going to end next week when they go to South Bend, Indiana to take on Notre Dame? Yeah. I don't think they're going to be close against Notre Dame. Now, it's not a conference game, but it'll end their undefeated run. I think they go to North Texas and they win. I think the best bet here, obviously, by far, is going to be plus 6.5 for Navy. I'll be damned if they don't cover this line. I think this offense is too good to keep them, they're going to stay in this game. And I get it, the North Texas offense and the pass offense, they have, as much confidence as ever. And they should, because, again, Mestemaker just threw for 600 plus. Navy's going to be able to keep up. Like Air Force, they score quite a bit. Go watch Navy Air Force. Both teams back and forth. Eli Heidenreich had 243 receiving yards in that game against Air Force. Horvath had 300 plus passing yards. They're more versatile than you think. Again, Horvath is going to run for 150 yards a game. He's going to throw for at least 100 a game, but they can do a lot more than just a traditional Navy team and a traditional military academy team. And these teams, again, Air Force, Army, Navy, they're doing a lot more than just, we're just a triple option team all the time now. We're just a wing tee. We just, we run the wishbone. Those days are gone. Obviously, a lot of these teams, they still run the quarterback quite often. They still run the option type stuff. But they're a lot more advanced than at least they used to be. And they do a lot more stuff, and they can hurt you in a lot more ways than they used to. So that's just a difference that, obviously we've seen over the years with the military schools. But in this spot here, I'm going to go Navy. I am going to go Navy to cover. They are 6.5 point dogs on the road. I believe they should get North Texas here to win, honestly. Because here's the thing about North Texas. They were down against Charlotte. You don't, watch Charlotte play football. They are awful. Charlotte is really bad. They are a bad football team. And we've seen them get blown out week after week after week. Hell, even North Carolina technically blew out the Charlotte 49ers. So, I've seen the Charlotte 49ers at their absolute worst all year long. When I look at this game, or when I look at North Texas, again, they scored a lot of points in them. They were competitive against that team early, though. That you can't have that. Navy's going to put up points against you. You're going to have to keep up with this team. For as much as Navy's got to keep up with North Texas, North Texas got to keep up with Navy. And it's the perfect sell high spot on North Texas. Everyone is on North Texas. If you didn't watch a single ounce of AAC football this season, you did not care about the American Conference, you know about North Texas now because, their quarterback threw for 600 plus yards. This is the time where we counter with Navy. On the road, they're still undefeated. 6.5-point underdogs. Yes, sign me up. I'm going to take the Navy midshipmen to shock everyone, winning at plus 170. Now, what can they do next week against Notre Dame? They can pray. I don't know. That one's going to suck. But then, after that, it gets so much easier, right? South Florida. Then Thanksgiving at Memphis. Actually, no, it is Thanksgiving. Oh, my goodness. That's brutal. That's a tough schedule. And then Army. They started 7-0, but here you go. These next 5 games are hell. I'm going to take Navy to get it done, though, right now. We'll take it 1 week at a time with the only undefeated Group of 5 team left. Give me the midshipmen. Let's move on now to our next game and the final game at 9 o'clock. It's an interesting one. It is. It's a really interesting one. As the Buffalo Bulls go on the road to Bowling Green, Ohio to take on the Bowling Green Falcons. I'm kind of split on this. I am, because Buffalo lost. We had Akron to cover, and we had seen how Buffalo's played, and I've been a big Buffalo guy for quite a bit, but I've been seeing how Buffalo's been playing and how they're just kind of playing with their food, and they, got by East Michigan because Noah Kim and the Eagles couldn't convert on a 2-point conversion in overtime. They should really have lost to the UAss Minutemen, but it's all well and fine. It's all well and dandy. They're still 3-0 in the MAC. Last week, they get a home game against Akron, and they lose it. Ben Finley had a big game, 3 total touchdowns, 2 through the air, 1 on the ground. And that 38-yard touchdown in the fourth quarter, the 38-yard rushing touchdown in the fourth quarter for Ben Finley, that sealed the deal. The former Cal Bears quarterback went in there, and they won the game at plus 320 underdogs. They were 10.5-point dogs were the Akron Zips, and sure, we saw it, right? We had Akron covering. But I didn't think Buffalo was going to straight up lose the game. A team that was undefeated in the MAC and still, again, had a lot of potential. They straight up just lost the game. That sucks. So now you go on the road and take on Bowling Green. It's the perfect bounce back spot, honestly. Bowling Green's not that good. This is a team that is struggling to find a starting quarterback. Is it going to be Lucian Anderson? Is it going to be Baron May this week? I don't know. I don't know who the quarterback's going to be. They started the season with Drew Pine, and now it's been injury after injury. I assume it's going to be Lucian Anderson this week. But they did have to go. Anderson's hurt though, isn't he? Because last week they went to Baron May. Baron May's the third string quarterback. I don't know if Anderson's back yet. If it's Baron May, it should be an easy Buffalo win. I get it. Baron May is a senior. He's been around college football for a while. He's been around Bowling Green for a bit. He was at Eastern Tennessee. This guy's never started. He didn't start the FCS level for Eastern Tennessee. Never started for Bowling Green. Now all of a sudden he has to make starts for Bowling Green. Ooh, that's trouble. And guys, Bowling Green last week, they went to Kent and lost. Yep. You go to Kent, Ohio and lose. Kent State this season now has put together 2 MAC victories, and I was like, they beat UMass. Who cares? Well, I can't really laugh at them anymore. They beat Bowling Green. Not like Bowling Green's some powerhouse, but gotta give the Kent Golden Flashes some credit. They did it. They beat an actual team in FBS football this year. They got 3 victories. They had 1 combined in the last 2 seasons. So good on them. Good for Kent State. They don't play this week, but good on them. So with that being said, who's the starting quarterback this week for Bowling Green? I don't think Lucian Anderson's back yet, so it's going to be May again. I think Buffalo's got to get it. It's just ultimately what this game is 2 very underwhelming teams. And more underwhelming is Buffalo in all fairness, because I thought this team was going to do a lot of damage this year. I was really excited for what this team had, and they've just laid an egg. They were still undefeated in MAC play, so they still had that going for them, but they lost to Troy before Tucker Kilcrease. They lost to UConn at home. Sure, they beat EMU, they beat UMass, and then they let Akron walk into their building and beat them. CJ Agbana would never let that happen. And obviously, again, right, Taquan Roberson starting quarterback now. It is what it is. Aljay Henderson's still there. Victor Snow's taking a step back this season to Nick McMillan, as McMillan's kind of established himself as the number 1 receiver after starting the year really cold and really silent. I'm going to still take Buffalo here, though. I look at Bowling Green. I don't think they can score. Buffalo, they couldn't score against Akron, but I think they can go to Bowling Green and win. I probably wouldn't bet it unless we get official confirmation that it's going to be May starting this game. And when we do, and maybe by Friday for our best bets we have that confirmation, maybe I would go Buffalo as the best bet. But for now, this is just, oh, yeah, I lean Buffalo, wouldn't bet it. But sure, give me the Buffalo Bulls to get it done at home. They are the better team. They are the better team. They just got to find a way to execute this one. So I think they get it done. I'm going to go again. Buffalo to get this one on the road at Bowling Green. Yeah, it's a mess of a game, though. Do not get me wrong. Next up, we go now to the 10 o'clock hour. The 9 o'clock games are over. On to the 10 o'clock games, kicking things off now in the Big 12 as we go to a matchup between Iowa State and Arizona State on TNT. It's the only game starting at 10 o'clock. No SEC start at 9:45 today. Okay, Iowa State and ASU. Who's starting at quarterback for ASU? Is Leavitt playing? Is he not? That's like the first question you have to ask. Is Sam Leavitt available to play? Leavitt got injured. He's been doing, okay, last report on Sam Leavitt. Leavitt undergo testing. I don't know. Because he exited multiple times in that game. I don't know. Again, he had the foot injury. He had the limp going on. I don't know if Leavitt's playing or not. And unfortunately for ASU, you know, you were kind of out of it, but you still only had one loss in the Big 12. You were 5-2. If you beat Houston, which would be a very good victory for you, you still have some optimism for the postseason because look at the rest of your schedule. Iowa State is winnable. West Virginia, Colorado, Arizona. Now, best we can do is Alamo Bowl, which, again, that's not a horrible year. Some teams would love to be in the Alamo Bowl, but not Arizona State, who was projected to win the Big 12 this season. I think Texas Tech might have been higher than them, but Arizona State projected to be very good this year, projected to go back to the postseason. A lot of people thought, and a team that was in the postseason last year, and now they're on the outside looking in, definitely, because again, they're not part of that elite tier right now in the Big 12, which is Brigham Young, Cincinnati, Texas Tech, and the Houston Cougars. Obviously, they are not allowed in that elite tier because Houston beat them last week. And will Sam Leavitt be fine to play this game? I'm going to say no. I don't think they're going to play Leavitt, guys. Here's the thing. Like, Arizona State and Kenny Dillingham, they're trying to build something going forward here. And Sam Leavitt will be part of the operation next year. Sam Leavitt, guys, there's a very good chance Leavitt is the Heisman favorite next year to open the year. There's a very good chance. It'll be his third year starting on an Arizona State team that is projected to be good yet again. Why play Sam Leavitt if he's anywhere a bit hurt? Because you still have 2 more years with this guy, especially 1 more year. Like Sam Leavitt next year will probably, if he has a good year, he'll go to the NFL, right? His junior year. There's no reason to push him back injured right now. So I'm telling you, Arizona State's going to take absolutely 0 risks, especially where, okay, we just sit him 1 week, next week, and then plus the bye, and look at the schedule we have to end the year. West Virginia, Colorado, Arizona. Very easily they can win all 3 of those games, and they'll finish the year at 8-4. Get another game of bowl experience in there, and then move on to 2026. We're looking to get back in the postseason. Just have a good portal again. You'll be fine, right? I mean, that's what I'm looking at for Arizona State. So if Leavitt's any bit injured, which I know he is injured, I think he's been playing injured. If you can convince Jordan Tyson to come back for his senior year, you have a lot building again next season at Arizona State, which leads me to my prediction of Iowa State winning and covering. Because again, I don't know how set Arizona State is on winning this football game. Obviously, they're going to try. Obviously, they want to win. But what personnel will they have? And I get it. Iowa State started the year 5-0. They were a highly ranked squad, and they lost 3 consecutive games. Lost at Cincinnati, lost at Boulder to Colorado, and last week, Brigham Young went there and won the football game. It is a close game. It's a 7-point game until BYU had the pick 6, and Bear Bachmeier did his damn thing again. You're not going to hear, guys, I'm sold. You're not going to hear a negative thing out of my mouth anymore against Bear Bachmeier. I'm not complaining about Bear Bachmeier anymore. Oh, he's just a running back. Nope. I'm impressed. He played a phenomenal football game against Iowa State. BYU to the Big 12 championship game. I'm so serious. I'm full on. All right. We're going with the Mormons. All right. We're full on with BYU right now. I don't even think Iowa State played that bad. Carson Hansen ripped off some big runs. He was unstoppable many points in that game. Rocco Beck just threw some bad interceptions. Iowa State's fine. They hit the big play in that game against BYU. That just goes to show, though, how good Brigham Young truly is. I'm done saying they're frauds, by the way. I'm convinced about BYU. They might beat Tech next week. We'll see. But Arizona State won't stand a chance. Again, I don't think they're going to play Leavitt. Why play Leavitt? Why risk him getting injured in this game? Especially when you know what the schedule you have going forward. You're not going to the playoffs. You're not going to the Big 12 title game. And look what you have coming up. Manage that properly. You have an 8-4 year, potentially a 9-4 year with the bowl victory. Convince Jordan Tyson to come back for his senior season. And you can make a championship run next year. That's where Kenny Dillingham and Arizona State should be set on right now. I think they are. So I'm going to go Iowa State to win and probably dominate ASU because if Levitt doesn't play, it's Jeff Sims. That means Iowa State domination, in my opinion. Give me the Cyclones to get it done at home and finally pick up their 6th win, becoming bowl eligible. Next up, we go to the only game at 11 o'clock to the American Conference, as we've got the ECU Pirates going on the road to take on the Temple Owls. Little surprise of the odds here. Temple's a 4.5-point dog at home in Philadelphia. Really? They've won back-to-back games, and I get it, they're bad teams that they've beaten, Charlotte and Tulsa, but 2 back-to-back road victories, and that game against Tulsa was won on the final play for Temple. Tulsa goes for 2. Like we're seeing a lot of the teams in overtime this year, they go for 2, tie game or 1-point game. Tulsa goes for 2, they miss it, and obviously Temple wins the game 38-37. But they're finding ways to win. I know their defense isn't great, I get that, but Temple's finding ways to get victories right now. And I don't care, I said this earlier in the video, I don't care what level of football it is, going on the road and winning in football at any level is difficult to do. It can be in the NFL, it can be in college, it can be in high school football. Going on the road and winning is a difficult thing to do. It just is. And regardless of the fact that Temple's been the worst 2 teams and the only 2 teams in the American that haven't won a game yet in the conference, in back-to-back weeks, they've done it on the road. They played a competitive game against Navy where they lost by 1 point at home. They played UTSA, they beat them. Temple's winning games. I can't fault them for that. I'm looking at ECU. ECU's victories are not that impressive, guys. Coastal's looking better, but they played Coastal at their legitimate worst point. Coastal was god-awful at that point in time. ECU beat them down. They beat them 38-0. They go to the Teal Field. They go to Coastal. They go to Myrtle Beach, and they dominate the Chanticleers. ECU after that, they play BYU at home. They lose. They beat Army in that lopsided game on a Thursday night. They then go to Tulane and lose, and they played Tulsa and beat Tulsa 41-27. But again, my point remains, who is ECU beaten? Exactly, they haven't. ECU hasn't beaten great teams yet. And, that's the hit on Temple, and that's okay, well, Temple's winning games, they're 5-3, but who have they beaten? They've beaten Charlotte and Tulsa. ECU, that's their same resume. They beat Tulsa, they beat Army. Army's better than, obviously, the teams Temple's beat so far, but Temple beat UTSA. I think it's very close. Now, who's the better team? It's probably East Carolina, but ever so slightly, though. These teams do different things. ECU's going to air the ball out. They have a former Big Ten quarterback and former Michigan State quarterback, Caden Hauser. Obviously, remember that year at Michigan State where they had both Caden Hauser and Noah Kim. Well, Kim goes to to Eastern Michigan and Coastal. And Caden Hauser sees success at Eastern Carolina. Good on him. They throw the ball a lot. They're going to throw it quite a bit. Temple, though, run-heavy team, but a quarterback in Evan Simon, who is a very good playmaker, a very good facilitator, will not make mistakes. I went over this last week. Yet Evan Simon has thrown for 1,600 yards, 21 touchdowns, and 0 interceptions. Now, again, the biggest part of this team is their running back in Jay Ducker, who has 640 yards so far this season, and, will have big games. But it's hard to lose when you have a quarterback in Evan Simon who doesn't make mistakes. He hasn't made a mistake all year long. Backup quarterback, by the way, is Giovanni McCoy, who we saw last year at Oregon State. I don't know why you would take your senior season and go back up a guy. I get it, he thought he would win the starting job, but that sucks. You're a starter at Idaho, you go to Oregon State, and didn't have the most success, and then you go and back up at Temple. Anyways, I'm taking Temple here. I'm taking the Temple Owls at home. I think they're undervalued in this spot. I think plus 4.5 is by far the best play for this. Would I take them to win? Probably not. But plus 4.5 for the Temple Owls, yeah, sign me up for this. I think they get it done. East Carolina, again, it's a tale of two halves, or tale of two sides, honestly, but Temple, they're a difficult team to beat, man. Simon doesn't really make mistakes. They run the ball fairly well. Jay Ducker, Hunter Smith, the other backs, playing fairly well recently. I think Temple gets it done. I'm going to go Temple Owls at home, plus 4.5. When I bet the money line, probably not. Temple plus 4.5, those very playable, so give me the Owls. Next up, we go to a matchup over in Virginia. We start the 12 o'clock hour now. VTech at home against the Louisville Cardinals. Louisville is a 10.5-point favorite here in Blacksburg, Virginia, against a VTech team that pulled off a big victory in overtime in their last game, beating California in double overtime. Huge win. Not like their quarterback did much. Kyron Drones made the big plays in the end zone when they needed him to, but it was a run-heavy. Well, no. Kyron Drones had a great day running the ball. Passing-wise, Kyron Drones didn't do much, as Drones went 9 for 18 passing for 119 yards and 3 touchdowns. But Kyron Drones is at his best when you play him like they did on Friday night. 21 carries for 137 yards. That's where Kyron Drones can be really dangerous, is on the ground. Kyron Jones had 5 total touchdowns in that game. 3 through the air, 2 on the ground. Marcellus Hawkins as well. Like Jones, 21 carries, but Hawkins turned his 21 carries into 30 more yards. Hawkins, again, 21 carries for 167 yards and no touchdowns. Terrion Stewart also ran the ball 14 times for 50 yards. VTech can be very dangerous when they're doing that. Run heavy attack. Pound it down their opponent's throat. That's where they can be so difficult to beat. Now, again, better teams will beat them, obviously, and I know, again, oh, they just beat Cal. Sure. They covered against Cal, though. It was on the fence about that one. They look good, though. I gotta give VTech so much credit for getting that victory. Problem. Yeah, here comes the Louisville Cardinals. Ooh. Here comes Louisville. Louisville's got all the momentum on their side. They're a 6-1 team, and their only loss is to Virginia at Louisville. That's the one game that's just keeping Virginia alive, man, in terms of, like, the way I look at them, too. Like, I'm like, oh, Virginia looked so bad last week. They won at North Carolina, but, oh, they look horrible. But I guess they're top 15, and I think, oh, wait, they did beat Louisville. So, like, how bad are they, right? Anyways, though, the Louisville Cardinals go out here and take on Virginia Tech. Louisville should dominate the football game, okay? They should be able to stuff the run. If they're able to stuff the run, they will be fine. Louisville's also been running the ball in their own right very well. Isaac Brown last 2 games, 300 combined yards. Miller Moss has been better. Moss struggled a little bit at the beginning of the season, but Moss has been pretty fine. Back-to-back games, right? Win at Miami. They dominate Boston College. Not like that was, all that much of a debate. We knew they were going to go into BC and win that football game. But shout out to Louisville, right? Winning football games. They are a 6-1 team this season, and they should be able to keep it going this week against Virginia Tech. The Hokies, right? I mean, that's the best game I've seen the Hokies play all year long, though, against Cal. They said, you know what? We're going to really abandon the pass game. We'll throw the ball when we need to. But let's put Kyron Jones in the best possible position to win. That's running the ball. I mean, that has to be Jones' career high in rushing. I've seen many games where Jones is running for 60 yards. And again, where VTech has struggled all year long is over midfield. Over midfield, they've been awful, right? And I remember the South Carolina game, opening weekend on a Sunday morning, right? They look great up until the point they get to the 50-yard line, they cross the 50-yard line, and they just stall out. So I like what they're doing. They're running the ball heavy. Again, when Jones needs to make a play through the air, they're doing it, but they're staying ahead of the chains every single possession, every single drive, because, okay, first down, we're getting 5 yards. Let's get 6 more yards. All right, first down, and now here we go. We can keep going, right? I think we're solid here, though, with Louisville. Like, again, I think Virginia Tech's playing good football. Well, last week they did. Louisville's, don't get me wrong, still a much better football team. I mean, there's optimism to be had in Virginia Tech. Again, they hit an all-time low when they lost to ODU. I know, again, we ragged on them at the time, and Old Dominion actually turned out to be pretty solid, even though recently they're struggling. And Virginia Tech, since that lost to ODU, right, they've won 3 games. They went out, they beat Wofford, like expected. They beat North Carolina State, and they beat California. And again, the California victory, regardless of what happens for the rest of the year, like, this is going to be their marquee win. This is going to be their trademark victory that they can look back on the season and say, okay, at least we got the Cal game on a Friday night at home in front of a packed-out crowd, and that's what regardless of what happens at Virginia Tech, the crowd's going to show up. At least they can fall back on that. They're not going to beat Louisville, though. Louisville's just too good. The defense for Louisville is getting better by the week. Miller Moss is playing really good ball as well. Again, the loss against Virginia sticks out like a sore thumb. It does. It sticks out like a damn sore thumb. Because if they were 7-0 right now, the victory against Miami and Virginia, who was ranked at the time as well, Louisville would be like number 6 right now. Probably. No, they're undefeated. Louisville would be 4. They'd be 4. It would be Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, Louisville. I know you can make the case. You can make that case for every team in the country. You could say the same thing about Virginia. Virginia didn't lose their one game at NC State early in the season. They'd be number 4. Probably not. They'd probably be around like where Georgia Tech is at 9. But yeah, if Louisville hadn't lost that one game to Virginia, they'd probably be right up there. They just got to stay the course and keep winning these games. And I think they will beat Virginia Tech. As long as you're able to stuff that run game. Kyron Jones will not hurt you over the top. So I'm going to take Louisville to get this one done. Give me the Cardinals here. Minus 10.5 here on the road in Blacksburg, Virginia against the Virginia Tech Hokies. Next up, let's go to the only other game at 12 o'clock. And then, of course, we have a plethora of games and a crap ton of games at 12:30. Here are the New Mexico Lobos going on the road to take on the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. It's weird when you spell it all out. My goodness, the University of Nevada, Las Vegas Rebels, UNLV at home at Allegiant Stadium against the New Mexico Lobos. New Mexico, man, this team's putting together some momentum. They are 5.5 dogs this week against UNLV, and I'll say it now: I am taking New Mexico to cover the 5.5 points against UNLV. To me, it's too many. Every game New Mexico's played this year, they've been somewhat competitive in. Even the Boise game, they lose by 16 points. at Boise. Going to the Smurf turf and playing hell, you can ask UNLV, that's tough. Now, UNLV did score 31 points, but Boise's offense doing Boise things. Boise scored 56 points against UNLV to win the game. Again, UNLV scored 31, yet they still lost by 25 points. That's just what Boise is, and that's what Boise does over on that blue field. But again, compare it to what New Mexico did out there. New Mexico lost the game 41-25. So I don't really think New Mexico's that far off of being like truly really good in the Mountain West this season. There's the tiers in the Mountain West go Boise, everyone else. Boise, Gap, San Diego State, Gap, everybody else. It's kind of what it is. Yeah, UNLV was undefeated up until last week. They were 6-0, but they had a very... I don't know. The UNLV victory at Miami of Ohio keeps on looking better. It really does. That win against Miami of Ohio is great because look at the way Miami of Ohio is playing right now. They're at top of the MAC. I don't know. That's a really good win. But still, like, other than the Miami of Ohio victory, UCLA before they turn things around. Wyoming on the road, it's not bad, but Air Force by 3 points at home, right? Regardless, though, New Mexico should be close in this game. They really should. Look what they've done since the Boise State loss. You beat Nevada by 2 points. You beat Utah State by 19 points. The losses this season are Boise State and San Jose State. And don't get me wrong, San Jose State is one of the most confusing teams to pick. They are really weird. Some nights they look great. Some nights they look god-awful. We'll have more on San Jose State at the very end of the video, so probably in about 2 hours and 15 minutes. I'll have that San Jose State thing, or game. Obviously, you can just go on the bottom of your screen, just scroll to the end. I'm not recommending you do that, obviously. If you're here at this point in the video, I appreciate you greatly, obviously, listening to New Mexico and UNLV and not automatically skipping to Indiana coming up next. But anyways, the New Mexico Lobos are not that far off UNLV. Jack Lane's played really good football this season. I think New Mexico is just kind of, they're there in this. Jack Lane's not going to put up great numbers, but he's not going to make that many mistakes with the football, and it's a team that just finds ways to win. Jack Lane does make quite a bit of mistakes with the football, but the defense kind of bails him out sometimes. And they've got a good tight end, Dorian Thomas, who plays very well. I like New Mexico quite a bit in this game. I think UNLV probably wins because I know they can score quite a bit, but at the same time, New Mexico can keep up. They can. When you get New Mexico in this like shootout type environment, and the 2 games we've seen them have to play that in, Boise, San Jose State, they lost, but they rose to the occasion and they figured it out. I think the victory last week against Utah State's so big time. The Aggies are a bipolar football team, don't get me wrong. But Bryson Barnes at his best day is really good, and Jack Lane, New Mexico, found a way. Again, offensively, they were all right. Defensively, though, man, they shut down Utah State. I know they're going on the road, they're going to Allegiant, but controlled environment, controlled climate, I think New Mexico is really competitive in this football game. And giving them 5.5 points on the road, I think is just too much. So I'm going to go with the New Mexico Lobos, plus 5.5 at UNLV. UNLV probably wins, but we're not going to pick that, so we're not going to bet that. So give me UNLV to not cover the 5.5 points at home. I'm going with the New Mexico Lobos in Vegas. And here we go, starting the 12:30 hour. Here we are, Indiana. Okay, vocals. I messed it up. Indiana. Okay, anyways, the Hoosiers. Let's go to Indiana versus Maryland in College Park, Maryland. Indiana, it's crazy how this team, they went from, every Saturday, here it is, Big Ten football. Indiana's playing Ohio State, they're getting blown out. They're playing Penn State, they're getting blown out. They're in East Lansing, they're going to get blown out. Oh, here comes Michigan. To now, every week, it's like Indiana's blowing teams out. Because it's the exact opposite of what used to happen to Indiana. What used to happen to Indiana is that every week, they'd get blown out. They were the laughingstock of college football. Not anymore. It's what Curt Cignetti has done, and I say it every week, and I give Curt Cignetti all the credit every single week, but it's the absolute truth. They would not be where they're at without Curt, and the way this team has continued to play it is just amazing. So now they go to Maryland. Last week they play UCLA at home, and a lot's being made of, look how good UCLA's looking. All this hype around them. They're winning. They've won 4 straight games. Oh, UCLA, they're back. They won 3 straight games. Yeah, you go and beat Penn State, you beat Michigan State on the road, you beat Maryland, and then you go to Bloomington. Yep. Bloomington is the new Bama. And again, it's not just me saying that. Other people are saying it too. Not just me saying that. Other people are saying it too. All right. Sports Illustrated's saying it. Indiana beats them by 50 points. They made UCLA and Nico Amaliva look like what they were at the beginning of the season. Legitimately. I thought I was watching them play Utah at the beginning of the year. It was worse, though. I mean, first play of the game, pick 6. We're 11 seconds in, and Indiana's already up by 7 points. And Fernando Mendoza continues to go on his Heisman run. Mendoza only threw for 168 yards, sure, but it's because he got pulled in the third quarter. He also ran for a big touchdown, big 20-yard touchdown in there. Shout out to Alberto Mendoza, who ran as well for a touchdown. Brother of Fernando, obviously, the Men dynasty is in full effect. I mean, that ball Fernando Mendoza throws in the third quarter, I know they're up 46 points or 42 points at that point in time, or 45 points, whatever. 39 points, got that math right. But the ball Mendoza hits EJ Williams on is just absurd, man. Rolling to his right, again, up by 39 points, 39 points. Rolls to his right, takes a huge hit, and fires it. It is a missile right to EJ Williams. Williams catches in the breadbasket, and touchdown Hoosiers. I mean, that was the last play Mendoza played against the Bruins, obviously, because then came Alberto. But, oh my goodness, this team. This offense is so dominant, man. They are so good. And the defense arguably is better. Which is that it's the crazy thing to say, but arguably the defense is the best part of the team. They don't give up points. I mean, we picked them to beat Oregon. It changed how people view Indiana football forever. Because this is not just a one-year thing. I mean, this is legitimately a dynasty that Cignetti is building out here. They will not lose in the regular season. They will not lose for the rest of the season. They are winning the national championship. Indiana's not losing another game for the rest of the year. I 100% believe that. I believed it at the beginning of the year. I believe it even more so now. 4 games in the regular season: Maryland, Penn State, Wisconsin, Purdue. 3 of them on the road. Well, one of them, Cignetti's about to turn West Lafayette to just Bloomington mid-central. Because, I mean, it's not, it's like west of Indiana. We'll call it West Bloomington. Who cares? That's what West Lafayette's about to be turned into. It's about to be turned into West Bloomington. I'm serious. They're going to take over West Lafayette that game. West Lafayette. West Bloomington. Perfect. Anyways. Indiana, Maryland this week. I think Maryland's probably the toughest team that Indiana's got left in the schedule in the regular season. I think so. Maryland, though, after they looked so good early in the year, we were very high on what Malik Washington was doing. Freshman quarterback, he's been great, sure. I think we definitely overvalued the Wisconsin win. We didn't really know how bad Wisconsin truly was. And obviously Maryland went right through Wisconsin and Madison. They beat them at Camp Randall. And then, they've lost 3 straight games. They were up huge on Washington. Lead crumbles. They almost had Nebraska, lost it by 3 points, both at home, and they went to UCLA and lost by 3 points. So if you're losing to Washington at home, you're losing to Nebraska at home, what's going to happen when you take on the Indiana Hoosiers? That's what you have to ask. Indiana by 40. Because again, Cignetti, the score matters for these guys. They don't care. They're looking to blow you out every single week. And they did that to Michigan State. I don't think they got the blowout they wanted against Sparty, so then they took it out on UCLA and beat them by 50 points. They're not overlooking anybody. They have Penn State next week, and I'm sure that's going to be domination. That's going to be even worse than this game's going to be, because I think this is why Maryland poses the biggest threat. Wisconsin and Purdue are horrible. Penn State's really bad too. This game poses the biggest threat because Malik Washington's ability, just in general. His ability to throw the ball over the top of your head might be a little bit of trouble. But, I mean, you got a future first-round pick in D'Angelo Pons in the secondary. You've got one of the best pass rushes in all of college football. How do you beat this team? I don't know how you do. Ohio State's the one team that might be able to solve that equation. The one thing I'm concerned about Indiana with is they're not going to play a real competitive game, in my opinion, for 6 weeks up until the Big Ten title game. That's a concern. Because the Michigan State game was close in the first quarter, maybe early second quarter. Yeah, it got away from Michigan State eventually. UCLA game was never close. The Maryland game probably will not be close either. Penn State game is not going to be close ever. I know for a damn fact Wisconsin and Purdue will not be competitive football games. And then, you're rolling into the Big Ten title game at Lucas Oil against Ohio State. That's where I'm a little bit concerned, but they should be fine. Again, I mentioned earlier, it's not the end of the world if they don't win the Big Ten, because the game doesn't really mean that much. You're going to be in the playoffs regardless. You're getting a bye regardless. You'd love to be number 1, but it's just a matter of getting your head on straight before the playoffs is what you really want. The bye will be there. The bye will come. Indiana's going to get the bye regardless. We'll see what happens from there. But give me Indiana to win the football game and cover 21.5 points. Malik Washington and Maryland just have nothing on them, in my opinion. So give me the Hoosiers to get it done on the road. Next up, let's go to a matchup here in the Swamp. We go to, actually, no, this is in Jacksonville, right? They play this one in Jacksonville. Georgia, Florida. They play it in Jacksonville every single year, if I'm not mistaken. At least when the home and I think every year it's in Jacksonville, right? Yeah, every year this game's in Jacksonville, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, Georgia won the game last year against Florida, 34-20. I think this one's a lot closer this time around. Florida in this rivalry game again last year, at Carson Beck and the Bulldogs took care of them. I think Florida can play them really tight. Florida recently has been playing competitive football. They've just lost. Well, they lost to A&M by 17 points. They beat Texas, which I don't know if that's aging well or not, because Texas hasn't lost since, but it's not like Texas is looking the greatest in their wins. And I know it took them to beat Vandy, so we'll see how that one goes. But, you know, good on Florida, right? They're winning football games. You beat Texas. You go out. You beat Mississippi State. They did lose to A&M in between there, but, you know, DJ Lagway, is playing okay. I want to say he's playing well. He's playing all right. He's obviously not doing what they expected him to do at the beginning of the season, and that was be a legit top quarterback in college football. He's nowhere near that. Lagway, 1,500 yards this year, 9 touchdowns, 9 picks. Ooh, that's not good. The best part of this team has been the run game. No, specifically, it's been Jaden Baugh, or especially recently, too. Like, Baugh in their game against Mississippi State, 150 yards on the ground. Baugh throughout the entire season now has put together 611 yards rushing. Defensively, I don't think Florida's that bad. I mean, again, I saw how they played Mississippi State and Blake Shapen. They played Texas fairly well and really, again, got to Arch Manning and really, you know, rattled Arch Manning at points in that game. Manning threw some bad interceptions in that one. And again, losing to A&M and letting Texas A&M score 34 points in you, not a big deal. Again, a lot of teams are going to look bad against Texas A&M with that offense with Marcel Reed. Obviously, there's a reason they're ranked 3rd in the country. Georgia playing Florida in this spot. I think it's close, man. You know, Georgia's coming off that win over Ole Miss. Big victory for them. Again, Ole Miss finds a way to win, though, last week against Oklahoma. That was Georgia at home in Athens. I think Georgia's, you know, I don't know. They went to Tennessee and won. I think 7.5 is too many points. That's where I'm at here. Like, I don't really have it down in my mind Georgia wins the game. I just think it's one of those games where, again, you look at it, like, script-wise, like, just how the game's, you know, being mapped out in terms of, like, how it goes, like, you know, through it, obviously. And it's just, like, Florida's kind of keeping pace. Florida gets some stops early in this game, doesn't let that Georgia offense just get going like they did in their big victories this year against Tennessee and Ole Miss, where they scored 44 and 43 points, respectively. If you can just get stops in this team early, limit the game of Gunnar Stockton, which can be limited, don't get me wrong. Like, again, Stockton's a talent, but is he having the best all-around year? No, not really. He's good. He's not great, I'll say. If you're able to stop this team early and, you know, kind of get into a defensive battle with them, I think Florida can be fine. Again, Lagway is not great. Lagway's not going to single-handedly win you a game. I know a lot of his interceptions, still a majority of that, come from the 5-interception game he had against Louisiana State, which is still ridiculous to look back on. But I think Florida is kind of close in this one. I think they are. 7.5 points. Again, Georgia's a good team. I don't know how well they're going to fare in the playoffs. They still have another big game coming up later in the year. No, not against Texas, but against Georgia Tech in the Mercedes-Benz Dome. That's going to be a big one. But, I mean, Georgia should still be expected to finish 11-1. They'll be a playoff team. I'm telling you, I think they're going to be the number 5 seed because I don't think they're not going to get in the SEC title game because that's probably going to be Bama. Probably Bama A&M, in my opinion, I think. Well, Bama just got to win out. And Bama's played the hard part of their schedule. It's just, can A&M win out? I don't know. They still have Mizzou. They should win out. Yeah, SEC title game is going to be A&M, Bama, and Georgia will be the 5 seed. Here, I'll map this entire thing out for you. The number 1 seed is going to be whoever wins Ohio State and Indiana. Number 2 seed is going to be the loser of that game. Number 3 seed is probably going to be A&M. Actually, no. The loser of that game is going to be 3. Because either A&M undefeated or Bama, regardless, that'll be the 2 seed. So loser of Indiana, Ohio State's going to be 3. Number 4 will probably be ACC winner, I think. Maybe. Probably not. It might be. Honestly, oh my goodness. Top 4 is going to be Big Ten winner, Big Ten loser, SEC winner, SEC loser. And that would actually do really bad things for the sport. Because that would just start the super conferences in every single year. Because if, you just make the SEC or Big Ten title game, you get in. Ooh, or at least you get into the buys. You kind of need like a Georgia Tech or a BYU to keep winning, to just keep everything in check a little bit. I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, I'm going to take Georgia here. I think they win and I think they cover I think they win, but I think they don't cover. I think Florida takes it plus 7.5. Would I bet on it, though? Absolutely not. Do not bet on this football game. Next up, we go to a matchup here. Oh, wow. I am beaming with excitement for Boston College and Notre Dame. Oh, my goodness. I can't wait for this. Wow. I wonder what's going to happen. I wonder who will win, Notre Dame or Boston College. Ooh. Notre Dame's going to blow this team out. Pick a number, guys. Think of a number in your head between 29 and 50. Okay, there. That's how many points Notre Dame wins by. Yep. The game's not going to be close. It is not going to be close. Boston College is so bad. I know, they only lost by 14 points to Louisville on the road. Good for Grayson James, right? Maybe Grayson James should have been starting all year long. I don't know why Lonergan was just immediately their guy. Maybe that should have happened. It's great. Good for Grayson James. Turbo Richard is good, but they've been running Jordan McDonald quite a bit recently. Sure. Good luck against Notre Dame. Games in Boston, sure. I'll give them that. But I mean, Notre Dame's really good. They are. Like Notre Dame, they're making the playoffs. It doesn't really matter what happens to Miami and A&M. Notre Dame's already 12. They got to finish, essentially, you got to finish top 11 to make the playoffs because 12 is going to go to the group of 5 team probably. Notre Dame's got to jump one ranking for the rest of the year. And, look at the rankings right now. You're telling me Notre Dame's not going to jump somebody? They're going to, right? Somebody else is going to lose. You got to compare what Notre Dame's got for the rest of their season and everyone else has got, right? Notre Dame's 12. Miami's 11. BYU's 10. I know it's a tie. I'm just going to say Miami's 11. BYU's 10. Vandy's 9. Like, right there, boom. Like, after this week, Notre Dame's going to find themselves in the top 11. Vandy's going to lose. Georgia Tech's probably going to lose eventually, right? Ole Miss, probably not. I mean, Notre Dame's going to get in. They will get in. They will be a 2-loss team, and they probably should be because, like, Miami's probably going to be in there as well. A&M's definitely going to be in there. I guess the Irish are going to get it. They're going to have to go on the road. Like, I would expect them, like, think Oregon going to Ole Miss, or Notre Dame going to Ole Miss, or Notre Dame going to Oregon. Those are probably the schools they're going to have to go play on the road. But if you're Notre Dame, you just want a chance. And, man, the way that running back room is operating, oh, my goodness. Jeremiah Love, 200-plus yards against USC. Jadarian Price is a monster out the backfield as well. You have 2 amazing runners of the football, complementing a quarterback in C.J. Carr, who is a freshman, who is very young, who is still trying to, figure out the ways to obviously succeed post, Sam Hartman and Riley Leonard era, right? Hell, Riley Leonard just got into the game yesterday for the Indianapolis Colts because Anthony Richardson's hurt. So that's great. Not Richardson being injured, but Leonard playing obviously in the blowout victory the Colts had because Indiana Jones is doing his thing. This game's not competitive though. Notre Dame's going to run right through Boston College. BC's just so bad. They won 1 game at the beginning of the season. They beat the Fordham Rams. Wow. They've lost 7 straight games. Let's count them. Michigan State, Stanford, Cal, Pitt, Clemson, UConn, Louisville. Their most competitive game was California at home. They lost. They're not going to score against Notre Dame. Yeah, Grayson James gives them a better boost. Like, McDonald's run the ball fairly well right now, but they're not scoring. They might, I'm serious, they might get shut out. This Notre Dame defense is very good. It's a team that, you lost Xavier Watts, who is incredible. He's doing big things right now for the Atlanta Falcons in the National Football League. You lose your best defensive player. You lose, a lot of defensive pieces, and yet you still have one of the best defenses in college football. And you have potentially the best running back. Name a better 1-2 punch in college football than Jadarian Price and Jeremiah Love. I don't think you can find one. Notre Dame's running attack is absolutely insane right now. And you look at the rest of their schedule, they're not losing. Navy, Pitt, Syracuse, Stanford. You can't find a loss in there. Pitt's the toughest game. Pitt might give them a run for their money. That feels like kind of a trap, too. Because Pitt's playing good football, right? Ooh, they might lose at Pitt. I don't know. Mason Heichnel playing really good football. We'll see. But other than that, Notre Dame's going to be fine. The Pitt game, though, now they think about it, though, that one's a little scary for that football team. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. For now, yeah, Notre Dame beats up on Boston College. Big surprise. Notre Dame dominates. Sure. By the way, who's Notre Dame's best victory, though? I just need to say that. Who is their best one? It's Boise. Ooh, it's not a great best one to have. Maybe USC? I don't know. No, it's USC. It's USC, then it's Boise. But still, that's not a great resume. But it's okay. They'll get in probably as long as they beat Pitt. But yes, that Pitt game, actually, it's a lot tougher than I thought it was going to be. Next up, we go on to the Big 12. How about K-State? It's surprising. I'll be honest with you. The K-State game the K-State game last week against Kansas was not at the top of my priority list to watch, right? I got the YouTube TV multi-view going on. K-State's not on it. I'll be honest with you. Obviously, you got to go back and rewatch all these games. Not in full. I watch the highlights because I don't got time to watch all the games in full. I'll be honest with you. But especially, the window that I make these videos, and I make these videos the next day after all these games are played. But I watched K-State play Kansas, and again, I keep track of all the games when they happen, obviously. But But a big victory for Kansas State, man. Finding a way to beat Kansas, and you dominate the football game. Kansas strikes early. K-State, no problem. Right? Jalen Daniels scored on the first drive, and K-State immediately responds with 21 consecutive points, winning the football game eventually 42-17. K-State's only a 7.5-point dog this week. It makes sense because of what happened in that Texas Tech-Oklahoma State game. Texas Tech wins the game 42-0. The biggest loss they get in that game, though, is Will Hammond. Will Hammond's out for the year with the torn ACL, which is absolutely brutal. So in his place was senior quarterback Mitch Griffs, former Wake Forest quarterback, started some last year for Wake. He's starting now for Texas Tech. Well, he's starting this week. The big question is, when do they get Brendan Morton back? Because Morton needs to be back sooner rather than later, you'd think. I don't know. Morton, I guess, I saw reports that he was off the injury report, but he just wasn't playing. I'm not sure. I don't know if Morton's going to be back yet. Again, that's a big question mark right now. You can assume, though, Morton will be back eventually, and what I mean by eventually is their huge, and I mean absolutely huge matchup in a couple weeks against Brigham Young. That's the game where you absolutely need your starting quarterback with, because nothing against Mitch Griffs. He's been around college football, but there's a reason. Again, he knew damn well coming into Texas Tech that he'd be behind both Hammond and Brendan Morton. Hammond, big-time recruit who they know is next in line, and Brendan Morton, obviously the guy out here. He's a third-string quarterback for a reason. You can't have him starting big games with your season on the line, because that's ultimately what the Brigham Young game is going to be next week. It is season on the line type stuff. So I don't know if Morton's playing this week or not. If it's Griffs, they still win. They will still cover 7.5, in my opinion, against K-State, because the team's just too good. Like, the all-around team. Like, again, the quarterback position sucks. So you're missing Hammond now, who is your backup guy. But I do think Griffiths can get it done enough against a team like this. You need Morton back, though, again, for Brigham Young. K-State, again, I'm happy for them. It's a big victory. It's a real big win. I thought it was a lost year for Kansas State. All of a sudden, you're 4-4, and you're thinking, yeah, we can easily get into a bowl game. Right? In a year that we looked, we're dead in the water. We lose to Army at home. We lost to Iowa State. We barely got by North Dakota. All of a sudden, you go and beat Oklahoma State in Stillwater in a couple weeks, and you go beat Colorado at home. You're 6-6, and you're going bowling. Obviously, that's not where they wanted to be. Getting to the, Holiday Inn Bowl, the Holiday Bowl is not really where you wanted to be, because you want to be a postseason team. You were ranked, 18th to start the year. But you'll take extra football any way you can get it, I guess. I don't know how much the players want to be in the Holiday Bowl, though. Or, the Arizona Bowl or the Sun Bowl. They're probably a Sun Bowl team. Yeah, they're not good enough for the Holiday Bowl. Ooh. Or the Las Vegas Bowl. I don't know if they want that. Anyways, though, Avery Johnson's been better. Shout out and credit to him. Again, they have adapted and they have fought back since those bad L's they took at the beginning of the year. They're just not good enough to beat Texas Tech. Texas Tech, no matter who the quarterback is. If it's Morton, blowout. If it's Griffiths, K-State will stay in it some, but eventually Texas Tech will find a way to get away from them. It's just the all-around talent on this team. They've got too much talent on that offense, on that defense. Tech's not losing this game to K-State, and they're not really going to be that competitive with them either. I think Texas Tech finds a way to a blowout. Again, the quarterback position's a big question mark for them right now, with Hammond being out and with Morton's availability. If it's Griffiths, fine. I think Tech should still win and cover. Next up, let's go to the Big Ten. Okay, so is Jonathan Smith's ass on the hot seat or what? I'm seeing all over Twitter, I'm seeing Michigan State fans calling for his job. You search the name Jonathan Smith on Google. I'll read you some of the headlines right now. Spartans Wire. Will Michigan State fire Jonathan Smith on Sunday? Where things stand after Michigan loss. New York Times. Michigan State's Jonathan Smith era is just starting and probably soon ending. Yikes. That's not what you want to see your second year in East Lansing. Obviously, former Oregon State head coach had a lot of success at Oregon State. Maybe, that job's going to be available yet again. Anyways, though, it feels like these are like must-win games for Michigan State. So I remember when Michigan State played Indiana, right? Games in Bloomington, and the big thing that Peacock staff was talking about, NBC staff, whatever. The NBC, commentary booth, our team is talking about these guys, these players on Michigan State, they want to win for Jonathan Smith. They want to get a win for their head coach. They feel like they're a lot better than they actually are. And for the first quarter and a half of that football game, I'm sitting there, again, I had still no doubts Indiana wasn't going to win that game, but I'm sitting there like, oh man, okay, they were for real. Michigan State's actually for real about winning. They want to get wins for Jonathan Smith, sure. And then the second half happens, and then it all starts crumbling down. Last week against Michigan, they covered. So again, shout out to Jonathan Smith for not giving up. We'll take the last second cover. Okay, I don't care. Like, I know that big rushing touchdown. I think it was Justice Haynes or was it Jordan Marshall with the big run at the end of the game. Regardless, with 4 minutes left, I was like, oh, we're screwed. It was Jordan Marshall, the 56-yard touchdown with 2 minutes. I was like, oh, it's over. Well, Alessio Milikovic runs down the field or drives him down the field. We had a pass interference call too, and Michigan State covered. I mean, hey, good teams win, great teams cover. Shout out to the Spartans, man. Hey, we'll take it. My God, was Aiden Childs horrible. Do you start Milivovic? You might have to. I don't know. I've kind of supported Childs quite a bit this year. I've said I know he wasn't great last season, but he's actually played not that poorly. God, he played so bad in that game on Saturday. Now, Bryce Underwood didn't play much better. Underwood went 8 for 17 for 86 yards, but Michigan doesn't ask Bryce Underwood to throw the ball and throw the ball for much success. Aiden Childs goes 14 for 28 passing for 130 yards. At halftime, he was at 50 passing yards. And obviously, the uptick in tempo and, we got to start throwing to get back in this game, which obviously bumped up Childs' stats a little bit. Mekhi Frazier had a big day. But, I mean, they could not get a stop on that Michigan run game with Justice Haynes and with Jordan Marshall. The goal for Michigan State should be, and the only way that Jonathan Smith's job gets saved, I'm serious, is if they can salvage a bowl game. And I know, again, I say bowl game. Oh, it's so important to be in a bowl game. Extra funding for the school, and it feels like, okay, we actually kind of made something of the season. Now, are they in line to play in the Detroit Bowl against the Mid-American winners? Yeah. And does Michigan State beat Daquan Finn in Miami of Ohio? Ooh, I don't know, especially if, you lose guys in the portal and no Michigan State guys play. Don't forget, Miami of Ohio, or it was Toledo, beat Pitt last year in a bowl game, the Games Above Sports Bowl. I don't know. I think Miami of Ohio might be able to beat Michigan State if they played in a bowl game. I don't know. So we'll see. And would that be disappointing for Michigan State? You let Miami of Ohio get you. Anyways, though, that has to be your goal. And it's an achievable goal. You're at 3-5. Look at your games you have. Minnesota this week, and I haven't even broken that down yet. That's my apologies. I need to get on that. But again, I've been talking a lot about Jonathan Smith. Penn State, you should beat Penn State. Maryland final game of the year, you should win that. Iowa, you're not beating Iowa, right? But these are winnable football games. You can beat Maryland. You're 5-6 season on the line. Go win a game at home. They should be able to accomplish that. It's not that far-fetched they finish the year 3-1, but it starts this week. So if Michigan State believes that they can really, if the players really want to win for Jonathan Smith and save this dude's job, you got to beat Minnesota this week. Absolutely have to. Now, I've been harping on Michigan State quite a bit, but whenever we put them in the best bet, they find ways to cover. Remember the USC week where Aiden Childs throws a bomb to Nick Marsh, or was it Martin? No, it was Kelly at the end of the game, right? I think it was Amari Kelly. There was a bomb to Amari Kelly at the end of the game, 75-yard touchdown to cover at the end, to cover 14.5. They score 6 seconds to go against Michigan to cover 14.5 or 14 as well. I mean, they've been cover kings all year long. They don't win, but they cover. I think they can actually beat Minnesota. When I play Moneyline, no, I'm probably going to play 4.5 and hope they backdoor cover that as well. But Minnesota looked so bad last week at Iowa. And I get it, that's what Iowa can do. But here's my thing. Again, Michigan State has struggling offense. Sure, Iowa's always a struggling offense, and Iowa scored 41 points on Minnesota. Drake Lindsey looked horrible, and I get it, it's a good defense, but I think Michigan State should be able to stuff the Gophers quite a bit. I think it's a very winnable game. I know Minnesota, 2 games prior to that, beat Purdue and beat Nebraska both at home, and they're actually a very good home team. They haven't lost so far in Minnesota, beating Buffalo, Northwestern State, Rutgers, Purdue, and Nebraska, but I think this is low-key not a bad spot for Michigan State. Yeah, again, Sparty's playing bad. They're not actually playing as bad as the record indicates, though. Other than the UCLA loss. That one was bad. I think Michigan State can get it done. Would I bet the money line? Hell no. Don't expect this team to win a football game. Plus 4.5, and I'm serious. If they don't win this game, Jonathan Smith is getting fired. I think so. Maybe they give him the Penn State game, but I think no, this is the perfect spot where they fire him. You're playing Minnesota. You don't win. You've got a bye week. You can find the interim head coach and figure things out from there. Job is on the line for Jonathan Smith. This game's more than just, Minnesota, Michigan State, who gives a damn game to, bad teams. Well, I guess Minnesota's probably going to be a bowl game. But you know what I mean. This is a lot more for Michigan State, for Jonathan Smith. They need to win this. Give me Sparty to win. Can't believe I'm doing it. Give me Michigan State. Next up, we go to a matchup in the ACC. Again, nothing screams Atlantic Coast football more than the Stanford Cardinal hosting the Pittsburgh Panthers. This is what gets you up in the morning in the ACC, right? On the ACC network at that as well. Unfortunately, I will not be attending this game this week. I really enjoy attending bad Stanford ACC football, but you know what, guys? I think I'm going to hang it up all year long on Stanford ACC ball. Actually, no, Notre Dame, they still play them. But that's not an ACC game, right? So I don't think I'm going to see another Stanford ACC game the rest of the year in person. Stanford's playing Pitt. For as much as I want to say Pitt blows them out, it's something about Stanford in that stadium. I don't know. I got close to saying, Stanford just sucks. Give me Pitt minus 14.5. I thought the same way in the BC game. And I get it, BC is not what we thought BC was. But the 3 games Stanford's played at home this year, they've looked really good. They are undefeated at home. I'm not telling you they beat the Pitt Panthers. The Pitt Panthers will win this game. I fully believe that. But Stanford just needs to cover 14.5 points. It can be done. And you know how it can be done? You bench Bengal Branson. That's how it can be done. It needs to be over. Bengal Branson can go back in retirement. He can, get a job, make a lot of money. Because apparently he's a very smart dude. Good on him. It's Elijah Brown's team. Modern day quarterback. I think, was he Bosco? No, he's modern day quarterback. Very highly recruited. He's still a redshirt freshman. Play him. He's the future of Stanford Cardinal football. You have no reason not to play him. You're 3-5. Yeah, you could get into a bowl game still. You're not, because you would need to beat Pitt, North Carolina, and Cal, because you're not going to beat Notre Dame. They could beat North Carolina and Cal, honestly, though. Like, a 5-win season is actually not that crazy to think of for Stanford, which is crazy because, if you could have just beaten Hawaii, which you should have done, they'd be going bowling. This crappy team would be going to a bowl game. I mentioned it earlier when we were talking about Miami. That first drive for Stanford was so impressive. Tabs running all up and down the field. Branson's actually making good reads. They had 11, anyway, I think it was like 18. I don't know the exact number. It was in the teens, though. They had, let's just say, 15 yards of offense in the second half. And that sounds crazy. It's not an over-exaggeration. That's legitimately what happened. They couldn't move the ball in the second half. It was a joke. It made me embarrassed that I grew up a Stanford Cardinal fan. I have no association with them anymore. Okay, I don't. Okay, I grew up with Toby Gerhart, and then eventually Andrew Luck and Ty Montgomery, and eventually Christian McCaffrey. I was a lot older then, right? But I grew up watching Toby Gerhart, run his face mask into guys. That's just not what the Stanford Cardinal are anymore. Okay, I grew up with hardball Stanford football. Not anymore. It was pretty quickly David Shaw, but you know what I mean, right? At least from the time where I started watching college football. It was pretty quickly David Shaw. Anyways, though, I think they can cover 14.5. I got so close to taking Pitt, but I was like, look at the way Stanford's played at home all year long. They beat Boston College, they beat SJSU, they beat Florida State. You gotta start Elijah Brown. You have to. Pitt scoring points, right? Look at the last 3 games Pitt's played. Last 4 games Pitt's played. 48 points against Boston College, 34 points against Florida State, 30 points against Syracuse, and 53 points at home against NC State. And the quarterback change from Eli Holstein to Mason Heichnel was actually a good one. I was very shocked they did it, but they pulled the trigger. Now, don't get me wrong, Eli Holstein is going to be one of the biggest sought-out names in the portal this offseason. Now, I don't know if he's going to be. He's going to have 2 years of control. The only thing about him is that he did get benched, and there's going to be a lot of starting quarterbacks going out in the portal. But Holstein will probably find a job, I believe, in the ACC somewhere. There will be spots for him. If not, the group of 5 will be all over him. I think Holstein's actually good enough to play in the Power 4. You know where I would like to see him play? I like seeing him in the Pac-12. I know it's not going to be Power 4, but actually, thinking about this, I really like Eli Holstein at Boise. I know Maddox Madsen will be back next year. He's not going to sit by Maddox Madsen. Where could he go? I don't know. There's spots for him. I wouldn't mind seeing him at Fresno State. They're going to need a quarterback. If I'm Fresno, I'm throwing the book at Eli Holstein if I'm Fresno. First year in the Pac-12, absolutely, actually. Yeah, that's kind of my wish for Fresno State. They go out and get Eli Holstein. But Heichnel's been really good. Pitt scoring points every single week. Again, we talked about the tough game for Notre Dame coming up is the Pitt Panthers. That's the one. And by the way, Pitt has that game off a bye week. That game's dangerous. But you know who's dangerous? The Stanford Cardinal at home, especially if Elijah Brown plays. I'm taking Stanford to cover 14.5. Would I bet it? No, don't do it. Do not bet this game. There's so many better games to bet on, but it's a thing too. Travel across country. It's the one trip out west Pitt makes the entire season. Same thing we could say about Boston College. Same thing we said about Florida State. They make one trip to California. And you go to Stanford. You play in a building with nobody in attendance. It's a weird, eerie vibe. Pitt gets the benefit of playing midday rather than BC and FSU that played at, 11 o'clock their time when the game started. But I think Stanford's kind of competitive. Give me Cardinal plus 14.5. Let's go Andrew Luck and the guys. Start Elijah Brown now. He needs to be your starting quarterback, and I can start taking Stanford a little bit seriously. Give me Stanford plus 14.5. Next up, we go to a matchup here in the CUSA. We have the Liberty Flames on the CBS Sports Network hosting the Delaware Blue Hens. I'm doing it again. I'm fading Liberty. Guys, I don't hate Liberty University at all, okay? I don't, all right? I actually follow Liberty basketball quite a bit. Shout out to Darius McGee. No longer there, obviously, now. But, I like the Flames quite a bit in basketball. I'm old enough to remember when they used to play in the A-Sun. And, I actually went to a Liberty NCAA tournament game in 2019. I like Liberty. I really do. I loved watching them with Malik Willis at quarterback. Again, I like Liberty. I don't like what they have right now. I don't. And I know, they've won back-to-back games. That's fake, man. That's so fake. You beat UTEP, don't care. You beat New Mexico State, don't care, okay? New Mexico State sucks, all right? More on them in a second. I think they're next. I hope they're next because I really want to rag on New Mexico State. I do. Okay, yes. Wow, I have a lot to say about Logan Fife. I have a lot to say about you, Logan Fife. So I don't care about Liberty's last couple wins. I'm going to be honest with you. They're a 3-4 team, and sure, their losses actually aren't that bad looking back at them. Jack State, okay, good team. Bowling Green, it's a bad loss. JMU, Old Dominion, okay. It's just even Vasco struggles so much. And even in the wins, it's not like, okay, it's not like, oh, wow, look how well Ethan Vasco's playing. They just get by against UTEP. They barely get by against New Mexico State. They do nothing all that impressively. Delaware scores, and they score points. Nick Minchiucci, he puts up numbers. He does. He's a quarterback who believes in himself, believes in his team, and believes they can win every single game that they play. Minchiucci, again, he's a threat in the red zone running, but it's just more of an air him out style. Again, he threw for 422 yards a couple weeks ago. His leading receiver is Kyrie, not Dricus Duplessis. But Minchiucci every single week is throwing for around 300 yards a game. It's just what he does. And Delaware, a 4-3 team, obviously not eligible for a bowl game, right? I think do those rules still apply? I hope they got rid of them, but I don't think they did. Obviously in that adjustment period, the transition period, making their way obviously from the G5, the FCS, same school by the way that Joe Flacco played at, the Delaware Blue Hens. They've done a great job in their first year in the FBS level, man. Wins over UConn, FIU, Middle Tennessee. All those games, share the same thing, though. They are shootouts that Delaware goes out and wins. I don't think Liberty can win a shootout. So the question you have to ask yourself now about this game is, who can win their style of football? Can Liberty win this low-scoring, boring, Vasco throws for 180 yards and they win style of game? I know, they scored 30 points in New Mexico State. Don't care, okay? Can Liberty win that type of game? Or can Delaware just start to put it on this team and force Liberty to stay in it, and catch up with them? I know the game's in Liberty. I think Delaware is going to play their style of game more effectively. The game I always look at with this team is that they beat UConn. Sure, have they won the road yet at the FBS level? Once, FIU. And beating FIU in Pitbull Stadium in Miami is not the toughest feat. I get it. But I'm going to go with the Delaware Blue Hens here. I like Minchiucci quite a bit. I'm still not sold on the Liberty Flames. Their defense is good. I'll give them that. Their defense keeps them in every single game that they play. They held, it's not that hard to hold UTEP to 8 points. If they did, they held ODU to 27, JMU to 31, giving their team kind of a chance to win. I think Delaware, though, is going to put it on the squad, and I just don't think Liberty has the offensive firepower to stay in it. So I'm going to go with the Delaware Blue Hens and Nick Minchiucci to win the football game in Virginia. Delaware is a 3.5-point dog here, so if you want to bet the game, I'd probably just take the 3.5 points because, we just saw Liberty beat New Mexico State at home by 3 points. But if you're feeling, risky, go with the money line for Delaware. It's 100% playable as well. But I'm going to go Delaware plus 3.5 on the road in Virginia against the Liberty Flames. Next up, we go on to a matchup. Here we go. CUSA football. Here they are. The New Mexico State Aggies. Logan Fife. Oh, do I have a lot to say about you. You suck. No, okay, I'm sorry. I'm sure Logan Fife is a great human being. I've actually watched Logan Fife play football in person. I have. It's actually the first Fresno State football game I ever went to. 3 years ago, I watched Logan Fife play football. We went to the game. We were disappointed Jake Haener was hurt. So that was Logan Fife. And we saw Fresno State actually beat San Jose State. Actually, I've never watched Fresno State lose. I've watched every single Fresno game I've gone to, they've won, which is actually crazy. But, it's just like, Fresno State, man. Fresno State gets rid of Logan Fife. Logan Fife hangs around that school for quite a bit. He's there through the Jake Haener era. He's there through the Mikey Keene era, and eventually he goes to the CUSA or goes to the FCS level. So Logan Fife again can't start at Fresno. He just backed up Jake Haener, goes to the FCS, and plays fairly well. Okay, plays well enough at Montana last season to the point where he is offered a job back in the Group of 5 level, and that job is for the New Mexico State Aggies, looking for a veteran quarterback who, by the way, the CBS Sports Network was putting over big time. Oh, like the vet Logan Fife. He's been there, done that. He's seen everything. He's an experienced college football quarterback, which he is. Is he a great starting quarterback in college football? Not really. So what Logan Fife did last week, New Mexico State's banned, okay? Actually put some U.S. currency on New Mexico State to win a football game. That's where I messed up first, okay? Shouldn't have done it. Should not have actually put money on New Mexico State, but I did, okay? Logan Fife threw 4 interceptions. Somehow New Mexico State still was in the game, took it to overtime, and Fife threw his 4th interception. Again, you want my full reaction and in-depth reaction, Greedo plays clips on TikTok. We talked about that, and you get my real reaction to that game because I record the TikToks as soon as they happen. And obviously, I'm emotionally invested into it because I just lost money watching the game. So, you can get my real cold, hard opinion on that game. But what I will tell you is New Mexico State sucked in that game. They need to play TK King more. They need to run through TK King more. When they set TK King in motion, they got him the ball. He was an actual playmaker. They got maybe their best playmaker of the football 3 times. Same guy who had 132 receiving yards against Sam Houston State. Embarrassing. They're playing WKU, a team that, I was super down on. You lost at home to FIU. Made absolutely no sense. I've been pumping up the Hilltoppers all year long. Oh, they're one loss to Tucker Gleason at the Glass Bowl. They're fine. They're gonna beat down FIU. They lose by 19 points. So I'm like, all right, we're done with them. They go to La Tech, great defense. They somehow beat La Tech in overtime. Make it make sense. Again, that's the CUSA at its finest. But that's the beauty of the Conference USA, and that's why we talk about every single one of these games. That's why I don't just do the Power 4 games because this means more. This means more than obviously just the Power 4 games, right? We're here to talk about every single college football game, and this gets crazy at the end of the season when we're talking about Sam Houston playing FIU, and if FIU wins, they get their 3rd win of the year. I'm so excited, right? But a game like this, I expect WKU to dominate. Guys, Logan Fife, this guy's been committed to playing college football since 2019. That's pre-pandemic. Think about where you were at in 2019 and what you were doing in 2019. Yeah, Logan Fife was committed to play to Fresno State in 2019. And the guy's still playing college football. And it's not even like he's that good, which is the problem. Like, dude, how have you been around college football this long and you're still not at least a serviceable starter at the CUSA level? You let Missouri State pick you off 4 times. Western Kentucky should dominate. New Mexico State has an inept offense. Guys, I sat there and watched a full New Mexico State-Missouri State game. I watched the full game. Because that's what I get to do on the weekday games, because that's the torture the CUSA puts me through. I don't get to just result to highlights. I don't want to watch the entire game. Highlights. I'll watch a 15-minute video and I'll get a pretty good sense of what happens in the game. Nope. CUSA, they run their game standalone on Wednesdays and Tuesdays, so I have to watch them. Thank goodness Maction's back next week. You notice there's no Mac games this week because they're all playing on Tuesday. There's a couple. There's one coming up, but still, it's not. I think there's one Mac game this entire slate. But this is what the CUSA puts me through. They make me watch New Mexico State football, and I hate it. I absolutely hate it. Western Kentucky should beat them down. WKU should beat them down. Starting quarterback, obviously, right? Maverick did not play their last game, injury, so Rodney Tisdale started. I believe Maverick was hurt. He had to have been. Rodney Tisdale started that game. Tisdale's really good. Picked up his first victory. I think that's a guy they can look to going forward. Again, I don't know who the starting quarterback's going to be. If Tisdale continues to play well, it probably won't be him. It'll be Maverick. But Tisdale's a freshman. Again, future's very bright in my opinion for him. Played a good game, won the game on the road, and kind of a tough environment, but beating a good defense. And Blake Baker and that team, and at La Tech, we talked about Blake Baker earlier. That's a guy who's going to throw for yards. They're going to put up points. La Tech plays good defense as well, and WKU went in there and beat them and won in overtime. So, impressive win for Western Kentucky. That's one I can get behind, one I can really say, okay, like, I'm kind of back on Western Kentucky right now. They'll blow out New Mexico State. I get it. Oh, New Mexico State, they played close games. They played Liberty close. I don't care about Liberty football, okay? Western Kentucky should blow them out. Give me Rodney Tisdale and WKU. This should be a blowout in Bowling Green, -9.5 for the tops. Hill toppers. They'll top New Mexico State. They'll top them. Let's go to the Mountain West. Another team I have a lot to say about. Fresno State, what are you doing? E.J. Warner's not hurt. At least that's game day that they said, or at least on broadcast, E.J. Warner's been benched. Okay. E.J. Warner's been benched. It's Carson Conklin is the starting quarterback. Even though throughout the week, the head coach, Matt Entz, has been saying that E.J. Warner is the starting quarterback. E.J. Warner had that team at 5-2. And I get it, his stats weren't great, but they were a 5-2 football team. And you bench E.J. Warner. Why? You just paid him a bunch of money in the offseason. He's been getting better throughout the year. And sure, you took a bad game against Colorado State and completely pinned it on him. He threw a lot of picks in that game, whatever. That was a disgusting performance against San Diego State. It's your homecoming. You're on Fox Sports 1 at 12:30. Big midday spot. National TV. You're not relegated to the Mountain West Network. You're in a big spot. And you put up 0 points. Guys, if Fresno State thought E.J. Warner was bad, I don't know what to describe Carson Conklin. They didn't score. They lost their identity. And this is what San Diego State didn't know who the starting quarterback was going to be. And they scouted him just fine. They said, all right, we're going to take away this run game. Rayshawn Luke, Bryson Donaldson, we're going to take them away. Can't run the ball on us. Beat us over the top. Yeah. Fresno State, Carson Conklin completed I don't even know if he reached 100 yards throwing balls to his receivers. A lot of the balls he completed were just straight checkdowns to Rayshawn Luke, to Elijah Gillum. It was a horrible display of football. And Jaden Dennegal really didn't even do anything for SDSU. Lucky Sutton just beat up Fresno on the ground the entire game, and obviously San Diego State wins it 23-0. It's not like SDSU even played all that well. Fresno just played like crap. Conklin played at Sacramento State. He was a Sac State starter last year. He was good at Sacramento State. What you need to do is you need to sit him down. This is his redshirt year still. I believe you can still redshirt this year. Yeah, I can. And you need to play E.J. Warner for the rest of the season. And especially, if you think you can go to Boise State and beat that team with Carson Conklin, oh my goodness. I don't know who starts. Even if Warner starts, it's like, all right, well, you've benched him for a week. He's off, and now, go play on the Smurf turf. Have fun in Boise. Brother. Boise State's firing on all cylinders. Yes, did they have a very unimpressive victory against Nevada? It was. It was a cool down spot. They beat up on UNLV, put up 56 points on the other best team in the Mountain West, which I guess maybe San Diego State in 2 weeks. That's going to be a big matchup where I think Boise probably still blows them out. But, let down spot. They won by 21 points. Okay. Now you get Fresno State. You're back in Boise on the blue turf. They're not losing on the blue turf. They're not. Right? Boise hasn't lost on the blue turf since 23, if I'm not mistaken. No, yeah, UCF beat them on the blue turf in 23 when Taylor Greedo was still the starting quarterback. They don't lose on the Smurf turf. They're not going to lose on the Smurf turf here. Mark Madsen's doing just enough this season. He's playing all right. Dylan Riley's been the main focus, and Sayer Gaines. They've got some really good backs. Again, I guess just Boise State is RBU at this point, obviously, post Ashton Genty. Fresno State, SDSU completely took away their run game. I think SDSU's got a better defense than Boise's does, obviously. I don't say obviously, but it's Boise's offense, which makes them very damn good. But the blueprint is so out there now to beat Fresno State, especially if it's Carson Conklin again. E.J. Warner can still produce a little bit. You brought him in to make big-time throws. You brought him in there you brought E.J. Warner in to win big games. And you're not even going to give him the opportunity? He was playing so much better against Hawaii, against Nevada. You don't win the Hawaii game without E.J. Warner. And you go to Colorado State, he has one bad game, throws 3 picks, throws for 350 yards, you bench him on homecoming in his senior season? For a guy who puts up 0 points? Disgusting. Disgusting. Boise State minus 17.5 at home on the Smurf turf. They beat down Fresno State. Next up, we go to the Sun Belts. Old Dominion on the road is a 14.5-point favorite against the ULM Warhawks. When I initially saw these odds, I was like, really? Like, I don't know about that. It's kind of crazy odds for this game, considering, you know, ODU's good, but they're really not. They haven't been playing the best football recently. So I was hesitant initially picking this game, and I was like, oh, wait. Yeah, UL Monroe's been just that bad. Like, oh, God. The Warhawks have been horrible. They have been consistently one of the worst teams in football all year long. I guess are they committing to Landon Graves now as their starting quarterback? I guess they are. Aiden Armetta has been the guy all year long. Armetta's been very just mid all season. Landon Graves gets to start against Southern Miss and literally just puts up the most typical Aiden Armetta stat line ever. That's legitimately what it is. Aiden Armetta, I'll tell you, okay, Armetta this season averages 140 yards passing and a touchdown to pick every single game. What does Landon Graves do? He throws for 103 yards, 46% completion rate, a touchdown, and 2 picks. He puts up the Aiden Armetta stat line. They're both sophomores, but now it's very evident, like, okay, it's not a quarterback thing. Maybe it is. Maybe both your quarterbacks suck. I don't know. It's just your team's not very good and your system's not very good for starting quarterbacks. Just ULM has been the laughing stock of the Sun Belt all year long. They somehow beat Arkansas State, which still does not make sense to me. I don't know how that game happened. But it's just been a struggle for them. I mean, last year Armetta was not the starter last year to start the season. It was General Booty. And Armetta in his freshman year takes over the starting job. But, I mean, I don't know. When's the last time ULM was good? I mean, I don't know. When's the last time ULM made a bowl game? Because throughout, I don't know. ULM's not a team that I've, when I was a kid, I was paying attention to. But, I pride myself on watching every single bowl game. Has ULM ever made a bowl game? Because I don't think I've seen them play in a bowl game, ever. Oh my goodness, they haven't played in a bowl game. This is crazy. They have not played in a bowl game. That's insane. ULM is still yet to play in a bowl game, at least in the last decade. They played in the Independence Bowl in 2012. You haven't been in a bowl game since 2012. Wow. That's crazy. Well, it won't be this year. I mean, it sure as hell won't be this year. They're not going anywhere this season. That's actually insane. 2012. You've been 13 years out of a bowl game. I mean, if they went out, they could get into a bowl game, but they're not going to beat Old Dominion, and they're not going to beat, probably not, South Alabama. They could get South Alabama, but probably not. Their offense is just so bad. It is one of the worst offenses you can watch. They're the Northwestern of the Sun Belt. I wouldn't want to be the Northwestern of the Big Ten. But you're the Northwestern and Sun Belt. But no, it's different. At least Northwestern plays decent defense some games. UL Monroe defensively sucks. And yeah, USM, Southern Miss is good. They're a really good lineup, really good team. Again, I've hyped them up all year long. I've talked about, again, Marshall to USM, and they've really put it together there. But you let up 49 points against them. Troy puts up 37 against you. You let Northwestern score 42 on you. Come on, man. I mean, and ULM is just one of these teams that they sign up every year. Oh, we'll take a beating. We'll go to Bama and lose. We'll go to Texas and lose like they did last year. We made Arch Manning look great last season. They've lost 4 straight games. Quarterback change doesn't really change anything. Their running back isn't bad, Braylon McReynolds, but they've been going to Zach Palmer-Smith recently. Palmer-Smith actually had 100 yards last week for that team. ODU should dominate the football game. Old Dominion comes into this game coming off a win. They finally got one after losing back-to-back games, 2 Marshall and 2 JMU. But truth be told, right, those are just 2 really good teams right now. Marshall, right, again, throughout the course of the season, the record doesn't look great. They've not been playing phenomenal football, but recently, yes, Marshall's been playing very great. Again, I've been hyping up Carlos Del Rio Wilson for quite a while. This season, I think Marshall plays this week, right? I think they do. I think Marshall plays. They played Coastal. How can I forget? My goodness. 2.5 hours into the video, I forgot they already played Coastal. Regardless, that's my apologies. Anyways, losing my mind talking about the Sun Belt, aren't I? I think, those losses aren't that bad for Old Dominion. It's really not. And you go out and beat Appalachian State, a game that I did not expect them to win. Again, the way that team's been playing, it was a split game between AJ Swan and JJ Cole, but a good win for ODU. You've built momentum now going into this game. They should easily take UL Monroe. Spread's 14.5, which is a lot, but I mean, ODU can score when they need to. They can. Colton Joseph and those guys can put up points. Don't forget, again, they played a competitive game early in the season against Indiana a couple weeks ago that they were very tight with JMU. Again, that game was, every possession scoring. in that first half between ODU and JMU. It's just who cracked first. Well, it was Old Dominion. I mean, that game ultimately came down to who can't hold up to their side of the bargain first. Will it be ODU falling and not scoring, or will it be James Madison? And unfortunately for ODU, it was them. That's okay. It's fine, you know? It's a good team that they lost to. I'm perfectly fine here taking Old Dominion. I know that offense can be explosive at times, and I fully expect them to be explosive tonight as well, or Saturday as well. And I know ULM can't score. So, again, Northwestern of the Sun Belt, if Northwestern couldn't play defense. It's a bad place to be in. So, we're going to go here with ODU on the road, minus 14.5. Next up, we stay in the Sun Belt Fun Belt for South Alabama and the Louisiana Ragin' Cajuns. So, full transparency, I'm taking South Alabama here. Am I confident in South Alabama? No. Would I bet on South Alabama? No. Don't do it, okay? I would not put my hard-earned US dollar on this football game. Because it wouldn't make sense to do it. Do I think they win this game? The answer is yes. But it is the most hesitant yes you will hear me say, okay? Again, I think they get it done. Am I confident they get it done? No. I would not touch this game with a 10-foot pole. Don't touch it, okay? Yes, South Alabama beat Georgia State because Georgia State tried to lose. Someone investigate Georgia State and their coaching staff. Please. No, you know what? Not that they tried to lose. The fact they didn't cover was unbelievable. Greedo plays clips on TikTok. Ted Hurst is very good, though. Best receiver for Georgia State. Get that man a quarterback. It is Cameron Brown. He's better than TJ Finley, but yeah. Ted Hurst is a baller. Anyways, though, South Alabama chokes a huge lead in that football game, and I don't know why this team always gets so much, they always have so much respect in the lines. I don't get it. They're a 2-6 football team. Yeah, on paper they're supposed to be good, but you lose Gio Lopez in the offseason to go play at North Carolina. You were really great last year with Gio Lopez. You found it last year over in Mobile, Alabama. They were a 7-6 team. They beat West Michigan in the Salute to Veterans Bowl. Big on them, right? This season, though, man, I mean, with Bishop Davenport at the helm, I don't think it's entirely his fault, but it kind of is at the same time. They're not that good. They play a lot of close games. They lost to Arkansas State by 1 point. They lost to Troy by 7 points. UNT they lost by 14. They lost to Auburn by 16 on the road. 16 on the road. Lost to Tulane by 2 points at home. I just don't know why every game, they were favored to beat Georgia State by 6.5 points. And they did, but I still, if I could make that bet again, I'd bet on Georgia State plus 6.5. I still find those odds kind of ridiculous. I don't know why it was I don't know why that line was there. I don't know why this team gets respect. Bishop Davenport's all right. Who's really good? Kendra Bullock. Kendra Bullock is great. Okay, that's the one guy I will say when I watch this team completely passes the eye test. This is a guy who played at Ole Miss once upon a time. He was on that Ole Miss team with Matt Corral. Never really got runs, so went to USA, and he's been very good at South Alabama. So again, credit to him. I mean, if you're an SEC back and you can't get playing time, go to the Sun Belt or go to the MAC. The opportunities are limitless. Instead of being a third string back, on a SEC school like some guys will do, which is just stupid, go to the MAC, go to the Sun Belt. Don't suggest you go to the CUSA. Go to the American and go and run for hundreds of yards a game. Because that's what Kendra Bullock's done. Kendra Bullock, guys, he's going to get an invite to an NFL camp this offseason. If Kendra Bullock wants to go play in Canada, he can be able to play in Canada. There's a chance he will make an NFL roster next season. But a third-string running back at Georgia, you might be great. But if you're a senior, third-string running back at Georgia, you're not getting a shot to play in the NFL because you ran for 80 yards in the regular season. And your only stats are against Alabama State or, Alabama A&M, the same school that, that Cam Newton fought their mascot. So I don't know why people respect South Alabama so much. I look at the Louisiana Ragin' Cajuns, and I think Louisiana covers the football game. I think they do. I think the Ragin' Cajuns cover. I think South Alabama covers. Excuse me, that's horrible. But I think at the same time, Louisiana sucks. I know that's my apologies. I completely just contradicted myself there. That was bad. The reason why South Alabama, I'm still taking them, even though they're severely overrated with Vegas, is that Louisiana struggles every single week. And the game is in Alabama. Now, when Lunch Winfield became the starter of the Raging Cajuns, I was kind of on board, right? This is a team that started Walker Howard at the beginning of the year. He was an Ole Miss transfer who had to leave Ole Miss because he broke up with, or I don't know who broke up with who. I don't care. With Landry Kiffin. Landry Kiffin obviously now has moved on to our next guy over at Louisiana State. But anyways, right, Walker Howard has to leave Ole Miss because, well, you were with the coach's daughter and you're not with her anymore, so you should probably get up on out of there, right? So Walker Howard started at the beginning of the season. He gets hurt. Daniel Beal takes over. Beal sucks. Sorry, he wasn't playing well. So Lunch Winfield's the starter. It's the right move. Winfield's been playing really good football. The sophomore has been really good. He's been with UL Monroe his entire college career, so great. He started really well. Last couple of games have been kind of brutal. He's still a monster threat on the ground, and he's still a threat everywhere. He's a traditional dual threat guy. The problem is there is no production anywhere in Louisiana other than Lunch Winfield. So that's what made it very difficult on Daniel Beal and on Walker Howard. There was a game where Daniel Beal threw for 5 yards the entire game. Made it tough on them because there's no playmakers around those guys. And Beal and Walker Howard couldn't create for their own play. Lunch Winfield can. The thing is, that lack of talent's going to catch up to them here. I think South Alabama is severely overrated. I don't think they're that good, but they do have more talent than Louisiana, and they are the all-around better football team. So South Alabama should get them here. I'm going to take the Jaguars to win and cover the 4.5 points. Do I care? No. Will I watch live? No. I'll watch the 15-minute highlights at the end of the game. I'm not choosing this over Indiana, Maryland, and Georgia, Florida. Okay? Or even Michigan State, Minnesota. I'm going to be watching that game. I'm not going to be watching this. I'm going to be watching instead a game that starts at 12:45. Here we go. The Virginia Cavaliers on the road in Berkeley to take on California. Who would have thought at the beginning of the season this would be a big game? Well, not for Cal, because Cal sucks. But for Virginia. Virginia continues to find ways, is the simplest way I'll put it. They continue to find ways. Now, all of a sudden, they find themselves halfway through the year and with a legitimate chance to go to the playoffs. You're 7-1. And if you can just take care of the games you play, it's going to be hard for the committee to keep you out. Even if you lose the ACC title game, again, the emphasis on we don't want to punish teams for having to play the extra game. It will be kind of tough for them to not, in my opinion, put Virginia in. If Virginia just wins out, guys, if Virginia beats Cal, they beat Wake Forest, they beat Duke, they beat VTech, and say they lose to Georgia Tech or Miami in the ACC title game or Louisville rematch, they might beat Louisville again. I don't know how you don't put them in. I mean, how can't you? So according to ESPN's playoff probability thing, Virginia's got a 15% chance to make the playoffs. Now, I'm going to do this right now. I'm going to say, unfortunately, I'm not going to I'll just talk you guys through this one, okay? I'm going to say that they beat California, they beat Wake Forest, and they beat Duke. ESPN has them underdogs to beat Duke, but I think they're going to. The question is now, will Virginia win their conference championship game? I'm going to say no, I don't think they're going to. And then ESPN gives them a less than 1% chance to make the playoffs if they don't win their conference championship game. What? They give them a 15% chance right away. But how are they a less than 1% chance to make the playoffs if this team is 11-2 with their losses to, let's say, Miami and NC State, non-con NC State, though. It's a non-conference game. Because, I don't know, it's weird. But anyways, because they scheduled it before, I don't know, whatever. How do you not put this team in the playoffs? They're not, again, are they great on paper? No. But they win. That's what the committee did, though, when they put SMU in last year. I had no problem with SMU being in. I thought SMU 100% deserved to be in the playoffs. But is Virginia not the same exact thing SMU is last year? SMU last year lost one non-conference game. They won out in the ACC. They went to the ACC title game. They lost the Clemson Tigers, which in this case would be Miami. And they both got in. SMU got in over Alabama. They got in over South Carolina. I mean, is this not the same exact thing? I don't know. And I get it, like, Virginia's not as good as SMU was last year. Like, I think last year's SMU team beats down to Virginia, and I get it. SMU's loss last year was BYU, and BYU was in the top 15, and NC State's nowhere near the top 15. I think there's going to be hesitancy on the committee's part putting another ACC team in, especially an ACC loser, because of the lack of effort, lack of fight SMU put up at Penn State. But I don't know. And I look at this game between Virginia and Cal. Guys, Cal's not winning this game. Cal's not winning this game. They're not. Virginia, again, they've looked bad. I will not lie to you. They've looked bad recently. They beat Wazoo by 2 points. They beat North Carolina by 1 point. But you know what? They've won 4 consecutive games by 1 score. They beat FSU by 8 points. They beat Louisville by 3 points. And then 2-point win over Wazoo and a 1-point victory in overtime due to a failed 2-point conversion over North Carolina State. Hey, they find ways to win. Chandler Morris finds ways to win. You know what? That's the simplest way you can put it. Got to give this team credit. They're winning. You can't knock a team for winning football games, regardless of how bad the final score may look and how they got there and how they actually did win the game. The final score goes to them. They're going to beat California. JKS, John Kway Sagapulete threw for yards against Virginia Tech, but they lost. And yeah, it's a cross-country trip for the Cavaliers. I think they get it done. I think they get it done. This team has to be looking at this like, okay, holy crap. We didn't really deserve to beat North Carolina, but we did. We found a way to win on the road. We have to win this game on the road now against Cal. I mean, everything that we have has to go into this victory. Then we get Wake Forest at home, and then we got to go beat Duke. If we win these games and beat VTech, which you should, playoffs are staring right at you. I think Virginia gets it done. I'm taking the Cavaliers here. I'm taking Chandler Morris and these guys. California, to me, defense is not very good. Virginia's offense should get back going. Like, again, look at how much success they had against FSU. That success should be going this week against California. Don't love the Cal defense. I know Virginia can score when they need to. Give me the Virginia Cavaliers to absolutely get it done here on the road in Berkeley against the Cal Golden Bears. Next up, we go to the first of the 1 o'clock time slot. We've got 3 games at 1 o'clock before we get into the 4 o'clock games and the very limited night games. But anyways, we've got the Arkansas Razorbacks taking on Mississippi State. The theme of this game is somebody's finally got to win. Now, I don't think these two teams are the worst in the SEC, because I think the worst is by far the Kentucky Wildcats. More on them at the end of the video when they're taking on the Auburn Tigers on the road in Alabama. But Mississippi State versus Arkansas, somebody's got to win one. This game is in Fayetteville, Arkansas, so automatically somewhat of an edge has to go to Arkansas in this game, as they are 3.5-point favorites, and I believe they're only 3.5-point favorites because the game's in Fayetteville. I think if you had this game in a neutral site, I don't know why you'd have this game in a neutral site. I think Mississippi State's a 1-point favorite, I think it's even odds. And I think this is how this game should be treated. Guys, when you get a game like this and you get two teams that, in my opinion, are very evenly matched, right? And two teams that I don't know if I don't think Arkansas and Mississippi State wanted to be evenly matched at the beginning of the season. I think they both wanted a lot more out of their years, but Arkansas's a 2-6 team, Mississippi State's a 4-4 team, but Mississippi State, again, their 4-4 is not that impressive, okay? No, actually, hold on. The Arizona State win is huge. That was the biggest win, in a while in Starkville, Mississippi. But in 4 consecutive losses, you play Tennessee really tight, you get blown out at A&M, you lose a 2-point game at Florida, and then you just lost to Texas in a game that you absolutely should have won. You're coming off the highs of potentially beating Arch Manning and beating a top 25 ranked team in the Texas Longhorns to losing. You could have burnt Starkville down again. The big win where they took down the goalposts and whatnot when they beat the Sun Devils. You could have done it again if you were to go out there and beat the Texas Longhorns, and you failed. And you had it. We said it earlier. You're up 17 points with 10 minutes to go. And you let Arch Manning and the Texas Longhorns get back in the game and beat you. That's disappointing. It's horrible. I think Blake Shapen's good. I think Blake Shapen, I think he can get it done. I'll tell you what, though. Going on the road to Fayetteville, night game, 4 o'clock. Time change, not yet. It's an evening game. Evening game in Arkansas against an Arkansas team that's going to score points. The one thing that's held Arkansas back all year long, it hasn't been a lack of points. The one game where it has was Notre Dame, but that just goes to show again how good the Notre Dame defense is. Look at the points Arkansas puts up every single week. They put up 31 against Tennessee on the road in Knoxville at Rocky Top. They put up 42 against A&M in a losing effort. Again, that's number 3rd ranked team in the country, Texas A&M. They put up 24 in a home loss to Auburn last week, which sucked. But still, you got an offense. You got pieces. You got so many playmakers. Taylor Green, Omega Blake, Mike Washington. Taylor Green can run too. It sucks Taylor Green's senior season is being wasted on this team when he could have been playing, I don't know, a group of 5 that could have really won, or an ACC school that would have been really good for him, but it's fine. Imagine this dude on Stanford this year. I know he probably wouldn't want to go to Stanford, but maybe, I don't know. Imagine him on Cal this year. Some winning games over there in the ACC, winnable games, and the numbers Taylor Green would put up in the ACC, oh my goodness. It sucks he's stuck in the SEC and at the bottom of the SEC, but in a game like this, Arkansas should be able to outscore Mississippi State. I don't think Mississippi State's ready for the shootout, and I don't think they're ready for the shootout in Fayetteville. If the game was in Starkville, I'd probably take Mississippi State. But a game like this, again, you don't flip a coin, but you get teams that are evenly matched. You take the home team. You pick against the team who has to go on the road and travel to make the trip out to Fayetteville. I'm taking the Arkansas Razorbacks to get it done. I believe Taylor Green's going to have a big day. Again, we've been waiting for Arkansas to have a big win because they haven't had one. They haven't had a big win all year long. They haven't won since September 6th. They beat Alabama A&M, and they beat Arkansas State. Since then, they lost to Ole Miss. We knew their season was kind of cooked when they went to Memphis and lost by 1 point. That was brutal. A game that was very winnable for that football team. They fumble at the end of the game and choke it. And then, obviously, you get blown out by Notre Dame. You lose at Tennessee. You lose to A&M. You lose at Auburn. Here you go. Here's your opportunity. Go out and beat the Mississippi State Bulldogs. Think they will. And they should outscore this team. And they should be able to win the shootout. So I'm going to go Arkansas Razorbacks here. At home, -3.5. They should be able to get it done. Give me the Razorbacks at home to win and cover against Blake Shapen and the Bulldogs. Next up, we go to the other game. The other games here at 1 o'clock. There's a couple more. Gotta talk about Oklahoma State. It's a shame, man. It's really a shame. It's a shame what's happened to the school. This is a school that, the all-time great players that have played at Oklahoma State to now this. Yes, I'm Googling this to make sure I don't screw this up. Because I have some on the top of my head. But, I was going to go to Barry Sanders and Des Bryant. I'm looking for other names. Barry Sanders played here. Des Bryant played here. Thurman Thomas played here. Not going to lie, I thought I was looking for a more extensive list than this. Chuba Hubbard played here. I knew that, but I thought it was going to get better names than these guys. Justin Blackman played here. What a great college career, not really great NFL career. It was a first-round pick and just didn't make it due to reasons. But anyways, I was actually looking for a better list than this, but it's okay. I'm sure I probably just pissed off some Oklahoma State fan. I'm sorry. I'm not too into Oklahoma State history, and I'm sorry if I don't know your all-time great quarterback from the 90s. Wasn't alive then. But anyways, you kind of get what I mean here. Like, it's an illustrious program. Barry Sanders played here. And now this is what you have? You're the laughingstock of the Big 12? You don't play, Oklahoma and Oklahoma State don't play anymore, right? That rivalry's over, obviously, because Oklahoma goes to the SEC. But, if Bedlam was still going on, I don't think that'd be going too well for OK State. Good for OK State. They won the final game. Oh, my goodness. Okay, I didn't know this. Oklahoma 91-20 all time against Oklahoma State. Are we serious? Oh, my God. Anyways, Oklahoma State won the last Bedlam. Awesome. Good thing that's not happening anymore. Because every single year, Oklahoma would beat this team by 50 points. It's crazy, though, it's happened. It really has. Because, I didn't think they were going to be this bad this year. I knew, okay, losing Ollie Gordon sucked. Yeah, again, Oklahoma State fans hated Alan Bowman. But I didn't, obviously Alan Bowman never got this bad for this team. It's to the point now, again, where they try a new quarterback every single week. It looks like for now they're kind of stuck on Sam Jackson, who's a receiver who's just playing quarterback now. He played quarterback back in the day, but they have to go to him now because their other quarterbacks suck. They're playing Noah Walter some at quarterback as well. He, is actually listed as a quarterback. He's got the worst tan line I've ever seen. Oh my goodness, on his ESPN profile picture, it's just like his forehead. You can just easily, it's just a mark. It's obviously a headband mark. It's just a headband mark across the top of his forehead. I guess I have kind of the tan thing going on here too a little bit. But it's very obvious. The Noah Walters is just wearing a headband, which again, that's not faulting the guy. But, it's just, oh, God, wow, that stands out. Anyways, it is what it is. Okay, it's so bad, man. It's beyond the quarterback position. Yes, we knew their season was cooked at the beginning of the year when they lost starting quarterback for the rest of the year, right? Where immediately, okay, Haas is out. Here comes Zane Flores. Well, Zane Flores wasn't very good. He never threw a touchdown pass. Here comes Sam Jackson as a receiver. You're playing Noah Walters. You don't have an identity. You fire Mike Grundy. He's, all-time Oklahoma State coach. You have to fire him. Was it really his fault? This team is just god-awful. The rebuilding of this program starts in the offseason. It starts in the transfer portal, in the recruiting trail. Right now, you just have to accept what it is. This is a 1-11 football team. They're one of the worst football teams in college football. And they're just going to get blown out every single week. It is what it is. It sucks. It's a brutal reality to face, especially with a program like Oklahoma State that has played good football before in the Big 12. But that's just exactly what it is right now. They're taking on Kansas. The Kansas Jayhawks have looked bad in the last 2 weeks. I cannot lie, right? Back-to-back blowout losses to Texas Tech and K-State, a game where, again, they struck first against the Wildcats, only just to lose 42-17. disappointing out of Jalen Daniels and those guys. The ultimatum for Kansas is for us the rest of the year, and Jalen Daniels, who, is a 60-year senior, win 2 games and get into a bowl game. I don't know what 2 games they win. Oklahoma State's 1, Arizona, Iowa State, Utah. Ooh, we're looking at 5-7 for the second consecutive year, aren't we? I think that's kind of how this is going. They should blow out Oklahoma State, though. Again, Jalen Daniels, this might be the last chance for Jalen Daniels to win a college football game. I'm serious. It might be his last chance to win one. So with that being said, go out here and get it done, right? Go out here and actually put it on Oklahoma State, because this is your opportunity. Like when you're in high school and you're in your league play, and you're on a bad team, not a great team, and you're losing every single game, but there's always that one game on the schedule. You circle it like, okay, this is the game where I can put up big numbers, and talk about it, for the rest of my days, right? This is the one game I can put up big numbers. That's what Jalen Daniels has right now against Oklahoma State. Trust me, he's going to put it on this team, because I don't know how many big days Jalen Daniels is going to have left. Maybe in Canada he will. Give me Kansas to dominate OK State. Minus 24.5 for a team that just lost by 30 points in back-to-back weeks. Oh my goodness. Nah, whatever. Give me Kansas. Next up, let's go to the final game at 1 o'clock before we go immediately to the 4 o'clock hour. The one and only Maction of the week. One and only Maction game. It is between West Michigan and Central Michigan. The reason why they're the only ones playing is because, obviously, Maction starts next week on Tuesday and Wednesday, and I believe some on Thursday as well. The MAC used to do this early in the season. They did that they started doing it in week 6, I believe, years ago. They have now left that up to the CUSA, which is fine. That's okay. Kind of miss Maction early in the year, because CUSA football, it's getting better, but still sometimes those games make no sense. Maction's just stupid, and it's going to be stupid, so it's hilarious to watch. Anyways, the MAC, for the final 4 games of the year, they go to Tuesday and Wednesday games and Thursday games. Central Michigan and West Michigan head into the bye week after this week, so they start their Maction November 12th on a Wednesday, right? So they can afford, obviously, to play right now on a Saturday. So it's the only MAC game this week, I think. No, Bowling Green plays. I forgot about Bowling Green and Buffalo. Whoops. One of the two. Those two teams are on bye as well, as, West Michigan plays... or Central Michigan's going to play Buffalo coming out the bye week. So regardless. Anyways, it's the one of 2 MAC games this week, because again, Maction starts up. I think Western Michigan should be fine in this spot. I'm kind of surprised they're only 6.5 point favorites. I know they screwed up. They slipped on a banana peel last week and lost to Miami of Ohio. I keep saying it. That team's really good. They are by far the front runners to win the MAC. They are in the driver's seat to go to the MAC championship game and likely play probably still West Michigan. I think that game will be a rematch. I look how the MAC's going to kind of, come out here. Miami of Ohio, they're going to get Ohio. They're going to get Toledo. They'll beat Buffalo, so they're going to beat all those teams. And if West Michigan can just keep winning, they'll have one loss in the conference. They'll beat Ohio, in my opinion, games in Kalamazoo, so that should be a victory for the Broncos. And they have Northern Illinois, and they have East Michigan. So the goal is still set out for West Michigan. They fully believe they can get to the MAC championship game, and they fully believe they will be in Detroit playing the Miami of Ohio Redhawks and getting that rematch. Obviously, as Daquan Finn looks to finally obtain his big goal of winning the MAC title like he failed to do, obviously, 2 seasons ago in 2023 for the Toledo Rockets. Anyways, there's no shame in losing Miami of Ohio. That's a good football team. It's a really good football team. Daquan Finn's having a great season right now. Jordan Brunson's running the ball very well, but what Finn is doing in the pass game and in the run game is big time. I don't really fault West Michigan for losing that game. You're on the road, and you're up big in that game too. You go into the 4th quarter up by 8 points, and Miami of Ohio proceeds to put 17 on you in that 4th quarter and ultimately win the game 26-17. It is what it is. It's just gonna happen. It's fine. Brock Lowry is just like a lesser version of Daquan Finn. I mean that with the utmost respect, because I think Daquan Finn's really good, and Brock Lowry's 3 years younger than Daquan Finn. Daquan Finn's played in the Big 12 before, he stepped back into the MAC because he couldn't beat out Sawyer Robertson, which is fine, or got benched for Sawyer Robertson. But West Michigan's defense is really good. Miami of Ohio's got a very explosive offense right now. They only scored 26 against West Michigan. I think the Broncos are going to be fine here. I mean, I watched them play Ball State, only give up 0 points. Give up 0 points. Ball State, they only give up 3. Rhode Island, 14. Toledo, 13. West Michigan, they went to East Lansing and only give up 23 points. Central Michigan's been scoring, don't get me wrong, with Joe Labus over there and Angel Flores. If you don't know, again, they run the 2-quarterback system where Labus is the passing quarterback, the throwing quarterback, and Flores will run. Kind of goofy, but I mean, they won last week against UAS, which is expected because UAS will not win a game. We need the toilet bowl to happen. They need to give us UAS versus Sam Houston at the end of the year. 0-12 versus 0-12. Loser gets demoted to the FCS. No, don't do that. But I would like to see the game, not the demotion happen. Anyways, though, I fully expect West Michigan to blow out Central Michigan here. They should be able to figure out this, Labus, Flores, dynamic duo of sorts. I find it hard to believe Central Michigan's 3-1 in the MAC, but they are. But look at their wins. East Michigan, Bowling Green, UMass. They have not played good teams, and they're really not going to play that many good teams in the MAC this year. Buffalo, Kent, Toledo coming up. I mean, they're a bowl team. They'll beat Kent, and they'll get into one. Though we'll see them in the, I don't even know, the 69 Ventures Bowl. I don't think it's 69, but something, 61 Ventures Bowl. Or we'll see them in the GoDaddy Bowl. That is the GoDaddy Bowl, I think. I think that is the 61 Ventures Bowl. But anyways, West Michigan's defense should be too much here. I think Brock Lowry, again, I like what Lowry does in the dual threat game. It's just, I think Daquan Finn's better. So that's why I said he's a lesser version of Finn. But yeah, no, Lowry's doing a decent job, and I think West Michigan wins the football game at home, and I believe they cover the 6.5 as well against the Central Michigan Chippewas. Next up, we go to the Southeastern Conference. Lane Kiffin continues to win. Put some respect on his name. They've lost one game. Actually, why am I saying put some respect? I need to put respect on his name. I've been picking against the guy. No, it's fine. I picked them to beat Georgia or cover against Georgia. I picked Oklahoma last week, and I was wrong. Okay, I mean I didn't put in the best bets because again, there are games that I do think I really think are great spots, and there are games where I just predict. I'm like, I think this team's gonna win, but obviously I'm not the utmost confident about it because I'm not gonna put my money on it, right? So again, if you want to see the games I am the most confident on every single week, best bets on Friday. We do 10 of them every single week. It's my 10 favorite bets. But Lane Kiffin wins. He's 7-1. He said he's not leaving Ole Miss. I don't know if people believe him. I believe him. Here's the thing, guys. He can go to Florida. He can go to LSU. Why would you go to either of those schools when he's literally built a program at Ole Miss that continues to win? Guys, Lane Kiffin, his entire run here has just been trying to build a program that is a consistent playoff contender. Since he left FAU and came to Ole Miss, that's all Kiffin's been trying to do with Matt Corral, with Jackson Dart. Well, if Corral doesn't get hurt in a bowl game, he's probably somewhere still in the National Football League. I think he's, Michigan Panthers, UFL? I don't know if he's still there. Jackson Dart's a starting quarterback in the National Football League. And, I don't think Trinidad Shambliss is going to be a starter in the NFL. I think he might get a look in camp. And either, Lane's got Austin Simmons coming up, or he's going to get a portal quarterback. As Lane says, we're just going to buy a player off the portal. He's built a powerhouse at Ole Miss, and sure, Ole Miss has always been, fairly good, but this is Lane Kiffin's Ole Miss, and they win. Why would he go to LSU? I get it; it's a bigger brand. They have, way better alumni, obviously. Well, Eli Manning here, but obviously, Joe Burrow played here, right? Jamar Chase, greatest offense of all time, 2018. Sure, they did. 2019, 2018. 18 going to 19. Sure, they did. No, 19 going to 20, right? Yeah, no, it's 19 going to 20. Sure, but why would he leave Ole Miss? Ole Miss is better than those teams right now, and I get it. Over time, yes, LSU is going to bounce back. Florida's going to bounce back. If I'm Lane Kiffin, I'm staying right here. I'm staying right here at Ole Miss. You have set a precedence that we win in Mississippi. They take on South Carolina this week. They are going to obliterate South Carolina, guys. Again, so I was kind of out on Ole Miss last week because they're going to Norman. Don't think they can beat that team, but they can't beat Oklahoma. They do. They do. Trinidad Shambliss has cut out that D2 crap, and he's absolutely performing. 315 yards, touchdown, 24-44 passing. Shambliss has been one of the most, out of nowhere stories in college football this season. It's completely out of nowhere. From D2 to starting in a playoff game. Ole Miss is not going to win the SEC because they're not going to get in the SEC title game because I believe that's going to be A&M versus Bama. They're going to get in the postseason, though. The way I see it, the SEC is going to have 4 playoff teams. They probably 5, but at least 4. There are 4 that are locks. And I need to go through the entire playoff picture and really just map this out of where I think everyone's going to go. Maybe I'll do that next week here on the channel at the end of this video. Make these videos even longer. No, maybe. But I think the surefire things to me, the SEC, like unless these teams like completely slip on a banana peel and lose multiple games, but I even think like, hear me out. I don't think A&M, Bama, Ole Miss, or Georgia are missing. Those 4 teams are getting in. Tennessee, that's like I don't know yet. Texas, if they win out, they could get in. Again, we don't expect them to win out because I expect them to lose to Tech. But Tennessee's the one team. And Oklahoma, they're not going to get in. Tennessee's the one squad where like you can kind of think that they could get in the postseason because their losses are Bama and Georgia. But I know for a fact, I know A&M, Bama, Ole Miss, and unless something crazy happens, Bama, Ole Miss, A&M, and Georgia are getting in the playoffs. So that's what Lane Kiffin's built. Why would he leave? I mean, that was the whole thing he was bitching about last year. His team didn't get in the playoffs. Go SEC. He was tweeting it during every single playoff game. Go Southeastern Conference. And again, Lane's a troll. I get it. But he was complaining his 9-win team didn't get in the playoffs last year. Well, he's gonna have an 11-win team this year. They're not losing to South Carolina. They're not losing to the Citadel, obviously, next week. They're not losing to Florida. And they're not going to Mississippi State and losing either. I know I get an Egg Bowl, but they're not losing that game. They're not going to lose the rest of the year. Taking on South Carolina, who could have salvaged their year. They could have, like, for back-to-back seasons, I know I screwed up last week and said they beat Alabama. I meant to say they played them really competitively, or at least, I don't know, I guess I don't know, I was thinking about it wrong at the time. I don't know. Back-to-back seasons, they had Alabama. They absolutely had them, especially this year. This year, I mean, I thought the game was over. Bama comes back, Lenora Sellers fumbles, ball game. And now if you're South Carolina, I mean, again, who really cares about the bowl game at this point? But you're not going bowling. You're 3-5, probably gonna be 5-7. You're gonna lose to Ole Miss and A&M both on the road. You probably beat Coastal and Clemson to end the season, but you're a 5-7 team. After last year, you were right on the outside looking in on the postseason, just like Ole Miss was. You did lose the Citrus Bowl to Illinois, but you're right there. Lenora Sellers was supposed to be, QB1 this year, and I know injuries have prevented that, and really the team around him has prevented that. But if you're Lenora Sellers, do you want to be at South Carolina next year? Do you want Indiana? Ole Miss? I'm serious. Lenora Sellers right now could be playing his future team. I think he'd be perfect at Ole Miss. And if I'm Lenora Sellers, that's where I'm going. I mean, I'm not going to LSU. I'm not going to Alabama. I could go to Alabama. Ty Simpson's going to be gone. Indiana will be available for him as well. But I think Indiana's going to look for a quarterback to replace instead of Alberto, I think. I don't think they're going to start Alberto Mendoza. There's Vandy. You could go to Vandy. I don't think anybody's going to be dying to go to Vandy. There's going to be opportunities, though, what I mean, like for Lenore Sellers. He basically, any team that's losing their quarterback this offseason, Lenore Sellers will have the option to go there. That's really what the rest of the season is for him. I know the stats don't look great. Trust me, teams would love to have Lenora Sellers as their starting quarterback next year. Miami would love to have Lenora Sellers. There's a lot of teams. Kentucky. No, I'm joking. Ole Miss, though, will blow them out this week. Again, Kiffin's winning. Kiffin knows what he's doing right now. They're winning football games. They firmly established, for now, at least Lane said he's not leaving. Again, if I'm Lane, I don't leave either. But I don't know, again, if Lane says stuff. Okay? Lane's a troll. So I don't know how much I can believe out of Lane Kiffin. If Ole Miss wins the football game, minus 14.5, they cover, 13.5, they cover. They're so much better than South Carolina. South Carolina's season is crumbling as we've seen it, as we're watching. And I mean, man, that loss and the letdown of not beating Bama is going to play big parts in this football game. Ole Miss wins, and they cover the 13.5 points as well. Next up, Big Ten football. The Boilermakers of Purdue take on Michigan. You suck, Purdue. I mean... It's, I love what Indiana gets to play every single year, man. I believe the Michigan State game is those, you have to play it. They have to play it every single year now. I know there are years where they didn't, I think, right? But anyways, I love the fact that the protected rivalries Indiana gets every single year, Purdue, Michigan State, which again, that's just how it is. It's how rivalries work. But I love that Indiana, and their Big Ten, if you thought their Big Ten schedule this year wasn't very hard, look at their Big Ten schedule next year. Guys, Indiana next year, they should go undefeated again. But anyways, I love that they get to play Purdue every single year. And I know, again, it's a rivalry game, and Purdue used to have the Hoosiers every single season. They don't anymore, obviously. But, this is... I love watching Purdue just lose. It's so hilarious to me. They're so bad. They're so horrible. Ryan Brown, is he better than past Purdue quarterbacks? Hudson Card? Who was before Hudson Card? It was, I'm blanking. It was, Aiden O'Connell, right? It was AOC. He's not better than AOC, obviously, but he's better than Hudson Card, I think, even though Hudson Card was a well-accomplished guy at one point in time in high school. Purdue last week almost had it against Rutgers. You get the ball back with a minute left. You're thinking, okay, maybe we can get in a field goal range at worst overtime. Nope. You find a way to fumble with the minute left and give Rutgers the football back and let Rutgers win the football game. Oh my goodness, you suck. Rutgers is a 2-6 football team. They're not going to win a big game in the Big Ten this year because, it's been bad for them, but they've been losing to Minnesota, Rutgers, Northwestern. Yeah, you get Michigan, Ohio State, Washington, and Indiana to close the year. Oh my goodness. It doesn't get much worse than that. It doesn't. It doesn't. Actually, no, it does not get worse than that. Michigan will put it down their throat. Run game. They'll run it down their throat. Whether that be Justice Haynes, whether that be Jordan Marshall, whether that be Bryce Underwood too, it doesn't matter. If anything, you might see Michigan go, play action, and throw over the top a little bit, because everything's going to be to their disposal this week against a bad Purdue Boilermakers team. Because that's what Purdue is. They are horrible, right? And don't feel bad for Purdue fans. They're going to get to watch their team dominate in basketball like they always do in just a couple weeks, okay? Again, the feeling around West Lafayette right now is, when does basketball season start? And don't worry, it's in about a week, less than a week, and daily college basketball bets. Hey, I'm just saying, they start on November 3rd. I cannot wait. Anyways, though, this game will be a one-sided beatdown. Purdue's not going to be able to score with this Michigan defense, and Michigan will continuously run the ball over and over and over and over and over again, and Purdue won't have a damn they won't have a damn say about it. That's what this game is, okay? They will run the ball repeatedly until Purdue's had enough. And by the time they've had enough, the game's over, and you're looking at a final score of Michigan 35, Purdue nothing. That's the final score of this football game. Michigan coming off that big victory last week against Michigan State. Again, shout out to the Spartans. I'll keep saying it. Shout out to, you go, Jonathan Smith. You don't deserve to be fired. You found a way to cover again. I love Michigan State. I love Aiden Childs. They keep finding ways to cover. They're gonna cover against Minnesota too, right? Yeah. Michigan's got a great defense. I know that. Their offense, Underwood's gonna struggle a little bit still. True freshman. That run game though, Marshall, Haynes, they run it right at you. And what the hell will Purdue do? I don't know. Game, by the way, is in the Big House. Yeah, Purdue's not ready to go to Ann Arbor. Okay. Purdue gets blown out. Michigan easily handles them. I'm going to take the Boilermakers to lose by about 35 points. Spread's only 21.5. Let's take it. Michigan wins. Oh, they're a minus 2,100 favorite as well. Give me the Wolverines. Next up, we go to the Big 12. Now, okay, hear me out. I know you see the graphic. I don't need to hold you on the pick here. You're seeing Colorado winning. And I know that might be funny. And that might be crazy to actually see because of how bad Colorado was last week. Again, Greedo plays clips from my reactions to daily college football games. Deion Sanders, Coach Prime said it himself. Quote, "This is the worst beating I've ever had." The team had negative 15 yards at the end of the first half. Negative 15 yards of offense. They lost the game 53-7 to the Utah Utes. Bird Ficklin, backup quarterback for Utah. Devin Dampier's out. Here comes Bird Ficklin. Ficklin runs all over them. First drive of the game, 63-yard touchdown for Bird Ficklin. Running-wise, not the greatest passer, not going to lie, Bird Ficklin, but athlete, he's tremendous. By the way, remember Isaac Wilson? Yep. Isaac Wilson's still the third-string quarterback at Utah. 100% should be the Utah State Aggies starting quarterback next season, Isaac Wilson. He'll be a redshirt sophomore. Undoubtedly, he should be the starter next year at Utah State. He should completely jump all over that. I think it's a great spot for him. You're not going to... Bird Ficklin's the next guy at Utah. Bird Ficklin, I believe, same age, younger than Isaac Wilson. Yeah, Wilson needs to get out of here. He's never going to start over Bird Ficklin. Ficklin's very good. But anyways, Colorado. Ken Salter last week. Holy crap, dude. Yes, he's getting sacked like none other, but my goodness. 9 for 22 throwing the football for 37 yards. Ryan Staub, Martin Luther Staub plays the second half. Staub goes 4 for 8 passing for 65 yards. But again, negative 15 total yards of offense in the first half. You were down 43-0 at halftime. No. Yes. 41-0 at halftime. Math. 43-0 at halftime. Whew. I don't know what to say. It doesn't get worse than that. They couldn't move the ball. They had a 13-yard punt in there as well. And Utah, Bird Ficklin ran the ball 20 times for 151 yards. Wayshawn Parker ran it 10 times for 145 yards. Utah styling on them, throwing a fake punt in there, throwing it to their actual tight end who they just threw in on a fake punt because Colorado didn't notice it. Holy crap, man. But I am taking Colorado here. Why? They're a much better home team. You actually compare what Colorado has done at Folsom Field and away from Folsom Field, it's night and day. They should have beaten Brigham Young. I will stand by that. Brigham Young got bailed out in that game. Caden Salter had a big run to get into field goal range, potentially game-winning range, but they called it a holding on their receiver Miller and got the play called back, and Colorado never recovered. They beat Iowa State just 2 weeks ago in Boulder. Just 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, they beat Iowa State in Boulder. And now they get blown out by 46 points. If I'm Colorado, I think, wait, you have 4 games left. So yeah, freshmen can play 4 games. Oh, but Juju already stepped into 1 game. Okay, you got to start Ryan Staub this game. And if Staub wins, cool, give him the WVU game. Actually, he might win that game. And then give him, oh goodness. Colorado actually might still make a bowl game. Okay, here, I'll just say it now. I'm not even going to get into Juju Lewis. If they lose this week, we'll talk about Juju Lewis next week and how maybe he should be starting soon. But I think he should be Ryan Staub's job right now. They can actually still make a bowl game. Well, we didn't think they were going to beat Utah anyway. We thought they were going to cover. They should beat Arizona. West Virginia, they should win. And then you got to beat one at K-State or Arizona State. If Arizona State's without Levitt, maybe, you might be able to go to K-State and win. Probably not. But, it's not actually out of the picture for them. Now, again, I don't know if Prime's really too keen on going to the... I don't know, the Las Vegas... I think they wouldn't even be the Las Vegas Bowl. Foster Farms Bowl, I know that doesn't exist anymore. But, the famous Idaho Potato Bowl, I don't know if Prime's really too keen on getting into that game. Or maybe they can get into the college football crown tournament like they do in college basketball. That's not a thing. But I think they're going to beat Arizona. Guys, Arizona's lost back-to-back games, and sure, they've been competitive against Brigham Young and Houston, which are much better than Colorado, but Arizona struggled away from Arizona this year. They have not won a game yet on the road this season. They've only played 2 of them, but they lost both of those. Went to Iowa State, lost by 25 points. Went to Houston, lost by 3 in a competitive game. I'm not too sold in Arizona here. Yes, they're coming off a bye week, but I do compare what Colorado has done at Boulder and away from Boulder. They've been much better. And it's like one of these games where you lost so bad the week before, you have to show up this time around. Because it is almost physically impossible for you to be worse than the last game you just played, which sounds insane. Like that, we're talking about Colorado in this vein because of how well they were last year. They had the Heisman Trophy winner in Travis Hunter. Shedeur Sanders was a top 3 quarterback in college football. He's being, don't even get me started. Stefanski already named Dylan Gabriel the starter next week. It's ridiculous. They're just waiting for Deshaun Watson to come back. Shedeur Sanders is never going to start a game in the NFL, and it's horrible. I hate it. Anyways, you go from that to now this, and it's crazy. We're talking about Colorado in this light, they're just, they're horrible. They can't get worse than losing by 46 points. I think they beat Arizona. I watch Arizona play. I think Fafita's been playing better this year, obviously, since they slumped in his sophomore year. They have not looked good on the road. They've lost back-to-back games. They haven't won since the Oklahoma State victory, and really their wins this season. Look at them. K-State at K-State's worst, where K-State had 5 passing yards in the second half in Tucson. Hawaii, okay. Weber State, don't care. And OK State, Oklahoma State. Those are their wins. They haven't really beaten a good team. Now, Colorado would fit right in, don't get me wrong, to Oklahoma State and Kansas State, sure. I'm actually going to take the Buffs here. Go Buffs. Give me Coach Prime and Ryan Staub. I think they can get this one done at home. I think it's great value. Again, it's complete buy low time. Meaning you're not going to buy Colorado at a lower price than right now. Would I play plus 170? Probably not. Take the plus 5.5. Will this be a best bet? Probably not. But come back on Friday and see if it is. Probably not, though. Give me Colorado at home plus 5.5. Again, Arizona's not looked good away from Tucson yet this year, and they still haven't beaten a good team. Colorado's not a very good team, but give me the Buffs. Next up, we go on to the Mountain West. First of a couple Mountain West games here to close the night. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We still have 10 more games. My goodness. We still have 10 more games. But San Diego State versus Wyoming here from Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego, California. SDSU is a minus 10.5 point favorite, and they should be. I mean, you can't ask for a better game than they got last week at Fresno. Now, again, why the hell did DJ Warner get benched? I don't know, but Fresno doing Fresno things. They hate EJ Warner, I guess. They said, you're not a Hall of Famer like your dad. We don't need you anymore. Maybe, I don't know. San Diego State's playing Wyoming. San Diego State looked really good. Again, they played a bad Fresno State team last week. The worst I have ever seen Fresno State play legitimately in about 5 years. I'm not joking, because they're, side note on Fresno, like, you can always rely on good quarterback play at Fresno. They've always had it. Mikey Keene, Derek Carr back then, Jake Hayner. It's always been good quarterback play. There was horrible quarterback play last week. But San Diego State gets Wyoming here. SDSU now 6-1, only lost being to Wazoo. They are involved in the playoff race. I mean, let's check the All-State ESPN playoff predictor. What percent do you give San Diego State to make the playoffs? Oh, they're not even on the list. Really? You tell me, you're going to put North Texas and Tulane on here, but you're not going to put SDSU? Because if SDSU goes 11-1, or 12-1, and beats Boise twice, they gotta be in the playoffs, right? Because there's a good chance the American champions got 2 losses. There's a very good chance. Those teams are going to beat up on each other. I feel like San Diego State, they're not out of it yet. I know, again, UNLV was supposed to be the team out of the Mountain West, but to combat Boise. But Boise's got to go to SDSU. Boise's got to go to San Diego to play them. I don't know if San Diego wins that game, but they'll go into that game 8-1 because they're going to beat Wyoming this week. And sure, they have the test that is Hawaii Rainbow Warriors football on the road, but I think they can pass that test. Anyways, this week, though, SDSU versus Wyoming, I expect San Diego State to win. Wyoming coming off of a shutout victory, 28-0 against Jackson Brosseau and Colorado State. Brosseau gets hurt, so here comes Darius Curry. The same week where Braden Fowler-Nicolosi left the team. He said, I'm out of here. He legitimately left the team. He would have played the rest of the year because Brosseau got hurt. Well, I don't know about the rest of the year. But anyways, Fowler-Nicolosi's in the portal. I expect to see him Sunbelt, CUSA. I'm so serious. Braden Fowler-Nicolosi is going to be the next quarterback of the New Mexico State Aggies. Feels like such a move, doesn't it? It's right there from Colorado, not that big of a trip over. I'm sure they've seen him before. I think that's going to be the move. They haven't played them, but you know what I mean. He's right there. I'm so serious. He's going to end up in the CUSA. He's going to play in Las Cruces next year. Regardless, though, Wyoming looked good against Colorado State. Caden Anderson had a Caden Anderson type stat line. 60% passing. He's going to throw for 150 yards. Whatever. He gets it done, I guess. Run game's all right for Wyoming. Again, defense is where it's at, though, for the Cowboys. They get stops when they need to. Hell, look back at the San Jose State game. They give up points early, but late in the game, again, they find their stops and they win the game. I know they lost to Air Force, but holding Air Force to 21 points, in my opinion, is a big win. I know they couldn't score. Holding Air Force to 24 points is a big win. I know they couldn't score on their side of the ball or their offensive side of the ball to win the game, but yeah, you got to do the little victory sometimes. And Wyoming holding Air Force to 24, that's good stuff. I think SDSU beats them, though. The San Diego State, that run game right now is looking really good. Jaden Denegal is not that, well, okay. I don't want to say he's not that great. He's not a game changer because they don't really need him to be a game changer. Denegal throws 19 passes against Fresno, completes 11 of them, and throws a pick. He's a junior. He'll be back next season at San Diego State. I can assume, obviously. I think they'd much rather him over a guy like Danny O'Neal, who they had last year. But it's that run game, man. Lucky Sutton, 21 carries, 131 yards. Yeah, that'll play. That'll play for SDSU, and the defense is good too. So I think we see an oddly very defensive matchup here because I don't love the Wyoming offense. I know Wyoming's defense is good. We saw them shut down Utah for a full half. And I think the SDSU defense is very, very capable as well. Again, I know Fresno was at its all-time worst yesterday, or on Saturday. But holding them to 0 points, that's a shutout. Shutout's hard at any level of football as well. I think San Diego State, though, does get it done. I think in spots, their offense is better. I think that run game is going to be huge for them. And I think the San Diego State Aztecs remain undefeated in the Mountain West, beating the Wyoming Cowboys and covering the 10.5 points in the process. Give me SDSU to get it done here at home against Wyoming. Next up, we go to the 4:30 slate of games, and there's quite a bit of them, starting off with the ACC, and Georgia Tech's only a 6.5 point favorite in Raleigh, North Carolina. Are we dead ass? Seriously. Undefeated Georgia Tech, number 8 in the country, is only 6.5 point favorites in NC State. Oh my goodness. I'm not high on Georgia Tech, but all that Heisman campaign, Heisman push that Pavia is getting, Haynes King. if you compare, and I don't want to keep harping on Diego Pavia, like I hope Buddy gets his Tate McRae date, but if you compare them side by side, Haynes King's had a better season than Diego Pavia. It's close, sure, but like close in yardage, touchdowns wise, yes, Pavia's thrown more. Haynes King's ran for 700 yards on the ground. Pavia's ran for what, 200? I don't know. And one team's undefeated and one's not. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't think. Again, I continue to say about Georgia Tech. I don't believe they're this good. I think they're kind of lucky. Okay, like they're very lucky. Wake Forest decided to go for 2 in that game in September in overtime at Winston-Salem. Duke forgets how to play football and turns the ball over and whatever. They hit a 50-yard field goal to win the game against Clemson. Colorado looked horrible in game 1 at spots, so Georgia Tech went there and beat them by 7 points. And Colorado couldn't manage a 2-minute drive in that game. Like, yes, are they getting extremely lucky? Sometimes they are. How is this team not making the playoffs, though? So this is actually, now, this makes sense when I was talking about, like, oh, Virginia, I don't know how Virginia's not going to get in. Well, here's the thing, though. Virginia's loss in the ACC title game is going to be Georgia Tech. Because Georgia Tech's not going to lose in the regular season. Pitt's there, but Pitt's at home. I don't think Georgia Tech, with the playoffs on the line, loses to Pittsburgh. So, yeah, wait, Miami's just going to get held out of the ACC title game, which makes it difficult because they're going to be an at-large team because it's going to be hard for the committee to not put Miami in. So, honestly, when we're building this postseason picture, okay, Ohio State, Indiana, A&M, Bama, Georgia, Oregon, Ole Miss, those teams are going to get in, right? Those are 7. Again, you can get bid Steelers in this as well, right? But can you get those teams, right? Those are the all, so, I mean, all that is SEC Big Ten. So that's 7. Okay. Big 12 winner has to get in. I think that's going to probably be, I don't know who that's going to be, BYU or Texas Tech, one of the two. Whatever. The winner's going to get in. I think Big 12 is going to get 1 bid. I don't know who else gets in out of the Big 12. So that's a 1 big conference. So that's 8. Okay. Is there a chance the ACC gets 3? That might sound crazy, but no, Notre Dame's got to get in. So no, ACC's going to get 2. Vandy's going to get squeezed out because they're going to lose this week. So Vandy's not going to get in. So it's going to be Miami, by way of not playing in the ACC title game, is probably going to get in. Unless they lose another game. But, yeah, wait, hold on. It's going to be, because Georgia Tech's going to have a loss going to the ACC title game because they're going to lose to Georgia. So it's going to be, okay, it's these teams okay. I know, again, I'm supposed to talk about Georgia Tech, NC State. I'll get to that in a second. But I think this is important to just recognize this, okay? The playoffs is going to be Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M. No order, but probably the order. Probably not. We'll see. Ohio State, Indiana, A&M, Bama, Georgia, Oregon, Ole Miss. Those 2 teams are for sure getting in. Big 12 winner, BYU Tech. I think the loser of the Big 12 is actually not going to get in. I think Big 12 is going to be a 1 bid conference like they were last year. ACC, it's going to be, Miami's going to get in as an at-large because I don't think they're going to lose another regular season game and they have the win over Notre Dame. So they're going to get in, plus the ACC champions. So that's going to be Georgia Tech, or that's going to be, or Virginia. Okay. And then next up, then Notre Dame's going to get in. If they win out, Notre Dame's going to get in with 2 losses. And then group of 5. So let's say, probably Memphis right now. So Memphis. Those are your 12 teams that probably get in the postseason. I would think. I mean, again, a lot can happen, but I think that's the field right now. So Miami, even though, let's check, again, let's cross-reference this to ESPN's postseason, predictor thing. I believe they have Miami as the best chance out of the ACC to get in the playoffs. Miami's at a 47% chance. Georgia Tech's 50. Wow. I believe it's going to come down to Georgia Tech versus Virginia in the ACC title game. Winner's going to get in. Losers are going to be out. That's kind of how I feel about that. We'll see. That's kind of how I think the postseason is going to go right now. Anyways, in this spot, I am taking Georgia Tech. Guys, NC State should not be no, they should be this close because Georgia Tech's just weird, but NC State's coming off back-to-back blowout losses. And yeah, they're at home here, but you got blown out against Notre Dame. You got blown out against Pittsburgh. I mean, I know what NC State does. It's, can Hollywood Smothers rip off a big run? Because he did it last week in a blowout loss, but Smothers has, big yardage this season, 825 yards. CJ Bailey's all right. He's not great, but that's what NC State is. They're at home in this spot, but they've been blown out in back-to-back games. They've won 1 game in the last 2 months, really. They beat the Campbell Camels. They've won 4 games all year long. Georgia Tech's going to beat them down. I know, again, Georgia Tech, they're very lucky to be in this spot, and they don't really feel like they're the 8th best team in the country, but they haven't lost a game. So you can't really knock them for it. and they're going to go to BC next in 2 weeks. I mean, this is going to continue to go on. I think Georgia Tech's going to be 11-1 going to the ACC title game against 11-1 Virginia. And yeah, whoever takes that second loss will not get in. ACC champion automatically gets in, and Miami, by way of losing to Louisville, will find a way in because they don't have to play in the ACC championship game. That's exactly what's going to happen. Give me Georgia Tech, though, to blow out NC State. I think they can actually blow them out. I get it, they're on the road. Georgia Tech doesn't play well on the road. They don't play well anywhere, but especially on the road. They probably will blow the Wolfpack out, though, in my opinion. Next up, let's go to the SEC. So two teams I just said, like, this is why, again, I thought it was important to just go over that entire playoff picture real quick, because Oklahoma, Tennessee, yeah, they're ranked 18th and 14th, but how do either of these teams really break into the postseason? Because it's not as much about rankings as it is really losses. Because you really look at the teams at the top of the rankings and the teams that I think that are going to be in the postseason, and it's just like, what games do those teams lose? Right? And I could be missing something with Ole Miss, Bama, and Georgia, but I don't think so. Like, I think those teams are pretty set out of the SEC. And I don't think you can really put a fifth SEC team in. I think they're going to get 4. So how does Tennessee get it? They need help. They need those teams to lose additional games, which I just don't think is possible. Like, they need Georgia to slip up and lose a Tech and lose another one. I just don't think it's going to happen because, right, Tennessee's already lost to Bama and lost to Georgia, so they've already essentially shot themselves in the foot. They need to get one of those 2 games. And yeah, beating Oklahoma can be huge for them. Beating Vandy later in the year is going to be huge for them. I just don't think 10-2 gets them in the postseason because of, the Big Ten teams that have to get in. Well, Big Ten's only going to get 3, and then you're going to get 2 ACCs, a Big 12. Notre Dame screws up a lot, don't get me wrong, because they're not in the conference, but Notre Dame's going to take one. And it's going to be a group of 5. That's how I see things going. Anyways, it's a big game, but this is like, all right, who gets in the Outback Bowl? Who gets to eat a bloomin' onions after they play a bowl game, or who gets, right? Like, who gets in the Cheez-It Bowl, Citrus Bowl, whatever. Like, I don't know. I think Tennessee beats Oklahoma. I know that was a very convoluted and anticlimactic way to say Tennessee's going to win the football game. They're better than Oklahoma, in my opinion. And actually, I love this spot for Tennessee. -3.5. Are we serious? I mean, because look at the way Oklahoma's been playing. I give a lot of credit to how Ole Miss is, right? Ole Miss is good. But John Matier has not looked great post-injury. He has not looked like the Heisman hopeful that he was prior to the injury when Oklahoma was a top 5 team in the country. Oklahoma's been nothing near that post-Matier injury. Since Matier's return, they're 1-2 in the South Carolina game. It's not like that was impressive at all. They beat up on a bad South Carolina team. Again, going to Columbia, and I say all the time, going on the road and winning is impressive at any level of the sport. But that's really all Oklahoma has done. It's not that impressive, at least post-Matier injury. For Tennessee, Joey Aguilar may be the best quarterback in the Southeastern Conference other than Ty Simpson. The year Joey Aguilar is having is insane. And Joey Aguilar went from, quarterback in the Sun Belt at Appalachian State to now finding himself on an NFL roster next season. Because that's what Joey Aguilar's done. Will he start in the NFL? No, he'll be a 6th, 7th round pick. But he'll find his way on a team, legitimately. And it helps, obviously, when you got Chris Brazzell and Braylon Staley and those guys throw to, and you got Deshaun Bishop out your backfield. Sure, it helps. Aguilar's playing great football this season, and you got to give the guy a lot of credit. Tennessee should beat Oklahoma. They should. I love the spot for them. Tennessee's offense, they're very good. And they put up points on you, man. It's like, traditional Tennessee, play with pace, and not being, like the Hendon Hooker days entirely. But, they're going to, same system, obviously. It's high-scoring games. We can outscore you. We can win you in these we can outscore you in these shootouts. If they could have got Georgia at home in overtime, we're looking at a very different playoff picture right now. But it's just, unfortunately for them, they lost to Alabama and Georgia, who both are going to be in the playoffs and both are top 5 or top 6. But you have the 2 losses on your record, and I don't know how they can get any higher than where they're at right now. Again, a lot of football left to play. Yes, an Oklahoma win's going to help them a lot, but not too optimistic for the Tennessee Volunteers. Oh no, they have to play Logan Fife in a couple weeks in at New Mexico State, or with New Mexico State coming to Tennessee. Oh no. Aguilar should shred this Oklahoma defense, in my opinion. We saw Trinidad Chambliss and Ole Miss see so much success with this against this defense. Tennessee should be able to do the exact same thing. Tennessee, Joey Aguilar and the Volunteers dominate this game at Rocky Top in Knoxville. Volunteers -3.5 automatic. Probably back for our best bets on Friday. Next up, let's go to the Big Ten. In Lincoln, Nebraska, The Nebraska Cornhuskers host the USC Trojans. I don't know why I did the accent. How about Nebraska last week? I mean, you find a way to beat Northwestern. It was not impressive. I mean, I was very happy with my plus 7.5 Northwestern ticket. I was very glad that we cashed that one out. But both those teams, just like in that second half, was like, wow, who wants to lose more? That's really what it felt like in the second half. Nebraska was just giving it away to Northwestern. Northwestern was just returning the favor right back. Nebraska wins the football game. They win it by 7 points. Dylan Raiola did not have his best game. But in all fairness, it wasn't really focused around Dylan Raiola. It was all around Emmett Johnson, who had a big day running the football. Johnson carried the ball 27 times for 124 yards. Season total now for the junior out of Minneapolis up to 837 yards this season. So good on Emmett Johnson. He's having a really good year. Again, we know that Northwestern can't really hurt anybody offensively. They can't hurt a fly offensively this season. But you know who can hurt you offensively? Yeah, the USC Trojans. Ooh. USC, coming off of a loss and coming off of a bye week, walk into Lincoln to play the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Yeah, that's trouble. That's a lot of trouble. Let me tell you. Jaden Mavia and this team, they've lost 2 games all year long. At Notre Dame and at Illinois. Sure, Nebraska's got a good defense. They do. You know, they shut down Preston Stone. They picked off Preston Stone. Jaden Mavia is no Preston Stone. But they will be able to walk the ball, I believe, up and down the field in Nebraska. Because here's the thing. Nebraska, early in the season, they were scoring points. And I was like, all right, well, and they still have a very big win, don't get me wrong, against Cincinnati. That's a huge victory over the Bearcats. But they're scoring points at Maryland. They put up a lot of points against Michigan State. Hell, they put up points against Michigan, a good defense. They scored 27 points against the Wolverines. They were in the football game against the Michigan Wolverines that they ultimately lost, but they were in it. And I was impressed. And they scored 28 points against Northwestern, 28 points against Northwestern. But watch that game and watch how it's played. I have no confidence that they can really see that much success against USC. Because once USC completely realizes, oh, this team's entire offense is Emmett Johnson right now, that's where they're going to shut down Nebraska. USC's corners, I think, are better than Nebraska's receivers. I think. They just got to shut down Hunter and Ja'Cory Barney. Yeah, they'll be fine. USC's corners and secondary will be able to handle the Nebraska passing attack. So at the same time, then you think, okay, well, how does Nebraska fare against Jaden Mavia and USC's offense? Not well. Jaden Mavia is very good. Jaden Mavia can throw for 22, he's already thrown for 2,200 yards. He can throw for 300 yards in a single game. And they've got a run game too. Wayman Jordan is doing things, but recently it has been the other back in King Miller, who's put back-to-back big games, the freshman out of Calabasas, 160 yards against Michigan, 70 yards that did lead the team in South Bend against Notre Dame. USC's good. It's a good team. And they have Northwestern, Iowa, Oregon, UCLA the rest of the season. Again, playoffs are probably out the picture, even though, actually, no. If they go to Eugene, they could get in it. If they go to Eugene and win, they basically just take Oregon's playoff spot, which would be funny. I don't think they're going to go to Eugene and beat Dan Lanning and Dante Moore, but still, there is hope for USC for the rest of the year. Can they capitalize on that and actually get in? Probably not. They'll beat Nebraska, though. Nebraska will not be able to keep up scoring. And sure, Nebraska's defense should keep them in the game. I mean, I guess. Maybe. I wouldn't be that optimistic, though, about Nebraska. I think USC easily handles them. I think Jaden Mavia has a big day. I think, again, the run game with Jordan and Miller see a lot of success as well. I'm going to go USC Trojans to win this football game on the road in Nebraska, -6.5 for the USC Trojans. They should be able to get it done. -250 on the money line. Don't play that. But yeah, give me USC. Their defense should see a lot of success against this really limited Nebraska offense as of now. And at their best, USC's offense is good. Again, they just ran into tough teams, man. Illinois on the road's difficult. They score points. And Notre Dame and South Bend, Mavia throws for 328 yards, but that's one of the best defenses in the country, so scoring 24 points. Against them, it is what it is. That's what Notre Dame does against everybody. So I'm okay with that. I'm going to go with USC to win on the road and cover against the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Next up, we go to the SEC, and here's some bad football. Guys, that play that Kentucky had against Tennessee last week, by the way, at home, mind you, at Kroger Field, that play they had against Tennessee where, the ball gets fumbled and returned all the way, was just, I don't think, did it not get returned? The fumble that that Kentucky had was just, oh my goodness. It was the definition of Kentucky football. Now, they got back in that game, and they were only down by 7 at one point in time, not before Joey Aguilar marched Tennessee down the field, 90 seconds to go in the first half, and, take the lead by 14. Obviously, second half happened. Tennessee gets the ball coming out of the chute. Actually, no, they got the ball back right away and drove 70 yards with a 62-yard touchdown from Aguilar to Mike Matthews. My point being, Kentucky sucks, okay? Their offense actually put up 476 yards of offense, and Cutter Boley actually had 5 touchdowns, 26 to 35 passing. That's big time. Good for Cutter Boley, who obviously has taken over the starting reins for one-time starter and, day one starter Zach Calzada coming back up from the FCS level. It's probably the best game Boley's played all year long. The Tennessee defense has been very underwhelming as the season has gone on, but their defense doesn't need to be perfect, doesn't need to be close to perfect because of what the offense does for Tennessee and what Joey Aguilar does. Again, we went over that earlier. They're dominant. Anyways, I look at this game between Kentucky and Auburn is not wowing anybody, okay? They got by Arkansas, and they went to Arkansas and won, right? They have sat down Jackson Arnold, and they have gone to Ashton Daniels, the former Stanford Cardinal quarterback, who I still don't get why Ashton Daniels for his senior season said, you know what, I'm going to go to Auburn. They have Jackson Arnold. And I get it, like, this is kind of what he thought it was going to come down to, right? Like, I came in there in the second half and I won the football game. Great. You could have been starting somewhere else in college football all year long. And again, like, good for you. You're going to get to start the end of your college career instead of Jackson Arnold. Why would you go here to start the season? It made no sense. There were SEC schools you could have started at. He could have gone to Ole Miss. Now, again, like, and hindsight's 2020 on that, right? But, like, there are spots he could have started in Power 4 football. ACC could have started all around the ACC. And he said, I'm gonna back up Jackson Arnold this season. I obviously thought he was gonna win the job, and I guess again his prophecy's been fulfilled right now. But it took you 8 games to start. So Ashton Daniels will get his first start as the quarterback for Auburn, I assume, this week. He came into the second half against Arkansas and played fairly well. Again, not like they rely on a quarterback's arm too much, but Ashton Daniels goes 6 for 8 passing for 77 yards, runs it 7 times for 35 yards. Obviously, Jeremiah Cobb was the biggest reason in which Auburn won the football game with 28 carries for 153 yards. But again, when Ashton Daniels comes in the game at halftime, it's a 11-point lead for the Arkansas Razorbacks. Unanswered at the end of the football game, 17 straight points for Auburn. They win the football game. Obviously, there was a pick 6 in there that gave Auburn the lead. But again, the tempo switched and the whole mindset changed and the attitude shifted around Auburn as soon as Jackson Arnold came out. And in came, again, the former Cardinal in Ashton Daniels. So Daniels, he has to start this week, and they're taking on Kentucky. Perfect launching point for him. All the momentum that you just built last week with come from behind victory on the road in Fayetteville saved your season, really, because now, look at your schedule. You beat Kentucky, you beat Mercer, bowl game. Again, I care too much about bowl games, but as someone who's watched Indiana football and has been an Indiana guy, and they haven't won a bowl game in the 21st century, like getting to a bowl game is a big deal, okay? But Auburn, they beat Kentucky, they have Mercer in a couple weeks, you're in. You're going bowling at the end of the season. Good on you, right? It's an important game for them to beat Kentucky. It is. Quarterback change. You still have Vandy coming up. You have Alabama. You can play spoiler, obviously, in the Iron Bowl. You have games to close the year. They should be able to beat on Kentucky. Kentucky, I think Kentucky's offense looked better last week. I do think Auburn kind of hammers down on that personally. Again, Talon Green's a very talented guy, and he threw 3 interceptions against this Auburn defense, and threw a big pick 6, obviously, at the end of the game. I know Arkansas had their own pick 6 at the end of the first half. When Auburn's in the red zone too with Jackson Arnold. But anyways, right, I think Auburn sees a lot of success against this Kentucky defense that just give up a lot of points, and I think Kentucky's offense gets kind of stifled, I believe, by Auburn this week as well. So I'm going to go with Ashton Daniels making his first ever start for the Auburn Tigers. Again, I'm cheering for the guy. I've seen the guy playing firsthand as well, or watching him play back at Stanford, but I think Auburn gets it done. Kentucky, again, absolute bottom of the barrel in the SEC. Yeah, Auburn's struggling, but Arkansas struggling, Mississippi State struggling. No one's struggling like the Kentucky Wildcats. But at least, you know what? In 3 weeks, they get to see one go through the net as they take on the Tennessee Tech Golden Eagles, who are 8-0 in the Big South. Is Kentucky going to lose to Tennessee Tech? Oh my goodness, they might actually lose that game. We'll get into that when we get there. That's actually a losable game for them. Probably not, but they might lose to Tennessee Tech. We'll get to that again. We'll cross the bridge when we get there. I am taking Auburn to beat Kentucky this week and cover the 9.5 points. It should be belt to ass for Ashton Daniels and these guys over at Auburn. Next up, oh man, let's go. Primetime football, Wazoo, Oregon State. This is what the Pac-2 is made for. This is why we play the game. This is why the Pac-2 is the conference of non-champions, because, I mean, what has Oregon State or Wazoo ever won? This is it. First of 2 matchups this season, so get used to it. Watch tape on this game. Watch it closely, because it's so good, you're going to see it again. There will be another Wazoo-Oregon State matchup in 4 weeks, November 29th. That game is back. But what makes this game even funnier is that, okay, in 4 weeks, it's on the CW network. That's the home of the Pac-2. Sure, I get it. Like, the CW is going to have a bunch of Pac-12 games next year, Pac-10 games next year. This game's on CBS. They put Wazoo and Oregon State on CBS, national television, on prime time. I mean, there's going to be dudes watching this game where they haven't watched an ounce of Wazoo or Oregon State football all year long, especially Oregon State football. You know, what game's before them on CBS? It's Indiana, isn't it? Yeah, there's going to be Big Ten fans like me, Indiana fans, watching Indiana put belt ass to Maryland, and then stay with us. Coming up next, we have Washington State going on the road to Corvallis to take on the Oregon State Beavers. Pac-2 matchup. All right, cool. Let me watch this game. Oregon State's 1-7. Wazoo playing really good football, and that's why Wazoo to cover 4.5 is an absolute lock. You cannot say, oh, it's a conference game. It's going to be a lot closer. It's a rivalry game. They're the only 2 teams in their conference. And it's not like Wazoo, Oregon State was a rivalry in the Pac-12. I mean, each of these teams had one rivalry. Wazoo had Washington, Oregon State had Oregon, okay? Like, that was not a rivalry of sorts. At least it was not that was not a thing, okay? It was not. I think they played each other every single year. They usually did, because they were both in the Pac-12 North, but this is not a rivalry by any stretch of the imagination. Don't even think about it. Like, the Pac-2 it might be a rivalry now, because they're going to play 2 times this season. Next year, they're obviously just going to play once, but it's so weird. I mean, at least in my lifetime, I've never seen a home-and-home for a college football series. This is obviously a college basketball thing. But they're doing it. This one's in Corvallis. They will play yet again in Pullman in late November. There's no chance in hell Wazoo doesn't blow Oregon State out. I don't care the game's in Corvallis. Oregon State sucks. They have not beaten an FBS opponent this season. Their one victory is Lafayette. They've won 1 game. They've beaten the Lafayette, Leopards? Yep, the Lafayette Leopards. Game that was really competitive in the first half, by the way. Very competitive in the first half. 45-13 victory for Oregon State. Good on them. They get it done. Malik Murphy plays. They get some Jabari Johnson minutes in there as well. Anthony Hankerson had a huge day on the ground. He ran for 204 yards. That's awesome. You know what? Wazoo's winning, though. Wazoo's been winning games. Wazoo last week, we took them to beat Toledo. They easily handled Toledo. Toledo, don't get me wrong, they had their moments to the point where they were in plus territory quite a bit, and they'd either just turn it over on downs or they have a turnover in general, and Washington State would just take over and start moving the football from there, and they'd probably stall out and punt. But Wazoo played field positioning perfectly in that game. They win it 28-7, and we talked about it. The last 4 weeks for Wazoo's been incredible. They go to Ole Miss, they lose by 3 points. They go to Virginia, they lose by 2 points. So why wouldn't they beat Toledo when they were underdogs at home? It was just an absurd line. They have 2 more matchups against Oregon State this season. They have La Tech coming up on the schedule in 2 weeks after their bye week next week. I mean, you could be looking at a 7-win year for Wazoo, which compared to what they did last year, you know what? You'll take that. They were an 8-win team last year. They just ended. I have the memory of them ending the year so horribly last year. Because how can I forget? Mate Tier was there last year. But at least what they were projected to be, Wazoo was projected to be one of the worst teams in college football this year. And look at them. They might win 7 games, which is crazy. They'll beat up on Oregon State because you know what? Oregon State legitimately is one of the worst teams in college football. They've won 1 game all year long. I mean, you've won 1 game. Malik Murphy's a talent. I thought he was going to be much better at Oregon State. I think he's going to transfer out. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. I think they're setting up for Jabari Johnson to start next season. He's much younger and he's the future of the program. So maybe Malik Murphy's got to go back to the ACC or maybe even the Group of 5 next season, or maybe another Pac-12 team. Right? Fresno State, they're going to need a quarterback. Colorado State, no. Utah State, they're going to need a quarterback. Right? There's going to be spots for Malik Murphy to play if he wants to in the Power 4. Definitely Group of 5. Or Oregon State. I don't know if they want him around still, but. Yeah, Wazoo's going to mash them this week. I fully believe that. ZV Eckhouse and those guys. Again, statistically, do they do anything special? No, they just play good defense and they hang around games. But in games like this, They're not just hanging around, they're winning. Like, again, you saw that was the most Wazoo victory I've seen all year long, 2025 Wazoo victory possible. They just hung around the game with Toledo and just, won field positioning battle, scored when they needed to at points, and won the game 28-7. It was uneventful, but they did it. That's kind of how they win games. Give me Wazoo here to beat Oregon State. Absolutely, they will cover 3.5 and win the game in Corvallis. Next up, we go to the ACC. Call me crazy. I'm taking Wake Forest to beat Florida State. Yep, I think Wake Forest does it. They're on a 3-game winning streak. Don't look it out. Wake Forest is 5-2. Their losses are NC State and Georgia Tech. Sure, both at home. Okay, and I didn't think they were going to beat SMU. I don't think a lot of people thought they were going to beat SMU, but they did. Okay, SMU, I think it's a big factor of the fact of that they were just completely overlooking Wake Forest and straight up just looking at Miami the week after. And they scored 12 points in Winston-Salem. Good on Wake, man. Game-winning field goal wins it. Robbie Ashford doesn't do anything, or sorry, not Robbie Ashford. Deshaun Purdy doesn't do anything that impressive. Hell, Damon Claiborne doesn't even get that going either. There was not much offense to be played in that game, but hell, Wake found a way to do it, and Wake wins the game outright. So now they've won 3 consecutive games. They beat VTech, they beat Oregon State, and they beat Southern Methodist. 3 in a row. Can they make it 4? I believe, yeah. I believe they will quite easily make this 4 in a row. No, I'm joking. They should, though. Like, again, quite easily they will cover 100%. Like, they are going to cover this football game against Florida State. Guys, Florida State, I don't know why they keep getting such respect. I mean, I get it early in the season. They were good. They beat Alabama, and that's their biggest claim to fame. Do not get me wrong. Guys, this team hasn't won a game since they beat Kent State. They haven't won a game since September 20th. It's been over a month. It's been 5 weeks since Florida State's won. Virginia beat them outright in double overtime. Miami beats them. Pitt beats them as dogs. Called that one. Stanford covers and beats them. There you go. We didn't have FSU covering in any of those games. And I'm telling you again, and what happened in the Virginia game was so damning to Florida State this season, they got figured out. Tommy Castellanos is not a great passer of the football. And that is 100% known now. Make him throw. He's not going to beat you with his arm. Guys, there are 3 teams right now in the ACC that have not won a game in the conference. They are North Carolina, Florida State, and Boston College. Feels crazy that FSU is just in that tier, but yeah, they should be. They can't win a game in the ACC. They refuse to do so. And yet, going all the way to Stanford is difficult to do. I mean, I get it. It's a long-ass trip. It's 5.5 hours cross-country to California to play in front of absolutely nobody, but you lose the game. I mean, man. Wake's got momentum. Wake's winning football games. Deshaun Purdy's looking good right now. Defense is playing very good, guys. That's a good SMU offense that scored only 12 points at Wake, and an SMU offense that I believe to be very competitive and potentially beat Miami this week. Definitely cover. I mean, that is a disgusting loss if you're the Florida State Seminoles. What you just did at Stanford. And now you got Wake, who just beat SMU, and I like Wake Forest here, guys. I like Wake Forest quite a bit. I think they win this game. I think they cover definitely. Again, the best bet probably is for them to cover, but I think they can win, man. Every single week, FSU, they get all this respect. Their defense, it's all right. I know Wake's not scoring that many points, but look what they did against Virginia Tech. Look what they did at Corvallis. They went cross-country to Corvallis and won that game. I get it. Oregon State's not that good, but all that travel, that's difficult. They go to VTech, they win. It's not a bad Wake Forest team right now, and I'm kind of sold on that victory against Southern Methodist. They're much better than I thought they were going to be this season. And sure, again, like you have that game early in the year where they beat Kennesaw State by 1 point, 10-9. Sure, look how Kennesaw turned out, right? I'm taking Wake Forest. Give me the Demon Deacons to win this game on the road, plus 250 for Wake, plus 8.5 though. Definitely the much safer pick. Give me Wake Forest though, plus 8.5 and plus 250 on the road in Tallahassee against the Florida State Seminoles. Next up, we go to the Sun Belts. Don't know why the Sun Belt always does this. They have this time slot, and I picked up on this early in the season. I don't know if I picked up on this last year, honestly, but this year picked up. And I was like, why is there always a Sun Belt game at 8 o'clock every night out there? Because it's 5 o'clock my time, so it's not that late. I like the late evening games. There should be more of them. But why the hell is Troy playing at 8 o'clock in Alabama? They just have the spot on ESPNU every single Saturday, and so they take advantage of it. They always take the late night game. Okay. get eyes on the product, I guess. Guys, Arkansas State's playing good football right now. They're playing hot football. They've won 3 in a row with Jalen Raynor at the helm. They beat Texas State, they beat South Alabama, and they beat Georgia Southern. 3 consecutive victories. Are they all pretty? No, but they win them. Beat Texas State by 1 point, beat South Alabama by 1 point, and they beat Georgia Southern by more than at least 1. They win it by 10 points, winning the game at home 34-24, beating J.C. French and the Georgia Southern Eagles. They're taking on Troy, but this is the hottest team in the Sun Belt right now. Other than James Madison, Troy's a problem, and I keep building up to it every single week. I remind you, there's no Southern Miss football this week, so you do not get your reminder there, but week 13, final week of the regular season, 14, Troy goes on the road to Southern Miss. That will determine the winner of the Sun Belt West. And the winner of that game will go play James Madison in the Sun Belt Championship game. But it's going to be such a massive game. It's going to be 9-2 versus 9-2. It will be a conference record of 7-0 versus 7-0 in the Sun Belt. It definitely will be. I don't think Troy goes to Old Dominion and loses. I don't think they do. It's going to be a massive football game. And I can't wait for it. Like, that will be one of my big games I go to that week. Like, it will be in the open. Oh, we got a big matchup between Troy and Southern Miss. I've been circling it. So Troy cannot screw up their side of the deal. We need that big game on prime time. Last day of the college football season, regular season. We need it. We absolutely need it. Tucker Kilcrease, man. Not a great statistical game last week, but Kilcrease, again, has been the man who has turned around Troy football. They've done nothing but win with Tucker Kilcrease at the helm. Since he took over in the Memphis game, after that game, they beat Buffalo, beat South Alabama, beat Texas State, beat UL Monroe, and beat the Louisiana Ragin' Cajuns. Kilcrease does one thing and one thing only, and that is win. The run game's going around him right now. Like, again, the run game's been a lot better. Tay Meadows, Jordan Lovett. I'm loving Troy right now, man. I'm loving the Troy Trojans. Again, Arkansas State's putting together victories right now. Again, Jalen Raynor and those guys are playing good football and improved football. Is a season that I thought was kind of lost after they started the year 1-4 and lost to UL Monroe, but they're trying to fight their way back into a potential, postseason bowl game. It's just you play Troy and Southern Miss now in back-to-back weeks, so good luck with that. Raynor has the capability of keeping up. I mean, he's a very skilled and very talented quarterback. There are players on this Arkansas State team. They're just not good enough to beat Troy. Troy is the much better squad, in my opinion. Arkansas State's got 3 guys who can run the football, their quarterback included. You got Devin Spencer, you got Keon Clay, and obviously Jalen Raynor. I think Troy's the much better team. Raynor, he's struggled in spots this season throwing the deep ball. He's struggled with accuracy in just the games I've seen out of him. He'll throw some interceptions. I don't know. Raynor was really good last year in 2024, in my opinion. Hasn't really taken that next step. I guess that's what happens when you lose Corey Rucker. No, Corey Rucker's still there. Who am I kidding? Who left that team? Zach Wallace. He's the running back. Anyways, I was like, could have sworn a big playmaker left Arkansas State in the offseason. Anyways, though, I'm taking the Troy Trojans to win the football game and cover. Only 7.5 points. I get Arkansas State's been winning, but watch the way Troy's playing. I know, again, they went through their stretch early in the year when they were playing, really competitive games. They're only beating Texas State by 7 points in overtime. South Alabama, they're starting to now blow teams out, which that's what the really good teams and the teams that go to the Sun Belt Championship games and whatnot, that's what they do, right? They beat UL Monroe by 20-plus points. They went out and beat Louisiana by 12 points. They're starting to actually put it on teams, and that's what they need to do to start building a momentum for eventually their Sun Belt Championship game or Sun Belt West Championship game against Southern Miss in a couple weeks or in about a month. So I like what Troy's doing. Shout out to Tucker Kilcrease. That team is playing great football. Give me Troy to win the game at home and cover 7.5 points against Arkansas State. Next up, let's go to the Big 12 as the Utah Utes take on the Cincinnati Bearcats. One of the biggest games of the week. I don't know if I mentioned at the beginning of the video, but it's on the opening graphic at the beginning of the video. Utah and Cincinnati are right there. I'm going to go Cincy plus 7.5 in Utah to win the football game. I think Cincy can win it. And this game's going to be very close. I know Utah's coming off of that big 53-7 victory against Colorado. They looked very impressive. Now, the question is, though, who's starting this week? Devin Dampier is injured. Devin Dampier was in uniform early in that football game, and as soon as it got out of hand, he obviously, he was fine. He was probable, though, to play. That's why I was surprised when I, originally had the game. I expected Dampier to play. He was probable going into the Colorado game, doesn't end up playing. They played Bird Ficklin instead. I think what they were doing was they thought they could beat Colorado without Dampier, and if they needed him, that's why he was in uniform. He could come off the bench and, save him. But obviously, Ficklin did enough. Now you get into a point where it's like, Bird Ficklen's pretty damn good. I think there's going to be intrigue around Utah to play Bird Ficklin. And here's the thing that's going to happen to Utah real quickly before we get into the Cincinnati breakdown. There's going to be teams in the portal that are going to really want Bird Ficklin. So it's going to be up to Utah. Do we pick Dampier or do we pick Ficklin? Dampier's the win now option, but Ficklin's got limitless potential. He's just a freshman. There's going to be teams next year who are going to call and pay for Bird Ficklin to be the quarterback as a sophomore next season. There are going to be schools that do so. It's going to be up to Utah saying, do we want 1 year of Dampier or do we want 3 years of Ficklin? I think Dampier's a way better player, don't get me wrong, but I think if you're Utah looking at this from a long-term perspective, they might go Ficklin in the offseason and say, all right, Dampier, thanks, but try it out in the SEC or try things out at Baylor or Texas Christian, where Dampier could be really successful. All I'm saying, Indiana, loved him. I would love to have him Dampier in Indiana. I like how I just say every quarterback's going to go to the Hoosiers. Regardless, though, that's a decision they're going to have to make eventually, I think. Dampier's their guy, but again, that Bird Ficklin performance was absurd. Anyways, Utah taking on Cincinnati. The Bearcats just keep on winning. They lose week 1 at Arrowhead against Nebraska. Neutral site, they lose it by 3 points. They've done nothing but win since. They are perfect so far in the Big 12, beating Kansas, beating Iowa State, beating UCF, beating Oklahoma State, and coming off a huge blowout victory at home like we called. It was the best bet, beating the Baylor Bears. And how about Brendan Sorbsy? Again, more schools are going to call on Sorbsy in the offseason. There will be, I think, a ticket potentially back to Indiana for Sorbsy this offseason, but he's gotten it done at Cincinnati. 20 touchdowns to 1 interception with 1,900 yards. He's got 500 yards rushing as well. Sorbsy's been the complete package this season for the Cincinnati Bearcats, and now they get to go into Utah. And I get it. Utah looked so good last week. They're ripping 20 yards of carry against Colorado. They're not going to do that against Cincinnati. And here's the thing, too. The Bearcats will be able to keep up. Sorbsy in this offense should be able to stay in the game, and this is a huge game for the Bearcats to potentially go to the postseason. Again, that big game, the biggest game possible, comes up in a couple weeks against BYU. But that game doesn't have the importance that it may have without a victory in Utah. I'm not telling you they go to Salt Lake and win the game. What I'm telling you, though, is that they will be very competitive against the Utah Utes. Again, expect Devin Dampier to play. He's the starting quarterback, and personally, I kind of hope Bird Ficklin plays, because Bird Ficklin needs a lot of work throwing the ball. That's what's not going to be talked about from that game. What is going to be talked about is the huge, breakaway runs that Bird Ficklin had, and that's great. He's going to be a very good quarterback for a long time. His throwing as a redshirt freshman still leaves a lot to be desired, which is okay. Or is he's a redshirt freshman, I believe. No, he's a true freshman. Yeah, he's a true freshman, I believe. It's okay. He's still very young. If I'm Cincy, again, I expect Devin Dampier. If you go out and get Ficklin, I mean, you're really excited, I think. But I think it's going to be Dampier. Utah's still very good. That defense is pretty damn good. The O-line is dominant. That's why I said Utah was going to go to the playoffs at the beginning of the season. Obviously, that's probably not going to happen now, even with, the potential of winning out at 10-2 with the teams that they lost to being Brigham Young and Texas Tech. Just can't get them in. They needed to win one of those games, and obviously they're not going to get in the Big 12 title game. So Utah's a good team. I think they'll probably beat Cincinnati, but I would not put it past Brendan Sorbsy and the Bearcats to outright win the game. They will definitely cover, though, because here's the thing. Cincinnati will keep up. They will. They will keep up, and they will continue to score, because that's just what Sorbsy's been able to do. He's been a very good quarterback for this program, man. Really love what he's done post-Indiana career. I'm going to take Cincinnati plus 7.5, but yes, I believe the Utah Utes will straight up win the game. On to our final game of the week, and there's not a single place I would love to end it more than in beautiful San Jose, California, as the San Jose State Spartans host the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors. My biggest question to me is, will I bet on this game? I'm going to take San Jose State. It's the Hawaii trap every week. Okay, I think San Jose State's actually very playable here. Yes, I'm picking a 2-5 team to beat a 6-2 team, but there's a reason the 2-5 team's a -125 favorite to beat the 6-2 football team. Watch both these teams play. And watch how Hawaii plays outside of Hawaii. I get it. They've beaten Colorado State and Air Force. I don't care. Okay. Oh, well, Colorado State beat Fresno. Whatever. Who gives a damn? Hawaii at Arizona got blown out. And that's the last time they played an explosive offense, a traditional explosive offense, passing offense, outside of the islands. Okay? That's the comp I'm going to make here. Yes, they're going to score way more points against a pretty mid-San Jose State defense than they did against Arizona, obviously. But San Jose State's going to score upwards of 40 points this week. And Hawaii's going to get in the 30s as well. I know San Jose State had bad back-to-back weeks in 2 games that they should have won against both against the Wyoming Cowboys and the Utah State Aggies. Walker get those for 300 yards in the Wyoming game, 340 in the Utah State game, and they lose both of them. But it gets used to that because, I mean, hell, he threw for 500 yards in the Stanford Cardinal game, and they still lost. Somebody needs to be fired at Stanford. I don't understand. Or sorry, it's not Stanford. Well, that too. But especially San Jose State. My goodness. Danny Scudero, after a week off, after an injury last week, 2 weeks ago, still leads college football in receiving yards with 870. Again, he's great. He's no Nick Nash, but he's good. He just drops a lot. But he's young. He's going to be fine. He'll be a pretty good slot guy, I think, in the NFL eventually. Probably won't end his career at San Jose State, though, I think. Especially with Aget going to the UFL next season. Maybe. I don't know. The thing about San Jose State is they were very banged up going to the Utah State game, and they came out of that game very banged up as well. Scudero goes out with an injury. Walker got injured in the Wyoming game. He played through it. Looked all right in all fairness in the Utah State game, but Scudero going out, it's a big target. I expect Scudero to be back this week against Hawaii. Walker gets injury, should be fully healed, at least hopefully. And I look at Hawaii, I don't know, man. They beat Air Force, they beat Utah State, they beat Colorado, they beat Stanford. Alijado's so beatable. Just pressure him. If you pressure Alijado, he makes so many mistakes. They just air it out the entire game, and San Jose State's defense is not very good, so expect, fireworks throughout this entire game. 55.5 is the over-under. Absolutely over this game. I mean, I'm so serious. I think there's going to be at least 70 points. I think so. But I think San Jose State wins the shootout personally. I think they finally get that shootout victory. Well, they kind of got a shootout win against New Mexico. I think they kind of get it here, right? Walker, again, expect for a big day. Danny Scudero and company. They're actually running the ball a little bit now, too. They had their first 100-yard rusher all year. Second 100-yard rusher, at least first against a FBS school at Utah State in Logan. It was not Floyd Chalk, who's been completely kind of moved out of the rotation. It was Stevie Chavez Soto, the freshman out of Chino, California, had 100-plus yards in that game against Utah State. If they can establish a run game at least a little bit, yeah, San Jose State actually gets a little bit concerning. At least, it gets tough guarding, what I'm going for, it gets tough to deal with San Jose State if they actually have a run game. Because right now, everything that's coming. It's pushing the ball downfield. If they have any bit of a threat in the run game, it actually makes them not predictable anymore. And that's what they at least established in the Utah State game. You make Hawaii actually consider that. And defensively, if you just put pressure on Alijado, he will make mistakes, and he'll underthrow balls, and he will throw balls late, and he will throw interceptions. So get that done and actually put pressure on the guy, and San Jose State should win. Again, it is really rare when you see a team that is 2-5, or 3-5, 2-5, 2-5, 3-5, 2-5, favored to be a 6-2 team. It just goes to show you, though, how fraudulent Hawaii kind of is, and how underperforming and underachieving San Jose State has been throughout the course of the season. Their losses are Central Michigan by 2 points when their kicker missed 2 winning field goals. One of them was a chipper from 27 yards out. Texas, who cares? Stanford by 1 point when your quarterback threw for 500 yards. Wyoming in a game that you blew. You had a 21-point lead and you blew it and lost by 7 points at the end of the game. And Utah State on the road with an injured quarterback and injured leading receiver of all college football. San Jose State's been massively underachieving. Do they make a bowl game? Probably not, because I think they lose to both Fresno and San Diego State. But actually, the way Fresno's been playing, maybe they beat them in that Valley Cup rivalry, Valley versus Bay rivalry game at the end of the year. Regardless, though, San Jose State should get the already bowl-eligible Hawaii Rainbow Warriors. I'm going to take San Jose State to win the football game, cover the 2.5, but more importantly, win at -125. Give me Danny Scudero and Walker get to win to close the night over Micah Alijado and the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors. Folks, thank y'all for watching our full Week 10 college football predictions for the second consecutive week. I know this doesn't really affect you because you're watching. It doesn't change for you at home, but I did this without a single cut. I've been trying to do that recently, so that's kind of just something beyond what you're seeing. Last week, again, I did it straight. I did straight 4 hours nonstop. This week, I did straight 4 hours and 15 minutes plus nonstop. I feel like I can do it, and that's why I've been doing it the last couple of weeks instead of just taking 1 or 2 breaks in there. And I think it's the best way to do it. I don't know. It's something that I'm impressing myself every week by doing. But anyways, folks, thank y'all for watching. Make sure to hit that subscribe button down below for more. We'll be back next week again for our Week 11 college football predictions. I believe there's going to be less games next week because a lot of the SEC schools are playing FCS opponents. Or is that Week 12? I'll check that real quick. No, it's Week 12. There's a lot of random games next week, but I think most of them are FPS versus FPS. It's week 12. We're going to see a lot of FCF opponents come back, week 12 and week 13. So we're probably going to see shorter videos for those couple weeks. But next week should be the long 4-hour plus extravaganza. So again, folks, thank y'all for watching. It truly means a lot that you guys watch these videos. Again, it's a lot, but we do it every single week, and we are committed to it again going forward. Still, hey, every single year, predicting every single college football game. Folks, thank y'all for watching. Make sure to hit that subscribe button down below for more. Make sure you like if you did enjoy the video. Make sure to comment if you do disagree with any of the picks. Folks, thank y'all for watching, and Mamba forever.